You know this feeling when you get to the end of the year and you feel like, wow, that year went by way too quickly, but then when you consciously pay attention to all of the things that actually happened in that year, you realize that, wow, a lot can happen in 365 days. I think sometimes we're so busy on focusing on what's happening right now, what's happening in the immediate future, that we kind of forget to take a step back and look at how far we've come. And that becomes really apparent when we're talking about plants. Plants grow most of the time, sometimes they also decline. But plants grow, but they grow quite slowly. So on a day-to-day basis, you don't necessarily notice how much they grow. So sometimes you get a better appreciation of a plant's growth when you actually take a step back and look at the plant over a period of time. And to me, every plant is its own little project. With some projects, I'm aiming for maturity. With some projects, I'm aiming for a lush display. With some projects, I'm purely aiming for survival. Hello, what are you doing there? And the purpose behind some other projects is really to learn something and to share my learnings with you guys. Wow, can you hear that bird going absolutely bonkers outside? What are you trying to achieve there, darling? This plant lives outside, so maybe it has a special scent. What is happening with this bird out there? And I love recording plants and the projects that I go through with them over the course of a few months to kind of show you guys that progression within the project, to show you the growth of a plant, right? If you look at a plant at one point in time, yeah, you can obviously appreciate the aesthetics of it, you can learn a few things, but the real learnings come in when you look at the progression of a plant, when you look at the growth of a plant, the whole journey, especially including the ups and downs. But there is one flaw in all of this. When I finish a video and I upload it to YouTube, that doesn't necessarily mean that the project is finished. The projects never finish. Every plant is an ongoing project. The plant will grow or decline. There's no chance that the plant is going to stagnate and do absolutely nothing. So if the plant is changing over time, then so does my approach at times, or so does the care that I need to give that plant, and so on. And that's what I kind of want to address in today's video. I would like to look back at 10 of my favorite projects of 2025 and show you what these plants are up to right now, because, well, the project is still ongoing. I suppose I'm just not recording a video about that project anymore. So today we're in for a long video, but that's because essentially these are 10 videos and updates to those 10 videos all in one video. And I know some of you guys really love these long marathon videos. They keep you company while you go about your day. And if you can watch as much of this video as possible, that would obviously be appreciated. But I also understand that not everybody has time to watch all of it. So in the description down below, I'm leaving timestamps with every separate project, so you can skip between the projects depending on which one you're interested in the most. And the original video or the original project will always have a little white frame around it, and then I'm gonna jump in with an update on the back of that video to show you what this plant looks like now. I hope it's not going to be too confusing, because within the project videos I am sometimes jumping to the past and then to the future and so on, right? Because I love recording videos over a period of time. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible, but hopefully that makes sense, right? So when you're watching something with a white frame around it, that means that that was the original video. So that original video could already be 12 months old, for example. So if in that original video I'm throwing it back to another 12 months ago, that actually means that that original clip is from 2 years ago. So hopefully the timelines don't get too confusing. But as I just mentioned, with plants, it's not just about showing them at one point in time. It's really about showing the progression and the journey. So I'm trying my best to make the progression and the journey and the timelines clear, but just a heads up. Anyway, enough introduction. Let's get started with the first project. Project number 1. That video was released in January 2025, so it is now a year old, and it is about my philodendron Jose Buono. So let's have a look at what happened last year, and while we do that, please make sure to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Root rot is a really common occurrence, and despite the fact that I've been growing plants for 5 years now and I'm using a really nice chunky air rot mix, every now and then it still happens to me and my plants as well. But that's not a concern because I grow most of my plants on moss poles, and moss poles are basically like an insurance policy for your root system. Instead of just relying on roots within the pot, plants grow roots throughout the entire moss pole, so you basically have a vertical spread of the root system, which means that if something happens to the root system down in the pot, that rot would have to spread vertically throughout the entire pole before the plant truly has no roots left, and that is quite unlikely. So basically the moss pole is my insurance policy, and the moss pole being an insurance policy is exactly what helped me give my Philodendron Jose Buono such a speedy recovery. Now the speed in itself is not actually the important part over here. I'm personally really surprised that within just 1 month it grew so well. But the important part over here is that it's safe. While recovering this plant, the plant is not unrooted. The plant still has a root system within the moss pole. It just now needs to expand this root system from the moss pole back into the pot. That security is much more important than the speed, because at the end of the day, you know, I'm here for the journey. It's not about growing my plants as quickly as possible, but it's more so trying to not kill them. Anyway, before we look at this plant in a little bit more detail, let's take it back to Jan from 1 month ago when I first discovered the issue. We've got a problem. This is my Philodendron Jose Buono. It is currently pushing out a new leaf via cuttafil, so it's kind of counterintuitive to think that this plant is currently suffering from root rot and stem rot. I love a moss pole. They are a vertical support, so giving the plant that vertical growth pattern that these love. You know, in nature they would grow up trees, so giving them a vertical support really brings out the best in them. They're also a vertical extension of the pot. As the plant climbs up the moss pole, the plant grows into the moss pole, so it has a bunch of roots within the pole. And that is what is saving this plant for me at the moment. Because every node has its own root system going into the moss pole, I didn't even notice that the entire pot and the stem is actually suffering from rot. If it wasn't for the moss pole and would just be growing up any other support, let's say like a piece of wood for example, wood is not a growing medium, so as soon as the plant would experience some sort of rot in the pot, the whole plant would have suffered. So it took me, I don't know exactly when things went wrong, but I think it took me about 2 to 3 months to even just notice that something is wrong with this plant. Now that's definitely partially on me a little bit as well. I haven't been paying all too much attention to this plant in particular because it hasn't been growing that much, to be honest. Now in hindsight, the fact that it's not growing that fast compared to any other plant might have been a bit of an alarm bell that I ignored, but better late than never. Let me bring you a bit closer. So I've only found out yesterday because I looked at the stem, and the stem down here looked kind of a bit dry, so I started squeezing it, and this whole thing is just completely empty. Like there's nothing here. The whole thing. Looking at the pot as well, I can't really see any roots, so I think they've all rotten. I mean, these nodes don't look all too good either, but you can really see that there's new roots going in here. You can see some healthy roots going in here, and I mean the plant is growing via cuttafil and pushing out a new leaf, so it is growing, so there are some roots to support it. Now something else I've noticed is the plant's sending out all of these kind of aerial roots over here. And now in hindsight, I know what they mean. I kind of just thought, oh my god, look, it is so humid, the plant is growing roots like crazy. But now, in hindsight, it makes sense because these are the first nodes that aren't part of the rot. So it makes sense that once the plant lost access to the root system down below due to this rotten part, that it just started growing more roots again. At least, I know, that's how I kind of figured. And it doesn't matter. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to cut off the rotten part. So this node over here still looks healthy, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, and I'm actually going to cut it here instead. Yep, and the stem over here still looks fine, but yeah, can you see this? Look at this. That is just completely gone. That's the stem. Thanks to the moss pile, this plant is overly propagated. I can pot this straight up, but let me also chop the whole moss pile. So I'm just chopping the moss pile at exactly the same area that I chopped the stem. And moss piles are just modular. That's why I like to make my own. That's why I don't like to buy some of these like really fancy moss poles, or you know, the ones that are kind of a little bit overcomplicating the thing. I like to make my moss poles just out of a piece of mesh so that I'm in charge of chopping it wherever I want, whenever I want. I can open up the moss pole in the back or completely cut around the wire to remove some roots, because I can just easily make a new one again, right? If you get these like purchased poles that are like 3D printed or whatever, you don't have all of this flexibility. You can't really easily take the poles apart and so on, because, well, you just spend a whole lot of money on them. You want to reuse them. Same goes for the plastic back ones that I use. I always just remove the plastic backing. I can reuse that, and I can always replace the mesh. If I need to chop up the mesh to make it thicker, smaller, free up some roots, whatever it might be, the mesh is easy to be replaced. So yeah. Happy days. What I want to do, I want to give this cut down here just a few minutes to dry out, maybe like 30 minutes or something like that. In the meantime, we can look at the pot and see if my suspicion is correct and everything is just rot in there. I would assume so. Over here, let me also remove a little bit of moss from the bottom part of the pole, because that is going to be filled with aeroid mix instead, because it's going to go into the pot. Now, I have a suspicion that the root rot was caused by it drying out too much and then me re-wetting it, and that all happened in winter as well, which isn't necessarily the best time for anything to go wrong. Okay, I'll just park this on the side over here so that the cut can dry out a little bit. And let me get a different box so we can empty this. So yeah, Jose Buono is definitely one of these, it's one of these plants that I have noticed doesn't mind drying out a little bit. It actually prefers a little bit of a dry period in between. And that's what I tried, especially over winter. I've been very, very conservative with the watering on this one. Root rod. So being very conservative with the watering then also meant that I think every now and then it dried out a little bit too much. And then when re-watering it, you have very high chances of introducing rot. Okay, I will discard all of this potting medium because it just has way too much root rot in it, and rot can easily spread. So, and I can smell it as well. But look at this stem, look how messed up it is. Yeah. So just looking at the plant in itself, you would have not guessed that this is what the pot and the stem actually looks like. You would have thought it's somewhat healthy, right? Not thriving to its full potential, not living its best life ever, but you would have not expected absolute disaster in the pot by looking at this plant, and you would have not thought that this disaster would have potentially been going on for months. The root rot and the stem rot of course can spread, right? If I would have not noticed that, the rot would have just continued spreading upwards, but well, it would have probably taken another 6 months or so for the whole plant to be eaten up by the rot, I would have thought. Now we have the confirmation. I will give this a little bit more time to dry out. Well, it's been like, well, a hot minute, so let's I'll see you back in like 30 minutes maybe, and then we're gonna pot it up, and then we see how long it will take to recover. And of course I only now realized that I wasn't wearing the microphone. So let me insert the footage of me potting this up in silence. Well, I can narrate it a little bit. Basically, I gave it maybe 30 minutes to dry out, and I filled that bottom part of the pole with aeroid mix, and then I flipped it upside down into a pot, and then I just filled up the rest with aeroid mix again. This aeroid mix is a little bit more tree fern fiber heavy than I recently, or than I usually do. I've been changing to a little bit more of a water retentive mix because we're going into the warmer season, but also because I've actually been really good at just keeping the moss pole moist and not necessarily providing much water to the pot. But as a result of that, I've underwatered a lot of my pots, which caused roots to dry out and then rot once rehydrated. So I'm going with a more water retentive mix on purpose, because that seems to be working best with the way that I water these days. But you can customize it, right? You can make a more chunky mix if you are a little bit more heavy-handed on the water, if you're a little bit more conservative on the water and you're more likely to underwater than overwater, then provide a more water retentive mix, right? There is no right or wrong as long as there's drainage and aeration. And as long as there's water retention, you can kind of mix these components together in the way that suits you, your plants, and your watering frequency. Anyway, technically we haven't induced any shock with this for now, because the shock was already introduced by the rot. We just kind of taken the rot away now so it doesn't spread. So I don't think that this plant should suffer at all as a result of this. If anything, there's a whole lot of little roots that I showed you earlier that are now making contact with a substrate rather than with just the air, and they should be able to spread and build a larger root system. But proof is in the pudding, so I'm going to stay patient until I can see some nice signs of growth on this plant. For you, however, that's coming up now. It has only been 2 weeks and things are already improving. Let me show you. Alrighty, first of all, this is the node over here. You can see the node is sending out an aerial root. I want to make sure that that is definitely going into the pole. This is a new leaf. I'm not surprised that the leaf is challenged, but most importantly, I'm seeing fresh root growth over here. Remember, there was no root growth. All of these roots were from the pole that are now expanding. Decent roots over here. Not too much on the other side, but come on, it's only been 2 weeks, so we're definitely on an upwards trajectory. Now let's just stay patient. Thank you, Jan from the past. Now let's have a look at what happened. Alrighty, so we can see there are lots and lots of roots within this pot over here. And these would have all come out of the moss pole and then expanded throughout the pot. Down here, oh, chunky one over here. Very nice. Now we can also see that, I hope you can see this, that this node over here is rooting into the pole. So happy days, that's what I'm referring to when I say insurance policy, right? Even if something would happen down here now, that wouldn't spread to this root anytime soon. It has given me this leaf over here. Now, despite the speedy recovery, it actually also had spider mites. You can see the spider mite damage over here a little bit. So it was actually further challenged, not just root and stem rot, but also pests, but it still managed to recover so quickly. And now the newest leaf is looking really good. Finally, some nice variegation back, even some speckles. I do love the sectoral part. And yeah, it is continuously growing via cutter fill over here. So I think this will become really nice really quickly. Now, of course, we also have to look back at the conditions as well. I always mention that conditions set the potential and then care just realizes the potential. Using the moss pole as an insurance policy, using a chunky aeroid mix, watering, fertilizing and so on, that's just the care aspect. And with the care aspect, I can really only realize the potential I set with the conditions. So the moss pole as an insurance policy is not going to work if you then put your plant in conditions that aren't suited to the plant, right? So we always have got to set the potential with the conditions first. And we are in the middle of summer over here, so great conditions. It's currently about 60 60% humidity in my office. It's about 25 degrees because I can't air condition my office. There's no air conditioning in there, and it is located right in a west-south facing window. Keep in mind I'm in the southern hemisphere, so south is technically the worst exposure. Given that we're in the middle of summer, it's not that bad. It still gets a lot of bright indirect light, and it gets a little bit of afternoon sun from the west facing window. So I think overall I'm also really lucky that the conditions suit this plant in the first place. But we still need to realize the potential that these conditions have set, and I think using a moss pole is such a great way of realizing that potential, while also giving you the insurance that in case something ever happens, you're gonna have a pretty safe and speedy recovery. Alrighty, project number 1 wasn't really a project that I chose to complete. It was a project that I had to complete to save this plant, right? And I think that is not an uncommon thing. With plants, things can always go wrong, so you gotta be resilient and have some sort of strategy to turn things around. And over here, with my Jose Buono, the strategy was pretty easy. I just take advantage of the propagation benefits and the insurance policy that is the moss pole. Now, I believe in the video the plant was somewhere up to here. It wasn't necessarily super high up on the moss pole, so we have seen quite a bit of growth in that year. Some leaves here, here, and then specifically 2 spring leaves. This one has grown in spring, then this one is fairly recent, and I've got a new one just unfurling over here. These 3 spring leaves have grown outdoors. 3 or 4 months ago, I moved this plant out on my fence, and it seems to really enjoy the conditions out there during summer. And you can definitely see that it is finally increasing in leaf size as a result of the higher light exposure out there. Am I going to keep it out there year round? I am not certain, to be honest, just yet. Definitely over summer, but over winter I might want to move it back inside. You can also see that it has definitely grown a thicker stem, and there's a little bit more variegation showing in the stem. So I'm hoping that I'll see a little bit more variegation in some of these leaves going forward, but I do enjoy the speckled look over here as well. You might also notice I have this chopstick over here. That chopstick is really to stop the stem from migrating further back on the pole. So it's kind of kept on the front part, and you should also see some healthy roots going into this pole. Now, to be honest, I cannot see all too many roots in the pot. Actually, I can't see any roots in the pot, which is not a good sign, but at this stage I'm not really worried, and I'm not going to do anything about it. I can't notice any stem rot creeping up the stem, so I'm not really concerned. And right now the bulk of the plant is really growing up here and growing into the moss pole, and it's growing nicely. So even if there were any more rot issues down here, at this stage it's not impacting the speed and the size of the leaves, so why bother? Anyway, I don't have all too much to say about this plant anymore because honestly not much has happened. It is definitely a slowish climber, right? I mean, I still have plenty of room on that moss pole before I need to do an extension. So yeah, I really enjoy the plant, but most importantly, I enjoy how this project really highlighted that sort of insurance policy aspect of growing on moss poles. But let's put this plant aside and move on to the next project. And that project also wasn't necessarily something that I planned or wasn't something that I wanted to do. It was actually a very lengthy and annoying recovery story on the back of a little mishap. And the mishap itself actually happened 2 years ago in January 2024. But it then took me 1 whole year to recover the plant. And that's the video that I released in January 2025. So I hope that makes the timelines somewhat clear, but let's take it back to Jan from the past. I messed up and it took me 12 months to recover from my mistake. Last year, my blood banana looked like this. I then decided to give it a repot, and I was way too harsh with my repot. And as a result of it, my banana looked like this just a couple of weeks after. And from there I started a full 12-month journey of recovering this plant, and it's still not back to its former glory. In today's video we're looking at that repot from last year, we're looking at what went wrong, and then we're following the plant over the course of 12 months to see its very slow and tedious recovery. And of course, at the end of the video, hopefully there are a few learnings for all of us. I suppose the intro said it all. This was never really supposed to be a 12-month video of me documenting this plant's growth. It was actually supposed to be just a really quick video that I film and I talk to you a little bit about how I managed to grow my blood banana into a thriving plant while repotting her. I have a saying called proof is in the pudding. Basically, I don't want to just show you what I do or talk to you about what I do. I want to show you the results. I want to show you the proof. This one is a great example of exactly that. If I would have just uploaded the video straight after the repot, it would have looked like, oh, everything is fine, people watch the video and they don't even know that my plant is about to have the biggest shock of its lifetime. So glad I waited until I uploaded the video, but I didn't anticipate such a huge shock to the plant in all fairness. Anyway, why don't we look at what actually happened 12 months ago so we're all on the same page and then we can address any learnings. And today's spotlight is on my variegated banana, Musa acuminata sabrina. I've had this plant for around about 2 years and I really need to give her a repot for a couple of reasons. And while I'm giving her a repot, I thought it would be nice for me to just talk about the plant and my experiences with this plant. I was given this plant 2 years ago by AJ for Christmas and I was over the moon, but it is a very different plant to most of the plants I like to grow. I usually like to grow aeroids and I usually like to grow climbing plants. This was uncharted territory for me back in the days, but I've kept it alive for 2 years, so I think there must be something that I'm doing right and I thought I'll share that with you today. But let me first address why I need to repot her. I think the first bit is obvious. She's grown kind of like one way. Now what I usually do is I have her in a heavy decorative planter and then I just put the planter in it on an angle so it doesn't look as bad, but ideally I'll just pot her up properly this time around. She needs a bigger pot. Now while she doesn't look super root bound over here, I think she needs some fresh medium to really grow further. This is a banana. It's a fruit. It wants, I think, a slightly more organic medium that I gave it 2 years ago. I kind of just modified my aeroid mix, put a little bit more cocoa peat in there to give it more water retention, but I'm gonna go for a more organic substrate today, which I hardly ever use, or which I actually never ever use indoors. So see how that goes. Let me park this on the side and I'll show you the mix. Alrighty, this is, hang on, I'm sitting on the wrong thing, don't I? Whee! Alrighty, this is the mix that I have prepared. 60% is just like a pre-board potting mix that has dynamic lifter in it. Dynamic lifter is basically chicken poo, so organic, yay. It's something that I would normally use when I repot like a plant outside, or like I pot up my tomato outside. That's the sort of plant I would usually use this sort of mix for. I don't have a single plant that I grow inside that is in that sort of mix, because I'm not a big fan of these store-bought potting mediums, because they often come with fungus gnats, fungal issues or other pests inside already because of the way that they're stored. They're always kind of moist and they're not stored with enough aeration and so on. This batch looked pretty fine, so I haven't seen any fungus. Sometimes you open the bag and there's just like a swarm of fungus gnats coming out. I added a little bit of perlite in here as well, and I added a little bit of my aeroid mix just to add a little bit of chunkiness back into it. But I'm also going to look at this medium and see if I incorporate this medium back into here when I repot it. I'm also going to size it up quite a bit, from 20 to 30 centimeters, and yeah, that's it. Let me get a little bucket so I can make a mess. I don't think I necessarily optimized the growth that this plant can have. Oh my god, there's lots of ants in here. Why are there so many ants? One moment, please. I might just do this outside. I'll just give it a shake outside. See, there's like ants inside of here. Disgusting. Ew, yuck. Oh, why the ants? Well, lucky I'm looking into this. I mean, ants aren't harmful for the plant, right? But that is yucky, especially inside. Hi Bradley, where have you been? Where are you hiding? So yeah, I just have the covers on the couch as well. Looks a bit hideous, but it's rain was forecasted, so yeah. I just cover that just in case. Alright. I wasn't actually planning on getting rid of all of this medium and like really getting in there the way that I am now, but I think ants all over me. Given the ant issue, I will definitely not reuse this medium. Let me give this a little spray down. I'm going to tease some of the roots. They all look and feel healthy, so I don't think there's any issue. He says as he holds a large chunk of roots. Yep, some might not be the healthiest. Maybe ants are attracted to root rot. Does anybody know? I don't know. Anyway, alright. Back to business. Yeah, as I said, I don't think it necessarily grew in the best way possible. I think, given this is a banana, I know that bananas can grow really, really fast. So I think I definitely am not getting the best out of this plant at the moment. Hence my repot and change in medium to hopefully get better results out of this next year, or over the next year. Now, I reckon the reason why it hasn't grown as well is twofold. First of all, it grew inside my apartment the whole time. I never put this plant outside at the beginning because I didn't have any outdoor space, and then because the plant was kind of used to it, I figured might as well keep her inside where she is doing okay. Secondly, I think it was the medium that just didn't really enable it to grow as much as it could potentially. Now, they have lots and lots and lots of these at the Botanic Gardens in Sydney. They grow in full sun, so I know that these can grow in full sun. However, when they grow them in full sun, I've also noticed that a lot of the variegation fades very quickly. So they didn't have the younger leaves, the younger leaves at the bottom of the plant that are a little bit more shaded by the bigger leaves. They have the nice red variegation and the red backs, but the ones at the top that get too much sun were very bleached out. Hang on. I think this is okay now. So when I saw that, I figured, oh, okay, maybe let's not give it too much sun. It might grow really fast, but it might not actually keep the nice variegation, and that's what I grow it for. I like this green and red variegation. I think it's very unique, and I think that's what I wanted for. I'd rather have a small version of the plant with great variegation than a huge plant that is just bleached out. So that's why I grow it indoors. It's actually grown right here in a north-facing window. So you're currently in my north-facing window, but I have lots and lots of trees in my backyard. So despite the fact that it's north-facing, it's not super, super sunny. So it gets lots of bright indirect light, which makes it grow, but it also makes it keep this nice red. I think if I would give it more sun, it would actually fade. At least that's my observation based on the Botanic Gardens and so on. AJ grows hers in more sun, and it kept some of the variegation, but she never has as many leaves as me as well. So these leaves will deteriorate pretty quickly, and I reckon after this repot, the bottom 2 or 3 leaves will deteriorate really, really quickly. Not necessarily a concern for me though, as long as it's growing new leaves. These leaves also fade over time, and then the variegation is kind of gonski, and then they're not that pretty anyway, so I don't necessarily mind. Now, what I have experienced with this plant is spider mite issues, and I tried treating it with Vitality Plus, neem oil and so on. it seems to really attract the spider mites. AJ grows her outside, and she said growing it outdoors she had way less spider mite issues, which I can attest to when it comes to alocasias, for example. So that might be a good solution for it. But I just like to take her outside with every watering and just hose her down, and just hosing all of the leaves clean, specifically the underside, seems to really keep on top of the that issue. So I haven't really had any great issues, but if I don't do that for like a month or so, I'm pretty sure this would be fairly infested. If a leaf is too infested, I honestly just cut it off. There's, you know, by then the damage is done and it's not going to look all too pretty, and I'd rather cut it off and get the plant to grow a new one. Now what I really want this plant to do is send out little pups, which bananas are known to do, because I want this plant to propagate itself so I can go around and share it with a few of my friends, because this is still not a plant that I see very often sold over here. Alright, let me water it in outside. So let me just really soak this in. Now, I haven't had any other pest issues but the spider mites, and again I'll just hose it down every week when I water it as well. I don't let this plant dry out. I think it can take a moist medium, or at least in my experience, but yeah, I used to have the see-through pot, which helped me monitor root health really well. Now that it is in a dark black pot, I just need to go with my instincts a little more. So see how that treats me. Alright, now this is still a little wobbly in its pot for now, but it just needs to grow some roots. So I'm not gonna shake this one for the camera for a while, but yeah, that's all good. Now, when it comes to conditions, as I said, I grew this inside of my apartment the whole time. So it is exposed to very mild conditions. It doesn't get super hot, it also doesn't get super cold. So the average would usually be between 20 to 25 degrees, and the humidity is usually between 50 to 70% depending on the weather. So same conditions as most of my other plants, because, well, that's what I've got to offer inside of my apartment, and she really seems to like it. But what that means is I can't necessarily say too much about the hardiness of this plant. I don't know how she would do outside. What I do know is that AJ had her in her tent, in her greenhouse, outside, just in ambient room temperature and so on, and hers has gone dormant quite a bit, or to the extent where she had to fully chop it back, and then it just reshoots really quickly. So AJ seems to grow this plant in different conditions, and it seems to keep coming back, but because of all of the changes, her plant seems to just die back and then reshoot much more frequently, whereas mine just has consistently grown over the last 2 years. There was no like reset or something like that. Alrighty, I'm gonna put her in one of these Simply Good pots. Simply Good Pots is the company, and they're really nice because they're really nice and lightweight, so they don't add much weight to this plant. Wow. I think the plant is a bit too tall now, isn't it? That's better, isn't it? There we go. So the good thing about this pot is that it is a perfect fit. So the 30 centimeter pot fits perfectly on the lip of the 30 centimeter planter, which means that the pot doesn't actually reach all the way to the bottom. So right now, you saw that when I put it in here, there's still water dripping out of it, but that's okay. The plant is not going to sit in that water, because that water is going to be caught by the cache pot, and then I can just empty the cache pot later on today when it's stopped dripping. I love having that perfect pot and planter combination, because if I'm short on time and I don't have the time to take it outside, water it, let it drain for a good amount of time, I can actually just take a water bottle, water it in, and that's it. I don't need to worry about the pot sitting in water. So basically the chances of this being overwatered are very low. Now, you guys know what I'm all about. It's all about proof is in the pudding. So of course this video isn't going to stop here. I haven't really shown you much, right? I've only shown you the plant, and I showed you that I am capable of putting it in a pot. I want to see what happens with this plant on the back of this repot, and that's what I want to share with you to see whether or not this was successful. So we need to stay patient, but future Jan is going to give you an update well now. What the well, it is safe to say that this plant did not appreciate the repot. It's been around 3 or 4 days, and this plant has just gradually become limper and limper. So quite clearly this plant is having issues absorbing water, because it's not that it's not watered. I thoroughly watered the potting mix and I can feel that the mix is still quite moist as well. So I don't think it is a watering issue, because yes, otherwise the medium would be dry. I think that the plant just cannot absorb the water. Now, obviously, hindsight is 2020. I think where I went wrong is when I discovered the ants. I think I just panicked a little bit and just like, oh my god, let's get rid of all of the medium. I think what I should have really done is, ants can't breed in wetness or in a wet environment. So I should have probably just kept it in the pot, submerge the pot in water for a little bit, or even just Google if there's some sort of solution I can put in there. But I don't necessarily like to use chemicals unless I absolutely have to. And then once I kind of drowned all of the ants, or once the ants have fled the pot because of the incoming water, I could have then just potted it up without disturbing the root system so much. So ultimately there was just too much disturbance to the root system that caused the roots to be damaged, which is now causing the plant not being able to absorb water. I think the other thing where I went wrong is I should have probably given the banana plant a good soak before I repotted, so that she is full of water. So she has a little bit more time to get used to her new medium before she has to absorb water again. Anyway, now I already cut 2 leaves off, and then I kept the rest on, but with every day more and more leaves are just getting limp. And the problem is that they are so, like this one for example, it actually just snapped itself. So even if this can miraculously start absorbing water again, this is probably never really gonna get super perky again. So I'm not too sure what to do. I'm not too sure if I should cut some more leaves off, because obviously right now the plant is trying to keep all of these leaves alive. I don't think this is ever going to happen. I think I just have to be realistic and know that this is going to be a substantial setback. So I reckon I'll cut at least these 3 leaves at the bottom off, just to give the plant an opportunity to at least recover these at the top. Let's do that. Let's do that. I don't know, I could be doing the wrong thing. I did actually research a little bit online, and I couldn't necessarily see anything that I've done fundamentally wrong, apart from I've never seen anybody actually completely unpotted like I did. But they didn't have ants either. Alright, this leaf, it looks so pretty, but it's kind of sad. Okay, I'll cut it. This was an actual really pretty leaf. I'll put it in a vase. I'll just put it in a vase and put it here, so I still get to enjoy it. It's just dead. Sad. Okay, so this is what is left of her. I even put her in the greenhouse thinking, okay, let me give you some perfect conditions. I'm super curious as to see what's going on in that pot. But I'm worried I'm just going to make it worse. But at the same time, what if something is wrong and this is its chance to recover? If I wait any longer, I might cause more damage. Okay, why don't I just keep it in here for now? I think now that it has less leaves, maybe a better chance to recover. But if I see, these are pretty floppy already, but if it gets worse, then I might have a sneaky look at the pot tomorrow or the day after. Let's do that. Anyway, I'll see you then. Hello, we are back. It has been 10 days since I last spoke to you about my banana, and oh well, she has seen better days. I have done absolutely nothing with her over those 10 days. She's been in the greenhouse because I wanted to give her the best possible conditions to recover, and so the misters and me hosing down the greenhouse would have taken care of watering. So she was watered, but I didn't like actively water her in those 10 days because, well, I'm mostly worried about root rot. This plant doesn't have many leaves at the moment that could use all of that water, so what exactly am I watering? Plus it has a much bigger pot and more water retentive pot, but we talk about that in a sec. Now, there is a new leaf over here, right? So you can see there's a new leaf pushing out over here, which is giving me confidence that not all hope is lost. If it was really, really unhappy, I don't think it would be pushing out this new leaf. Plus the latest leaf, or like that was the newest leaf before the new one that's now coming, is looking normal and slightly more perky than it looked 10 days ago. The one before that, this one over here, I think it's just too far gone. So the problem, and that happened to majority of these leaves over the last fortnight, the problem over here is really that these leaves are quite heavy. When I repotted it, and for some reason the plant was not able to absorb water, maybe because I did too much damage to the roots, because it wasn't able to absorb a lot of water, this got really floppy, and then this bit over here just kind of snapped. So this bent, I think, too far gone. Even if the plant would be able to absorb water perfectly now, this won't recover, this little bend. So I think there was just too much damage, and that happened to pretty much all of these leaves. But it didn't happen to these two over here. Happy days. So let me get some scissors. I can't look at these leaves any longer without feeling really terrible. Now technically there's absolutely nothing wrong with leaving these leaves on. The plant can kind of try and suck up some of the nutrients back into the plant, but I am just having a really hard time looking at them. It pisses me off, and this hobby is supposed to bring me joy, not piss me off, so I want to get rid of it. Plus sometimes damaging leaves can just attract pests or help pests really settle in and have a field day, so I want to get rid of that. And then these are some of these, you know, the leaves that are cut off previously. Each leaf basically is like a layer of the stem, if that makes sense, right? But I won't peel it back. I'll let the plant do its own thing, and they'll eventually kind of become brown and ugly like the ones I just cut off. Now obviously this is not what I wanted this plant to do. This is not the result that I had in mind. I wanted to give it a larger pot so it can grow a larger root system and grow bigger, not basically induce a full reset of this plant. But that is life, that is reality. Not everything goes according to plan. Now one thing that I'm pissed off about as well is that I potted it in a black pot, so I don't know what the root situation looks like in there, if it has grown any new roots or not. I'm really flying blind. I would have to take it out of its pot to assess the root health. I feel like taking it out of its pot would just induce more shock again. So that's why I love using see-through pots, and that's unfortunate that something went wrong with this plant. This would have been great having a see-through pot to help myself troubleshoot, but I just need to hope that there's enough roots in there. Now these leaves are really skinny and don't hold a lot of water. If there was absolutely no roots and no water absorption, then I think it would have also aborted these two leaves, and it definitely wouldn't push out a new one. I just don't know how much of a root system there is. I'm definitely gonna keep checking if there's maybe some roots sticking out the bottom eventually. That is my best chance of assessing root health without taking it out of its medium. Now I do think it is a little bit more stable in its pot than before, but again I don't want to shake it too much. The stability again implies that there's probably some more roots that have grown, but for now I just need to stay patient and let it do its own thing. Anyway, I don't want to end the video here. I like to end the video on a good note. So let's look at how long it's going to take me to grow this plant back to its former glory. Wish me luck. Hello, baby. What? What's going on? Look at your little stance there. You're so cute, huh? Guys, the banana is not doing well, so I have decided to just take it out of the greenhouse and just put it in the garden, despite winter coming up. Maybe I should put it upstairs. I'll just put it in the garden. Resilience building. Hello! it is a whopping 6 months since the last update, and honestly hardly anything has happened. It has grown this one leaf. Here we go. It's grown one leaf in those 6 months, but it has also been outside the whole 6 months, and oh well, the last 6 months were the worst 6 months of the year. How many times can you say 6 months in one sentence? Anyway, it was the worst time of the year because we just came out of autumn and winter. We're now in spring, and the temperatures are consistently warmer again. It doesn't go below single digits anymore, even at night, and the daytimes are nice and like mid-20s almost every day. So as a result of that, it's now finally giving me this first new leaf over here, and I know that bananas can grow outside even in full sun, but I do think the full sun is kind of bleaching the red a little bit, so I'm opting for more like an afternoon sun spot. So it's gonna be living here for now, and it probably gets it gets afternoon sun. The sun's moving this way. Let's say happy that it survived winter. I wasn't really expecting amazing growth over winter, but I'm hoping that it has now well and truly, you know, build resilience towards my outdoor conditions, and it's now going to be able to fully thrive over the course of the next few months. I've got some worm castings over here because I do know a banana loves a good rich organic medium, so I'm just going to sprinkle like them on top of here, and then with the next watering it's just gonna kind of be incorporated into the mix. I think it will really like that little boost of organic medium, and hopefully it's gonna grow really nice and fast, so it's looking good. I just looked back at the original footage and the plant looked so good when I repotted it. I really did all of this to myself, like I caused all of this. But oh well, we learn. So yeah, let me just water it in now, huh? Why not? Yeah, this is not at all what I was planning on for this video. I was hoping it's gonna be like a quick recovery story, but the recovery was not very quick at all. So yeah, it wasn't a recovery story I'm after, and this video is gonna take much longer than I expected. I thought maybe, yeah, just give it a couple of months and I'm gonna film an update and the plant is gonna be beautiful. It's most likely going to be a 12-month video now. So see what this plant does over the next, well, how long has it been? I think we've got like a few more months until it's, you know, we've got October, November, December, January. I think we've only got 4 months left until we hit the full 12 months. So let's see what this plant is going to do over the course of the next 4 months. Oh, hello. I'm not too sure exactly how long it's been, but editing Jan would have let you know by now. But here is the update on my banana. It is growing a new leaf over here. However, I feel like it's still at a rate where the new leaves emerging are slower than the old leaves deteriorating. So look, the goal is not to always have 2 leaves at a time, but we just finished the shittier part of the year. So I'm hoping that it has built plenty of resilience towards the outside conditions, the increased light and so on, and that it's now exploding. But you know what, proof is in the pudding, time will tell. But it is crazy how long it's taken to get this plant back to being healthy. I suppose winter wouldn't have helped, but yeah, I'm surprised. Well, I can see some roots. Anyway, I'll trust the process and I will see you soon. Alrighty, and here we are. So a final update now that the 12 months are over. And I have to say, this is the only update in those 12 months that actually kind of give me a little bit of hope. But there's also a few things that are wrong with it. Let me have a look. So this is the latest leaf. It is still unfurling. It is beautiful and definitely the largest leaf it has ever grown. Much larger than the leaves before the repot as well. So we are making progress. However, we don't have quite as many leaves, and that is due to a couple of reasons. Let's maybe take this one as an example. The old leaves, still the same thing happens that happened initially. Now it just happens with old leaves, not just with new leaves. Eventually it just snaps over here. Now I also have it in a position where I kind of walk past it a lot to get into like my little corner where I have all of my stuff stored. So I actually bump into it a lot, and I think as part of that I've also snapped a lot of leaves. It's kind of easy to just kind of bump into them and snap this little, like I just did. I mean, that one I did on purpose because I wanted to chop it anyway. But it seems just really easy to cause damage to this plant. Secondly, it has grown outdoors ever since that update I gave you in, oh my god, when was it? I think April or so. So, well, that's almost been like 9 months ago. So I think for the last 9 months it has grown outdoors. Well, outdoors it is also subject to birds pooping on it, the wind blowing it around. I even have possums jumping around in my garden and so on. So it's just harder to keep it kind of flawless, let's say. Like a piece is missing over here. There's some bird poop over there. This leaf over here has a whole half missing. Basically what happened, can you see these holes over here as well? Basically when it's still curled up, if this is just rubbing against something, blowing against something, blowing against the fence, or I by accident walk into it or whatever, it makes a little hole, but because the leaf is all curled up, it then turns into many holes. Exactly the same happened over here, but there were so many holes that the leaf actually started folding, like it just snapped in the middle kind of, right? So I had no structure. So I just cut it off because it's ugly. Over here as well, see, like, yeah. These are obviously just small cosmetic damages, which I'm totally fine with, but it is just something that I have noticed in general, growing plants outdoors versus growing plants indoors. Much harder to keep a plant pristine and nice and like perfect looking when growing outdoors. But maybe perfection isn't what we're aiming for in the first place. It is really, really warm. It's actually been really dry, I have to say. The last month it hardly rained, but yeah, the heat, the intense light really finally managed to get this plant back from its, you know, not so nice looking past. So I think we are finally here, and I'm actually really excited to see this plant grow over the next couple of months, because recently it grew these two big leaves. This leaf was as big as this one. It grew that all within just the last month. So if it grows 2 leaves every month now and it stops dropping the old ones, then maybe this plant could actually look really nice, just maybe by the end of summer, just before we hit winter. So overall, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a success story, but it's also not a full failure. And that's ultimately the reality of plant care, right? Like, not everything is a success story. I've definitely learned something from it, and I want to share these learnings with you. That's supposed the point of this video. So let's address the major learning first. Let's talk about the ants, because that is basically what went wrong. The ants themselves did not cause the shock. It was my overreaction to seeing the ants and completely stripping the roots bare that then caused probably a whole lot of root rot when repotting it. Root rot then caused the plant to not be able to absorb water, and if it can't absorb water, then, well, all of the leaves are going to get droopy and eventually will be aborted. So I should have really just stayed a little bit more level-headed when I discovered the ants and not just completely strip the medium. I think if I would find this again now, what I would actually do is I would take the whole pot, I would dunk it in a bucket of water, leave it there for a couple of hours or so. Basically, that will make sure all the ants disappear, and I would then go through a repot without actually removing all of the existing substrate. I would just take the existing pot, put it into a larger one, maybe shake it a little bit, you know, loosen it up a little bit, and then just fill in the gaps with more substrate around it. I wouldn't necessarily do such a fundamental uprooting like I did in that initial repot. And that was never the plan, right? I just kind of panicked when I saw the ants. Now, in itself, the water is not gonna get rid of the ants, I believe. To be honest, I haven't had any ant issues inside my house ever again. I've had more ants outside, but I don't really care about them outside. Just the water in itself wouldn't necessarily get rid of the ants. They would come back, I believe, but a quick Google search on the back of it has taught me that I could use cinnamon to kind of repel them. They apparently don't like cinnamon, so just sprinkle a little bit of cinnamon. And diatomaceous earth is apparently really, really effective in killing them. I suppose you could also put a few little ant traps around your apartment as well. But can't speak from experience here because I actually didn't really have to deal with ants ever again. But it is a good learning for the next time. I think the next time I could tackle the ant issue later, but introducing more shock to the plant is not the solution, I suppose. So I think that's the major learning, but those are not all of the learnings. And I think the other thing I did that maybe wasn't like the best idea was that, well, it initially grew indoors in a north-facing window. Once I noticed all of the leaves drooping, I put it in my greenhouse because I was under the impression that it would probably give it the best chances of recovery because it's a high humidity environment, so less need to absorb water because it's not drying out as quickly, right? Did not like my greenhouse at all, and I then moved it outside, also kind of just as we're approaching winter. So I also frequently change the conditions that it's growing in, which in itself introduces more shock over and over again, while it's still dealing with the initial shock from the repot. So that probably wasn't the best idea as well, but ultimately it is a large plant, right? Even now still it takes up a lot of room. It looked terrible for the majority of the year, so I did not want to have this plant inside, just reminding me of my failure for the whole year. So it had to go outside. I think that made the recovery kind of slow, but at the same time, this plant has now recovered from the shock, plus it has built resilience to my outdoor conditions. So I believe that the second year of growing outdoors will be much better for this plant. It survived all of winter out there, and it can go down to, I think the coldest I've seen this year in winter was actually 2 degrees Celsius. So it survives 2 degrees, and it also survives 40 degrees out there. So it definitely has now built the resilience. And I'm not surprised by that because I know that AJ grows hers outside, the Botanic Garden have theirs growing outside, but I suppose this specimen in itself previously did not have the resilience because I treated it like a little baby and kept it inside. I suppose that's a positive. At least it has also at the same time built the resilience to hopefully now thrive really well out there year round, and out there it also has way more space. Now I'm not in a rush to repot this again because I don't think it has that many leaves at the moment. I can't see how this could struggle to keep the 4 beautiful leaves that it has alive, but see how we go. Maybe at the beginning of spring next year. So, well, that's still another 9 months, but I don't think I'm keen to repot it before that. I might just give it another top up of worm castings, maybe in 2-3 months, depending on how many leaves I see it growing. I do think the addition of the worm castings was a great idea. Now that I've experimented with worm castings a little bit over the last 6 months or so, I would probably also give this plant a different substrate in the first place. I don't think the substrate in itself was the issue. As I said, I think it was definitely the harshness of the repot that was the issue, because I mean it is growing in the same substrate now and it is growing. Is it optimizing the potential? Maybe not, but I don't think the substrate in itself was terrible. But I think if I would do it again, I would probably incorporate a few more worm castings into the actual mix, because I think that organic nutrient and the water retention of the worm castings within the mix would have actually really been good for this plant. But again, the mix, doesn't matter what mix I would have used in that repot, I think the damage was done as part of the stripping of the roots and hosing them down and exposing them and so on. Let me show you the birds. They're actually quite cute, little lorikeets. But why are you so loud? Hey birds! What's happening? Are you okay? Okay. Okay, they're so cute, I can't even be mad at them. But I'm not super happy about the noise that they're making. Alright, let me, oh my god, maneuver this out of here. Oh my god. I think that's the best I can do. I don't even know what you can see because you're so far away. This plant is so big. This is my banana by now. And let me rotate her around so you see her from all sides. Okay, like this. Whee! Whee! Like this. Alright. The main thing that I want to show you is that she is absolutely thriving. So we've got the big trunk in the back over here. That was the original mother plant, the one that you saw. And then over the course of the last 12 months, not just that the mother plant has absolutely exploded, but it has also grown this pup down here. And even the little pup is now bigger than the original plant ever was. The plant has also been in exactly this spot for the last 12 months. So the sun rises over here, then kind of goes across there and sets somewhere over here. In winter, the sun is shaded by the house over there. In summer, it is very sunny. So this plant is basically exposed to, oh my God, I mean, look at this leaf. Ugh, so sexy. Maybe even beef and the backs. Ugh, so nice. Oh, maybe you go this side. Okay, sorry, I easily get distracted by this plant because it is just so pretty. So basically, since that video was released a year ago, I have done absolutely nothing for this plant. This plant has been in this spot the whole time. It's been in the same pot the whole time. The only thing I've done is I sprinkled a little bit more worm castings on the top of the pot so that it waters in with the watering. Now this plant has done well throughout the whole year, but at the end of winter, I only had about 2 or 3 leaves left, at least on the big one. A lot of it is due to mechanical damage, right? These leaves are very large by now. They go in all directions and I just don't have that much space over here. So I bumped into the plant a lot when the guys came to replace the fence. They bumped into the plant a lot and a few leaves snapped. The plant fell over due to heavy winds earlier in the year. And a few leaves snapped, and overall whenever it's windy we have hailstorms and so on. Because this plant has such a large spread, the leaves are quite finicky. You can see that they easily get bruised by the wind, but all of this is kind of mechanical damage. That's really just what happens to the leaves as a result of the harsh conditions. But overall the plant is extremely happy. It is growing super fast. I would say right now it's probably pushing out one of these big leaves every 2 weeks, and you can see this whole pup has grown so fast and grown really well. It is definitely super root bound, but I learned from my mistake and I don't want to repop this plant again. At the moment nothing is wrong with the plant. The plant is still actively growing, the plant is still actively increasing in leaf size, so why fix what's not broken, right? That's exactly what I did 2 years ago, and it then led to a 1-year recovery story. I do not want to repeat that, so I'm just doing absolutely nothing. Comes at the cost of water retention though. It's obviously quite a large plant for quite a small pot. I think it's maybe 30 centimeter pot, and it gets a lot of direct sun at the moment. We've had up to 40-degree hot days already as well. So this plant in the afternoon is literally just shriveled up. Like, it's completely dehydrated, despite the fact that I water it daily. It just, I think it just gets a little bit too much sun in that moment. I mean, it bounces back quickly, but surely can't be really healthy for the plant. Realistically, I don't have a different spot to put this plant in. It is quite large and it has a massive spread, so I can't put it anywhere else in my garden. It just doesn't fit. So it has to be in this spot. It is also so large, it's really hard to shade it, right? Like, how can you shade something that's so large? This is like the upper story. This plant is now shading other plants, not this plant is being shaded by others. So at the end of the day, I know it's not even optimal conditions. I know it is not optimal care, because I should probably give it a larger pot so it doesn't dehydrate every single day. But it's still working, right? And it's working better than when I tried harder. So I'm sticking with my let's do as little as possible approach, and the plant seems to really enjoy it. Now, in hindsight, I think this whole journey was a blessing in disguise, because of the plant looking so ugly, I started moving her outside, and ultimately she's now thriving outside more than ever, right? So I I would have probably at some stage moved her out anyway because she's just way too much of a space commitment for indoors, but I might have never even gotten large leaves like that out of her if I would have grown her inside. And the other blessing in disguise here is that outside I just have no pest issues with this plant. Inside it was always a spider mite magnet. Out here I do absolutely nothing for the plant and the plant is still happy. So it is way less work apart from the now daily watering. Oopsie. And it is much more rewarding growing her out here. So I do think that this project that I never really intended to complete in the first place was a great learning curve for me and ended up yielding a really good result. So I'm really happy and I'm super excited to be able to give you an update on this plant. But let's give this bird up there a moment to calm down. Let's head back inside and look at project number 3, one of my most popular plants, my Oxalis triangularis. Oxalis triangularis is my most viral plant. Viral in a good way. Almost every time I upload a video of this plant on social media, it gets millions of views. So quite clearly there's something about this plant that is capturing a lot of people's attention. And I can understand why. It is definitely one of my favorite plants and it all started off with just one corm almost 5 years ago. At the beginning of this growing season I did something different for the very first time. I actually induced dormancy and gave her a repot. But before we're looking at that repot, let's take it way back to how all of this started. I was gifted one corm just under 5 years ago, and to be really honest, I initially had no desire of growing this plant, and that's kind of exactly how I treated it. It was just a filler amongst all sorts of other plants. I didn't really look into what to do for this plant. I didn't really care, to be honest. Sorry. It was the very beginning of my plant journey as well, and I was just getting into my aeroids and I was really excited to explore the concept of growing plants on moss piles and so on. So my head was just busy with a different learning curve, and the results really reflected that as well. Over the first 2 years or so, I didn't really have impressive growth. I mean, it grew. It definitely progressed from the 0 leaf stage and eventually had a teeny tiny pot with a cute little display, kind of like this, actually not quite as lush as this. And I then used that small display to put a little pot together. I put a pot together with 3 different plants. Like I wanted this one to be kind of like a nice pop of color. I had an Alocasia in there and I think one other plant. Anyway, I basically did a bit of an arrangement. It was kind of like a nice little decorative display for the middle of my dining table, and I just wanted to have different textures, different colors and so on mixed in. So it was a great addition for that. And as a lucky coincidence, when I put that table display together, I also started providing this plant with the perfect conditions. Now that dining table was in full morning sun. It got so much light and the Oxalis started taking over that display, and within just a couple of months it outgrew the whole thing to the extent that the Oxalis in itself became the table display. So I saw more growth in those 2 months than I saw in the first 2 years combined. And that is because by coincidence I realized that this plant likes a lot of light, and I think that's probably the number one thing that people underestimate with this plant. It is quite finicky. It has quite soft, delicate, almost like paper-like leaves. So you would kind of guess that it doesn't want that much sun, but it actually really appreciated it. And you know, once it was kind of thriving, I really started enjoying the plant more as well. I mean, can't blame me, right? Like we all like being good at things. And I suppose the better I got at growing this plant, the more I liked it. I liked it so much, I decided to repot it to see if I can get it any lusher. With that repot, I didn't actually take the corms or the root ball apart. I just took the entire plant, root ball, corms, everything as it is out of the pot, put it in the bigger pot and just filled in the gaps. So there was 0 impact to the corms, the roots, the plant in itself. I just gave it a little bit more space to expand on the outside. So as a result of that, the plant did not go through shock, I did not induce dormancy, and the plant was able to continuously thrive. Now, of course, at some stage, it kind of just maxed out the potential. The potential set by the conditions, but also just based on the pot size and based on it not being able to expand any further. I mean, I really can't complain. It was looking amazing for the last 2.5 years, and I was really happy with it. I even moved twice with this plant, and the plant was not really impacted by it. I just always ensured that in the new space I give it a really sunny, warm spot so it can actually thrive. That was until I moved into this house. This place is pretty dark. I don't have all too much natural light. I chose a north-facing window for this plant over here, and it got okay light, but I definitely saw it declining, specifically going into winter as well. Probably a good time to talk about dormancy for this plant. Hello, my baby. You're just roaming around down there, huh? This plant can go dormant. It is induced by cool temperatures and or a lack of light, or shock, like a repot, but we're going to talk about that later. And I think living here and the place being colder and darker than any of the places I've lived in before really seemed to induce dormancy, or at least some sort of partial dormancy. It was declining faster than it was growing, so I ended up with a plant that looked kind of leggy and not as lush as previously. So I thought maybe this is my opportunity to also give it a decent repot, because at that stage it didn't have a repot in 2.5 years, but it never really had a proper uprooting repot, right, where I actually take the existing substrate apart. So the substrate there in the middle would almost be 4.5 years old by now. So I thought, let's also have a look at the pot. I want to see how many corms I have by now. I mean, I know it all started with 1, but I had no idea how many I've got by now. So I induced dormancy. And it seemed pretty rough at the beginning because I just went ahead and chopped off all of the leaves. But honestly, with the rough repot that I was about to give it, it would have dropped all of the leaves anyway. So I figured, you know, let's just speed up the inevitable. It will drop the leaves anyway, but if I cut them off, at least I can still use them for a salad. They are edible. I then went into the pot and freed up all of the corms, and I was shocked to see how many corms there were in that pot. I mean, considering it all started off as 1 and I never actively propagated any of them, they all just multiplied by themselves. I was very happy with my harvest. I then went ahead and repotted them, and I tried something different with my substrate. What I do know about this plant is that it's really thirsty. When it was at its peak and in a really sunny spot, I had to water this plant every 2 days because, well, it was really, I mean, now in hindsight I know there was so many corms in there and not a lot of substrate. It's just a really thirsty plant. So it's not a good candidate for my normal chunky aeroid mix. Well, it's not an aeroid in the first place, and if you consider how fine these little roots are as well, it makes sense to give this a much finer, more water retentive substrate. So I put together a substrate of equal parts perlite, cocoa peat and worm castings. The perlite adds the drainage and aeration, the cocoa peat and the worm castings provide water retention, and the worm castings are also a great organic fertilizer. I mix that all up, and then when repotting I try to fit as many corms back into the pot as possible. I don't really need multiple of this plant. I wanted to recreate a really nice lush pot back to its former glory basically, so I pretty much put all of the corms back into the pot. Now, there were too many corms for just one layer within the pot, so I kind of assembled it like a cake. I put a decent chunk of substrate in the pot first, then some corms, more substrate, corms and more substrate. That way I was able to fit all of them back into the pot. Now, whether or not that makes sense from a potting up perspective, I didn't actually really consider that at the time. I just tried to find a creative way to get them all back into the pot, but I think it worked. The leftover soil I actually took and just chucked into my garden bed, and of course I missed a few corms, so I started having little oxalis popping up everywhere in my garden bed. I separated some out to create a nice little display for my housemate as well. Cute story, if you've watched one of my recent videos you might already know, but basically my housemate and her friends painted a little pot. They wrote well wishes on a piece of paper, and she then asked me if I have a plant that they could pot up in this pot that can then grow out of the well wishes. And I thought Oxalis is such a great candidate because I just pulled a few corms from the garden bed, I popped them in there, and then it looks like the plant is growing out of the dirt with the well wishes, right? Anyway, we're coming back to this little one in a sec because it taught me a really valuable lesson. After the repot, I watered it in, and then I put it in the warmest and sunniest spot in my house, which at the time of doing it, it was the tail end of winter, was my north-facing window. And the plant did not take long to come back to life. Within just a couple of weeks, I started seeing all of these teeny tiny oxalis shoots coming out of the pot, and it got lush pretty quickly. However, as we were getting deeper and deeper into spring and then eventually summer, the growth very much stopped. And I think that's for two reasons. Well, first of all, once you've got the first lot of plants, the plants kind of cover the substrate. So other corms that might have not reshot yet are now less exposed to sun and warmth and might have a harder time coming back out of dormancy. Secondly, north-facing windows are actually terrible. Keep in mind I'm in the southern hemisphere. I'm getting decent sun coming in during the cooler months, specifically in winter. So when I first potted it up, it was a great spot, but then the sun changes and I actually get very little exposure of sun directly into my north-facing window. It's actually the worst one in the summer months. So I think I was just not receiving enough light to really bring further growth out of this. If I compare that to any of the previous spots that I've had it in, I've had it in an east-facing window in my very first apartment and then in a west-facing window in the apartment in between. And east and west-facing windows are usually the best. I had that reconfirmed when I put this together for my housemate a couple of months after I put this together, and I put it in an east-facing window and it was thriving. I mean, you can see this has much more flowers than this plant, for example, despite being so much smaller. By the way, if a flower is kind of just dropped all of its petals, I'll just clip it off. That was my reminder that, oh my god, I forgot to actually rearrange as a result of the changes in seasons. If you're relying on natural light, the natural light changes throughout the season. So if you want continuous growth of a plant, then you also continuously need to move it with the light. I have now put it in my east-facing window over there, and it is thriving again, and it is growing lusher than before. And that is it. So it's been half a year since the repot. I think I could have had much better results if I would have put it in an east-facing window earlier. Well, it's not a race, you know, at the end of the day I still can't complain. I think this is still such a beautiful plant. Alright, there was a few learnings kind of scattered throughout that story, but let's summarize it all. First things first, Oxalis triangularis loves a lot of light, warmth and water. If you provide it with plenty of light and you keep on top of the watering, then this plant grows like a weed. It grows super quickly and it's such an easy, rewarding grower. If your plant is really leggy, really spindly, has super long stems and it's just not really lush. I mean, look, this one is juvenile, but it's still lush, you know what I mean? Like, it's not looking spindly or anything like that. If it's too spindly, you're not giving it enough light. If it's very droopy, it's probably thirsty. So it's a great plant for a beginner if you have enough light, because the plant really indicates to you when it is thirsty. It gets quite droopy. Now, you don't have to let it get droopy to water. You can also water before it gets droopy, but if you're worried about overwatering, which I personally have never experienced with this plant, or you're kind of a little bit lazy with your watering approach, or you know, maybe you don't have that many plants and it's not front of mind all the time, then it's a great plant similar to a peace lily that really indicates to you when it needs something. Of course, eventually, as the plant grows and starts shading each other, stems will grow leggier and leggier. Let me just rip one out. Maybe I can rip an old one out. Let's have a look at this. This was one of the first leaves, and you can see it's kind of on the way out. The color is fading. This is a newer leaf. You can see how much thicker the stem is, but also how much longer the stem is. And that's, of course, because, well, these plants were shading these plants, so they had to grow taller to stick out. And that is perfectly fine. As long as it still looks lush, who's complaining? But keeping that in mind, I think it is a good idea to give this a rather deep pot. Maybe not even fill it all the way to the top. I had to top it up eventually, but initially I only filled it to about here with substrate, right? So that the pot in itself gives these sort of stems a little bit more structure and makes them face upright. That's also why I kind of layered the corms, right? So instead of spreading them across a more horizontal surface by giving it a larger pot and then having all of them just flop over, I kind of created volume so that they kind of hold each other up, and then obviously the planter can help with that as well. You can also find a deeper planter so it goes a bit higher, so it gives it a bit stability. But that's really just the styling aspect of it. But I recommend you don't plant your corms too close to the surface of the pot, otherwise they just grow out and kind of flop over without giving your display nice structure. Leaves will die, you know, as the one I showed you earlier, for example. Leaves will kind of go a little bit translucent, or like they will fade and they will go really pinkish and eventually die. That is perfectly normal. What I do is I just walk around and I just kind of clip them up. I just kind of pull them out. At the very beginning, after the repot, I did not pull them out because I knew the corms wouldn't have had a really good root system yet. Then I just take my nail and clip them off. As long as the plant is growing more leaves than are dying, you end up creating a lusher and lusher display. So with Oxalis, you're just aiming at frequently replacing the leaves. So you always have a nice display rather than just trying to keep every single leaf amazing. Talking about that, what can happen to your leaves? Well, there's a few things. I personally would actually avoid the combination of water sitting on the leaves and full sun. It kind of just burns the leaves. I think there's kind of this one is a good example maybe. At least that's my observation. I might misidentify that. But can you see how this one kind of looks a bit dull, lost the purple. It just looks a little bit burnt. Yeah, I believe there was water sitting on it. I've never had any pest issues with this plant, but I've heard that some people actually had rust on it. Now you can treat rust with I think a copper fungicide, but to be honest, there are so many leaves and they have like 3 little bits, and you know, like I'm not too sure how successful you would be at treating every leaf and kind of keeping it in check. To be honest, if I would have a really bad pest infestation or rust infestation, I would probably just follow the same process as I did when I induced dormancy. Just chop it all off and let it reshoot. It reshoots really quickly if you give it good conditions. It was such a good idea to add the worm castings to the substrate as well. That was the first time I've ever done this, and I have noticed that the substrate retains the water so much better. I only have to water every 7 days, or sometimes even less frequently. To be honest, I have it in a see-through pot, which helps, but I also just judge it based on the weight. This feels really heavy, so I know I don't need to water. But again, I can also figure out by the droopiness of the plant in itself. But because of the worm castings, I also didn't provide any further liquid nutrients like I normally do. I just watered because the nutrients are already in the worm castings. However, at month 3, I watered in a little more worm castings. So I just took worm castings, diluted it in a watering can and watered that on top of it. The reason I'm going for the worm castings over my normal mineral nutrient over here is that the worm castings provide the water retention and the fertilizer, right? So it's kind of like 2 birds, 1 stone. Most of my aeroids don't want a water retentive mix to the extent that this Oxalis would, so then I go with my liquid nutrient, but over here I felt like this is a no-brainer. Why not? Now, what you can probably observe throughout the video, you might have already observed it, is that the plant likes to fold itself up. I'm taking this one because it's a bit smaller, easier to move. But see how these leaves have kind of folded in, like folded up? They do that when you move them too much or when you change their conditions. I mean, you see this by now. Look how closed up this plant is. If I shake it a little more, it will eventually close up even more. That is totally normal. It does that every night as well, but it also does it when it kind of gets moved around and so on. Now, they will open up again as soon as you put them in their nice sunny spot again. So that is not a concern at all. That is perfectly fine and normal. And I actually think it is super cute. It kind of adds to the plant. I really like it. The other thing is it moves very quickly towards the light. If I would rotate this way, within just a couple of hours, all of the leaves would suddenly face this way. I do rotate it a lot so that actually all parts of the pot kind of grow equally and grow of equal length, right? If I would always have it facing one way, the stems in the back would grow really, really large to get closer to the light. So I rotate it quite frequently to make sure that the stems grow of equal length on all sides. Let's answer a few questions about this plant that I get asked frequently as well. Do I need to induce dormancy? No, you don't have to. This plant was not dormant for the first 4 years of its life, and it was living its absolute best life. So you don't need to induce dormancy. If you have warm and bright conditions available year round, go for it. Another question I often get is, what if the plant goes dormant by itself? Well, that would actually be the most natural way of going about it. I would do absolutely nothing. So let's assume the plant goes dormant going into winter. I would just leave the pot as it is. Obviously don't water where there's no leaves, no water requirement, so you would just induce potential fungal issues. I would just leave it in the pot, do absolutely nothing, put it somewhere warm but dry, and then in summer I would then follow the process I did when I induced the dormancy. You just don't have to do the chopping off the leaves part because nature did that for you already. It's the same process I followed with my Discoria discolor over there, for example. When this one goes dormant, I just store the pot upstairs in my attic, and then at the beginning of spring take all of the potatoes out of the pot and pot them up again. So you can store them while they're dormant. I just store them in the pot that they're already in. I think you could also take them and put them in sand, for example. You could probably put them anywhere, but you definitely want to avoid any sort of molding issues, so avoid moisture until you're ready to bring it back to life, but you also then need the sufficient light and warmth. Do you have to repot this plant frequently? No. Compared to my aeroids, I repot this plant very infrequently. I provide nutrients with my watering, so every 3 months I will keep providing worm casting. So I'm also not worried about nutrient deficiency. I don't think you need to repot this plant frequently to get good results out of it. I mean, I didn't repot it in the longest time and had amazing results. As long as you're consistently providing water, you're consistently providing light and warmth, and you're providing nutrients at some stage, this plant will have a good time. I would actually avoid repotting because it is likely to induce shock, and with shock comes dormancy. You could repot as I did the first time around, just taking it out and filling in the gaps. But if you want to do a fundamental repot like I did at the beginning of this season, I would recommend doing it at the beginning of spring, so the plant has the fastest recovery due to the best conditions possible. Whee! Sorry, I love shaking this plant, and you should be able to see that on the back of me shaking this plant. The plant will react in kind of closing up a little bit. Ooh, let me sit a little more comfortably. Let's go. So this repot over here was in spring 2024, not in spring 2025. Keep in mind our spring is in September, so it was in September 24. Which means that we have had another spring since then, but I did not feel the need to do the exact same process again because the plant kind of looked like this year-round by now. Right? I do think this is probably the lushest the plant can kind of get based on the pot size and based on the distribution of the plant, right? If I would give it a more elongated pot, it could probably grow more because the plants wouldn't be shading each other. But this one is now under a grow light year round. It hasn't changed position in probably a year. The grow light is coming from above, so obviously this is how the plant wants to grow, and then some of these leaves are now shading smaller leaves or the pot, and then it's not necessarily encouraging for more growth. So I think based on competition, this is probably the lushest it will ever get, but I can't really complain about that. I don't think I can really accommodate it if it would get any larger than this. So I had no desire to do the same process again. The plant wasn't suffering. The plant didn't look root bound either. You can see there's not many corms actually pushing up against the side. You can see a few here, but it doesn't look like concerning or alarming to me. I do all the time just plug out some old leaves, so these leaves are getting replaced really frequently, right? So I reckon every week or so I probably pull out 20-30 old leaves, but 20-30 new leaves are coming. So it is kind of just an ongoing project at this stage. Now this whole cutting it back and then repotting it is probably something I would only do if I notice that the plant with the current setup and the current pot and so on starts declining rather than staying the same. Then I would say that, okay, maybe I need to provide more nutrients and a fresh set of substrate. And I reckon that probably happens every 2 to 3 years. Definitely nothing you need to do yearly. The other thing I have noticed over the last 10 months that have passed since uploading that original video is that I used to always grow it in a window or near the door over here. So naturally it would get a little bit more airflow because I open the window or even move it outside on a sunny day and so on. I then placed it under a grow light in my living room, where it doesn't really get much action, let's say, right? Like it really enjoys the grow light, and that's why it grew so well. But it's not really being moved around much, and it definitely doesn't get much airflow. And because it's just happy in that spot, I also at some stage kind of forgot to shake it, right? It's not like I purposely shake my plants, but if it's nearby and I look at the plant, I just can't help it, pick it up and give it a little shake. As a result of that, the plant was actually growing really, really leggy and unhealthy. It looked really empty at the top, and all of the leaves were kind of just flopping to the side. And then I thought, why would that be? The light is better than ever. The plant has more room than ever. It's definitely not dehydrated. Why is it growing so differently to how it grew before? Why isn't it as perky as I'm used to it? And then I realized I stopped shaking the plant. So I'm now actually making a conscious effort to pick her up every 3 to 4 days and just shake her a little bit. And that has made the plant so much stronger and healthier. Just grows a more rigid plant, right? And that makes sense. In nature, these plants need to grow strong to resist wind. If we're taking away wind, there is no incentive for the plant to actually grow strong. So, as much as I love shaking my plant because it's kind of like controversial, you know, and it makes my videos go viral, because how could I possibly abuse my plant like that? Honestly, you have no idea how offended a lot of people are getting online by me shaking my Oxalis. But I'm not just shaking it because it actually looks cute on social media. I'm shaking it because it's legitimately good for the plant. The plant enjoys that treatment, and as a result of it enjoying this treatment, it has grown so much lusher, fuller and bushier. It's not a scientific paper, but that is definitely my observation. So I am actually actively recommending you shake your Oxalis. It's not just for the internet. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and pick out a few more of these ugly leaves and the empty flower heads, you know, because it is kind of flowering year round for me as well. So I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit and make it look all pretty again, and you guys can watch the fourth project in the meantime. Oops, I did it again. Chop and extend is a process where I take a plant that has reached the top of its moss pole, I chop the plant and pole in half, I take the top part, pot it back up and re-extend it. And the idea is to continuously let the plant grow up a moss pole while keeping it at a manageable height. Now I like to work with the top part of the pole because that's the part that has the newest growth, the newest leaves, most likely the largest leaves. But what happens to the bottom part? Well, there's a couple of options, and in today's video we're going to perform a chop and extend on my variegated Monstera deliciosa over here. We're also going to extend the bottom part, and we're putting it outside in my courtyard to see whether the plant is thriving even more in an outdoor setting. And I'm going to address any alternatives to what could be done with the bottom part. The last chop and extend hasn't even been a full year, so the plant has taken less than a year to climb up that 90 centimeter top part of the pole. However, I haven't really seen a significant increase in leaf size, which, you know, is unfortunate. I mean, this is the small form of Monstera deliciosa, but it still can grow larger than what it does right now. So I thought, as part of this next chop and extend, why don't I actually keep the top and the bottom, and I put the top back in the spot. It's in that corner that's looking really empty right now. That's usually where it grows, just in an east facing window so it gets nice sunrise. And the bottom part I'll also re-extend, and I put it outside where it gets even more light, and see if maybe the outside conditions are suiting this plant a little bit better. Now, I don't know if it's gonna do well outside all year round, but at least the next 4 to 5 months are still going to be just fine out there. Now, in preparation for this chop and extend, I have cut this plant right here, but I just noticed that I should have cut it here. My 180 centimeter moss poles are always made out of 2 parts, 2 90 centimeter moss poles, and they actually intersect here. So I should have chopped this node, not this one, but YOLO, let's see what we can do with this. With my Monstera deliciosa, it's definitely the craziest when it comes to aerial roots over here. Specifically at the, oh my god, I think that top leaf is going to be completely destroyed by the time we're done. My ceilings are so low. Specifically the bottom part, right? Crazy amount of roots, which also means that we will have, Bradley, can you move a little bit? Just a tiny bit. Which means that we'll also probably have to chop through some roots, but that's okay. Now the reason I already cut the stem in half is so that it can callus over, because the top part is now being potted up into a pot, and that could potentially induce rotting, and that's not what we want. We don't want rot. So I cut it maybe a week ago or so. You know what I'm going to do? It's stupid because I just basically have to undo all of my work, but I'm going to chop this over here. I'm going to have to re-chop, and I'm going to chop here, which means I have this single cutting over here, and then obviously I have this line. So this is probably going to reshoot. You can actually see it already slightly activated the bud over here, as a result of me chopping here. And I have this one single node that's just going to be in the pot. So we'll see, maybe it will reshoot and I'll end up with another little baby coming out the pot. Most likely it will, unless it completely rots away, given that it is basically fully buried. Okay. So I removed the cable ties, and unfortunately I just have to chop through the pole over here. There's too many roots. Ah, easy. Alrighty, that's looking really good. I suppose, you know, you can see now this is a fresh cut. I would have preferred a calloused cut, but it is what it is. What we can do is I'll park this on the side. Just for now, we'll focus on the bottom part first. That just buys the top at least a little bit of time. Now, not much we need to do over here really, because the plant is already set. I mean, obviously it is quite root bound. I can pick it up a little bit better now. It is very root bound, but it's okay. Monsteras usually don't mind being a little root bound. Now what I'm gonna do is I'll just take a new moss pole. It's actually not a new moss pole, it's the one that was recycled from a plant that didn't make it. And I just extend it, that's it. I used the garden stake to cable tie this pole to it. It also gives it stability and stops the pole from bending or like just flopping over when the plant is getting too heavy. And then, just so these poles can't like twist on top of each other, I'm going to cable tie the two poles together. And while I do that, let's address what I usually do with the bottom part. Most of the times what I do with the bottom parts of my poles is I actually give them to friends, because they can just re-extend it and then they have a nice plant pretty much instantly. It's much faster than starting your own moss pole from a single node cutting initially, right? Because think about it, this bottom part has many healthy leaves, this bottom part has ginormous roots, but I just took away the top part. The top part is where this plant was sending all of the growth hormones into to grow. So now the plant has a whole lot of potential to produce energy, a whole lot of potential to absorb nutrients and water, but nowhere to send all of this. So it's going to redistribute the growth hormones into the top node, sometimes even the top two nodes. They're going to activate and then they're going to regrow. And they're going to regrow much larger than a single node cutting would ever do, right? I'm planning on doing a video about like size of cuts in general, because I get asked that a lot. If I take a cutting like this, will it be juvenile and so on? I think rule of thumb is the larger the cutting, the larger the next leaf will be, right? If you take a teeny tiny cutting of a small leaf with a small stem, then the next leaf that's going to grow from that cutting is going to be really small. If you take a large cutting with large leaves, then the next leaf will be larger. The more nodes are within each cutting, the larger the next leaf will be. If I take single node cuttings, the leaf will be a little bit smaller than if I take double nodes or triple, or in this instance I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because I have 9 nodes with 9 leaves, there's obviously more potential for the plant to produce energy and then send out a decent sized leaf. This is so not straight, is it? It's not just the size of the cutting and the size of the leaves, it's also about the root system that this cutting is available. If you take an unrooted cutting, that cutting now needs to spend a whole lot of energy in re-establishing a root system rather than taking that energy and growing a new larger leaf. In this instance I have a cutting that is very large and it has a root system in proportion to this cutting, because every single node comes with its own root system facilitated within the moss pole. So there's basically no need for this plant to now re-establish a root system or put any energy in the root system, but instead it can take all of its energy that it has and can still produce and put it straight into the shoot. At least that's the theory. But what we're going to do, I take it out and I water it, but I'll keep it outside on my wall of aeroids in my garden. And we're in summer now over here. I'm actually worried about it being maybe a little bit too hot and too sunny out there, but we'll see how we go. Yeah, but the idea is that we check in a couple of months time and we see what this bottom part has actually done and how large the reshoot is and how long it's going to take. So I suppose we stay tuned for that. Now let me park this on the side while I work on the next part. Just to illustrate this again, see this one single node cutting will just be at the bottom of the pot now. So it will be interesting to see if there's a new shoot coming out or if that's just going to rot away. So it's a very chunky aeroid mix, mainly bark, pumice, perlite, cocoa chips, not many water retentive components. And I'm actually going for a 25 centimeter pot because we've seen the pot before. It was very root bound, so I think it wouldn't harm to have a little bit more space for this plant in here. And I don't know why I'm making such a mess with it. It's almost like I love the cleanup. I won't compress it, but I'll pot it up with a little backwards tilt to counteract the forwards facing leaves. Now what I also want to do over the next few months as this plant is growing, I want to make sure that any sort of roots like this that are sticking out, I'm going to funnel back into the pot, right? Like these ones over here. But let them grow a little bit further first. Sometimes what I do as well, if I have a root like this, I'll just push it back into the pot like that. Now we just got to follow the same process with this plant over here. We're putting a garden stake in the back. We're filling this gap with a little bit of extra moss. And we put the extension on top. See this node over here? I want to make sure that this node has something to attach to. That's why this was well overdue chop and extend. Monsteras grow roots throughout the whole stem, so there are mainly anchoring roots, but because they're growing roots all throughout the stem over here, you really don't want this to grow too far off the pole, because then you have all of these roots kind of wasted. Alright, and same process, I also connect the two poles again over here using a couple of cable ties. And I have more detailed tutorials about my chop and extend in my moss pole playlist. Now, I was talking about the options about the bottom parts. So what I showed you do earlier, that was option number one. I normally don't do this for my own sake. I normally give it to friends and tell them to re-extend their bottom parts of the pole, right? Basically, I give them a head start. Now the bottom parts, of course, they're old and the leaves will deteriorate, but as I mentioned, it's more like a head start for them to have a fairly established plant much quicker than starting from a single node cutting or something like that. See this over here and how it's starting to come off the pole? That's not what we want. We want this plant to be in the middle of the pole over here. So what I can do is I can take a chopstick and use the grit and be like, oh, I want you to go here. Now make sure that the chopstick comes out the end as well, so that the plant can't push it away. But now this chopstick is basically telling this plant, you can see, like earlier it was sticking out in the side, now it's no longer sticking out. And as soon as there's roots going in here, I can then get rid of the chopstick. So it's not going to stay in here forever, but I found this to actually be the least intrusive way of managing the growth. Alrighty, also you can see I didn't connect anything with the pot. I can just pick it up because magic. Sorry, got really distracted by that little chopstick hack. Other option with the bottom part is to chop it up and use the propagation benefits of the moss pole. Because as I mentioned earlier, every node has its own little root system within the moss pole. That also means that, well, basically every single node is already rooted. So if you now cut single node cuttings or double node cuttings, whatever you want, they're already rooted. So the riskiest part of propagation, the re-establishment of a root system, is already taken care of. So what I often do if I want to propagate a plant that's already on a moss pile, I just chop in between the nodes, but I keep it on the moss pile, and I've done that with a Monstera deliciosa before. I've done it with a plastic back moss pile, and it was actually cocoa chunks in there instead of moss, but the principle is the exact same. And I'll link that video down below as well. I had 100% propagation success, and it's just a really easy, space efficient and risk-free, more or less risk-free way of propagating plants. But I have many variegated monsteras already, and I don't necessarily want any smaller ones. I want maybe a second large one that stays outdoors year round. The other benefit of choosing to go down the single node or double node cuttings, or just cutting it, especially with variegation. This variegated Monstera doesn't actually have the best variegation, but I took some propagations, and the propagations are amazing. So by me propagating it, I actually managed to get a nicer variegated plant out of it as well. Anyway, enough for now. We'll see each other in a couple of months' time, or however long it might take to see some results. Bye! And we are back. It has been 3 months since the chop and extend, and here we are. This is the bottom part as well as the top part. Both were extended, both grew. So let's assess the results. And let's start off with the top part first, because that's the part that I normally like to grow, right? So that's my normal process. Now, this plant has actually had a bunch of issues since then. When I chopped it, it was the end of December. So really the peak of summer over here, or like the beginning of the peak, right? So December, January, and sometimes the beginning of February can still be very, very hot. We've had multiple 40-degree hot days and so on. However, this plant is inside, so it's not so much subject to the heat. Hello, baby. But it is still subject to natural light. This plant is only relying on natural light. It's in my east-facing window over there, and it actually got burnt through the window by the morning sun. Let me show you this. I think this leaf shows it quite well over here. You can see these little burnt patches over there. Yeah, I think specifically this leaf, a little bit maybe this leaf as well. This one was the first new leaf that it unfurled over there, and I suppose it got a little bit burnt. But also you can see some more damage over here, for example. This is actually thrips. So this plant also had thrips. You can definitely see the burnt and the thrips have left a few visual marks on some of these leaves. Overall, nothing too terrible though. I got on top of the thrips using my contender spray, and you know what, it happens every now and then. Now, I think the reason why it burned was obviously because it was the harshest Australian summer sun, but also when this plant grows up and it's at the top of the pole closer to the ceiling actually gets less light exposure in an indoor setting. So when I chopped it and then I took the top part and potted it back down is where it gets way more direct sun exposure through the window, because, well, the sun shines this way, not this way, right? So I think it just got burned, because the bottom part was in that same position the whole time and didn't necessarily bother, but the bottom part had time to get used to that increase in light exposure as we're heading towards summer, because it was there the whole time, whereas the top part was kind of more shaded while we're approaching summer, and then within one day I suddenly put it in a much sunnier spot. So it's not necessarily that the spot in itself is too sunny, I just didn't give the plant enough time to adjust to the increase in light as a result of being chopped, right? So that's actually something I've never really encountered before. I feel like I just got fortunate about it, but also these days I mainly rely on grow lights. It's one of the only plants indoors that is actually relying on natural light. So it's a good reminder that, hey, you know, with natural light, you also can burn your plants, even inside. And that wasn't even a north-facing window, it was just an east-facing window, right? But of course, Australia is, I think, in a bit of a unique position when it comes to the strength of the sun. We are known for having extremely harsh sun. Now, let's have a look at this. This is the extension. Remember my little chopstick trick? That worked a treat. The plant has since managed to grow into the extension. So the extension starts from here. So anything from here upwards is new growth. And we can see some roots going into the pole as well, and now with the newest nodes as well. I could just repeat the chopstick trick just to kind of keep it in that spot that I want it to be in, but it looks to have found that spot more naturally now anyway. I do think this one was kind of a significant reduction in leaf size, but I think we can also partially maybe blame thrips for that one. And then over here, definitely not the biggest leaves it has ever grown, but also not terrible. Sometimes I think too much sun might also not necessarily bring out the biggest leaves in the plant, because the plant also doesn't want to expose too much of itself to that harsh sun, so sometimes they grow smaller leaves. It has grown 2 leaves in those 3 months. That's obviously not super fast, but also keep in mind in those 3 months it would have had to re-establish a root system, at least within the pot, at least a little bit. So kind of expected. Nothing unusual. I think the only unusual part was really that it got burnt inside. I did not really see that coming. Now let's focus on the bottom part. So that's the part that I normally don't keep, or the part that I usually chop up into single nodes and so on. But this one was outside on my wall of aeroids the whole time, so obviously it was also subject to these really harsh summer days that we've had. Because it is quite low, I don't actually think it got that much direct sun. I actually think that this plant that grew indoors got more direct sun, specifically in the morning, than this plant has ever gotten. It is in a somewhat shaded place in my garden, and there's a big tree above it. The afternoon sun is really, that is super harsh in my garden, but in the afternoon the sun comes from basically behind the plant, and the plant is shaded by the fence, specifically as it is still quite low. So I actually reckon this got less direct sun, but it got more bright light throughout the entire day. But there was crazy winds, there was hailstorms, as I mentioned, a couple of heat waves. We went down to 30% humidity the other day, down from about 95%. So this plant has gone through quite a bit, and it's coping okay. Of course, I'm seeing quite a bit of damage on some of these older leaves, but to be honest, I think some of this damage was already here as well. Keep in mind that these leaves are just a little bit older than the ones on the plant that I showed you earlier. But I have no light induced damage, and I also don't have any pest damage on this one. Now let's talk about the interesting part. Obviously this plant got chopped over here, so the plant has to redistribute the growth hormones. Unfortunately, it only activated 1 shoot. You can see this one is the 2nd shoot. It kind of poked out a little bit, but never really developed. Instead, it put all of its efforts into this reshoot over here. So you can see this reshoot has already grown super nice thick roots towards the pole. Now just need to kind of grow into the pole, but they'll do that naturally. I might actually try, you know what, you think you didn't need the chopstick over here? I might give you the chopstick. Not that I'm short on chopsticks, but who knows. Just a little bit. Ideally, I do this when it's dehydrated, but YOLO. Okay, just a little bit, and then maybe next time a little bit more, just to bring it back onto the middle. Just quickly wanted to point out that the reshoot of that stem is quite thick. And it comes back to what I said in that initial video, right? If you take a single node cutting, a small single node cutting with a skinny stem, the reshoot is going to have a tiny thin stem. If you take a thick stem like this one and you cut it, and you give that piece of stem or that cutting enough leaves and roots to support it, it's going to reshoot really thick. There's hardly any reduction in stem size, and stem size usually determines the leaf size. Now, I saw this thick stem and I got really excited, but then it sent out this first leaf. So on first impression, you'd be like, what is this? Oh my god, this was a total failure. It's fully juvenile. It doesn't even have a fenestration, hardly any variegation. Not that the variegation is really a sign of maturity, but that's just another disappointment, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with what I'm trying to say. I saw the size of the stem and I knew this leaf is not necessarily an indication of my propagation success. I knew that this plant is going to recover really quickly. And this is the 2nd leaf that it has now grown. It's still unfurling, it's a bit soft, so flopping around a little bit. Huge, much larger than the leaves on my original top part over here. Unfortunately not showing, sorry baby, unfortunately not showing the best variegation ever, but that has nothing to do with this actual experiment. That's kind of a random thing that we can't necessarily control. So basically the difference here is that this one did not need to re-establish a growth point, right? This one already had the new leaf inside of the petiole of the previous leaf, and I didn't chop anything there. The chopping over here was done at the bottom part. So this plant needs to put a bit of effort into re-establishing a root system, but because it already has roots within the pole, not necessarily big of a concern. The newest leaf over here can continue growing as if nothing happened. It's not necessarily being stopped in development or doesn't need to redevelop or something like that. So as a result of that, you basically don't really notice a huge drop in leaf size or a change in leaf shape, right? Because we're just going about our business as usual. Nothing happened to this part of the plant that actually produces the growth. This one, quite the opposite. We kept all of the roots that this plant had, but we chopped off where all of the energy and growth is directed to. We chopped off the growth point. So this plant fundamentally needs to re-establish a growth point. And when re-establishing a growth point, it is totally normal to have the first leaf being very, very manky. There is actually a professional term for this, which I don't remember. But what I'm saying here is that you cannot judge your propagation success based on the first leaf. This ginormous leaf, the biggest leaf ever, followed this really manky, tiny leaf. And that is, of course, also subject to the conditions, but it is just the way that these plants regrow. The first leaf will most likely have some deformation and won't really be true in size. Even if I would grow these in the same conditions rather than having one inside, one outside, that phenomenon would still be experienced. However, I do think that because of the conditions being so great outdoors, this second leaf is exceptionally big, right? I did not expect it to be this big and this mature. I would have expected something more along the lines of this, kind of being on par with the top part. I didn't actually expect it to outperform, but I think the outperformance is really because of the improved conditions out there. Now, of course, these were the best 3 months to grow outdoors in Australia. I started this experiment at the perfect time to give the part that goes outside the best chances of actually growing. If I would have started this half a year later, at the beginning of winter, I reckon I would have still seen some growth, but I reckon it would have taken me longer and it wouldn't be as large, right? So of course the actual size is then still subject to the conditions that the plant is grown in, and I think it was just grown in really good conditions. But I think if we are looking at it over a year, let's say, if I continue this experiment for another 9 months, I reckon eventually they'll just kind of end up at the same level again, right? This plant is going to have a harder time during winter, while this plant is still going to get nice warm temperatures and nice morning sunrise during winter, so it will still grow during winter, whereas this plant is probably going to grow less over winter and then more over summer. So I reckon over a 12-month period, ultimately we'll end up experiencing very similar amounts of growth. Alrighty, and here we are. This is the top part that has grown outside. This is the bottom part that has grown inside. The whole purpose of that project was really to, first of all, show you chop and extend. Second of all, show you that you can extend both. So what happens with the bottom part, because you've got a few options. And then thirdly, it was about addressing the difference between growing indoors and growing outdoors. And maybe 1 year later, or no, it's not been a year. How long has it been? Yeah, it was about 8 to 9 months ago. So just before we went into winter. And maybe now with a little bit of time passing, you can see the difference a little bit better. Definitely the one that's growing indoors has grown the fastest, but it is not really maturing in leaf size. Each leaf seems kind of the same, whereas the one that is growing outdoors has actually shown larger leaves, so it's shown more maturity but hasn't grown quite as many leaves. Now that could be because of a couple of reasons. First of all, the plant had to re-establish a shoot, right? Whereas this one was ready to go, this one had to re-establish a shoot, and that gave us that first manky leaf. I don't have the manky leaf anymore. Oh no, I do. This little manky leaf down here. Since then it has given me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 normal leaves. The other one, since the extension, has given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So faster growth, but less mature. With maturity, the speed in which a plant grows leaves decreases. So I don't think it's necessarily a conditional thing. I think the decrease in leaf volume is a result of maturity. With maturity, the internodal spacing also gets smaller. So over here, the plant has quite small internodal spacing, whereas over here, the internodal spacing is much larger. Hence, the plant reaches the top of the moss pole quicker, but it grows less leaves before it reaches the top than this one. So I feel like this one still has a long way to go, and it's going to grow definitely more than 3 leaves before it reaches the top, right? So this one only had 9 leaves on one extension. Over here, I'll probably end up with 12 leaves on an extension because the internodal spacing is significantly smaller. Now, the last reason for the difference in growth, before I want to show you something really cool, is definitely because of winter. Over the winter months, this plant isn't growing at all. There's like 3 months where the plant is actually rather declining, then there's 1 month where the plant is kind of recovering, and then the plant is growing again, whereas the plant that grows inside kind of grows consistently throughout the whole year. We don't have this little downwards periods. Anyway, what I really wanted to show you is that this plant that's growing outside has reached maturity because it is flowering. It has 1 inflow here and 2 more over here. I don't know if you can see them, here and here. Or maybe this is the growth point. I don't know. At least 2 flowers. Very clearly, this one is an inflow over here. And I think that is somewhat special. Monsteras can easily flower, and I had my Andersonia flower indoors, for example. I had all of my velvet Philodendron flower indoors, but I don't think I've ever had my variegated Monstera flower indoors. Don't quote me, but I don't think I did. But surprisingly, the bottom part, the one that had to re-establish a shoot, that is the one that has matured quicker than the other one. And again, it's just proving my conditions versus care argument that I keep going on and on and on about. Conditions set the potential. They're both on the moss pole. This one actually gets more nutrients than this one. This one gets more diligent watering than this one, and so on. So the care, when it comes to care, this one actually receives better care. And this one just has way better conditions, at least for 8 months of the year before we go into winter. And that's why this one is now flowering. I don't think it's easy to grow Monstera deliciosa from seed full stop. I think there's very low chances of there being seeds within the fruit, and the fruit could take a long time to ripen as well. And then growing it from seed doesn't actually even mean that you're going to keep the variegation. So I don't think I'm going to do a pollination journey, whatever. I'm just going to let the flower develop so I can see what it looks like. And I'll show you that as well. But I'm pretty excited about that. All right, moving on to this plant over here. It's not looking the best, I acknowledge. Couple of reasons: inconsistent light exposure and thrips, but that's not necessarily what I want to highlight to you. Remember in the intro how I said that projects are ongoing. I have to wrap it up at some stage. I have to upload something, otherwise I have no income. But the projects are ongoing, and now that the plant is reaching the top again, of course I could just repeat the same process again, but then what am I going to do? Then I suddenly have another pole, right? And I could technically duplicate the process with the outside one as well, and then I would have 4 of them and so on. And that was not my first chop and extend. That was like my 4th chop and extend with this plant. So I can't just do the same project every year with every plant, because then I would just have too many. I mean, I could pass them on and so on, but it would be a little bit boring. I enjoy the journey. I enjoy the project, right? So this year I'm doing something similar, but using the same principle. I'm taking advantage of the propagation benefits of the moss pole. And I have now chopped between every single node, and you can already see that there's lots and lots of little shoots coming out, like literally every node all the way to the bottom. So I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I left the top one as a 3-node cutting because the top cutting would obviously have had the least time to root. So what did I say? 14 plants. 14 plants, they're all now reshooting. Happy days. It's going to be intense. Which means that I'll end up having 14 plants on here. And that's the idea. I have a mature one. Clearly the one outdoors likes to mature a little bit faster, so there's no point in trying to get my indoor one to mature as well, because I know it obviously doesn't have the right conditions, right? Because obviously the plant prefers the outside conditions. So if I know that I'm not going to get the most maturity out of my indoor plant, might as well get the most volume out of my indoor plant. The other thing is that with this plant, I'm not happy with the variegation. So chopping the plant and getting the plant to reshoot into 14 new plants means that I have 14 times the chance for a plant to be nice and variegated. Some of them will probably revert, some of them might actually reshoot and be fully green. It's out of my control at the end of the day, but because I have 14 plants, I feel like I have higher chances of getting a highly variegated plant than if I'm just hoping for the top cutting to miraculously at some stage show variegation. And of course, I'm not going to actually grow 14 plants on one pole, right? I reckon 3 or 4 is plenty to make a lush pole. So it also means that I have plenty of cuttings that I can give to friends, that I can sell or swap for other plants and add a little bit more variety into my collection. And that is something I have done many times throughout the 5-6 years of growing plants. And that's how I managed to have so many plants. The first 2 years of my journey were really spent on, of course, perfecting my skill as a grower, but also propagating plants and then swapping them with friends to get more variety of plants into my collection. So a majority of my plants would have come from plant swaps, and those plant swaps were made possible by projects like this. So of course I'm going to plan a whole video on this project as well. Eventually I need to take the pole apart and yada yada yada, but that project only really started a month ago, so that is probably nothing that you'll see till the end of 2026. But yeah, I think that was a cool project and a really interesting update a few months later. And I think we can stick on the topic of Monsteras and have a look at the next project that is something I have never done before, tried for the first time this year, and that is converting a crawling plant into a climbing plant. And I did that with my Thai constellation. So let's have a look at what happened 8 months ago. Today we're turning this into a vertical display instead over the course of 4 months. Before I head back to Jan from the past, I have to say I am very positively surprised by how well this process worked. It was the first time doing something like that with such a large established plant. I usually put my plants on moss poles when they're really small and then let them take advantage of the moss pole throughout their entire life stage. But with my Thai constellation, I was about 4 years too late, but better late than never. But let's start chronologically and take it back to Jan from 4 months ago when I first started this project. This is my Monstera Thai constellation. I do love this plant, however, it has done absolutely nothing for me recently. I think within the last year and a half it has grown 2 leaves, these 2 over here. Now that's better than nothing, but I can't really see an increase in leaf size. I don't really get many leaves in the first place. It's just a plant that actually takes up a lot of space but isn't actively growing, which I'm not happy about. I like growing plants. I enjoy there being new leaves. I enjoy the plant changing and me having to repot it and extend it and so on. And this plant is currently just doing nothing. So while it still looks good, it's just taking up too much real estate for not enough action, let's put it that way. Now, I've been growing this for I think 4 years by now, so it is definitely a really small grower for me, and I think it might also have something to do with me not realizing the potential. You know how I always say that the conditions set the potential and then the care realizes that potential? I do believe that my conditions are pretty okay for this plant. It's located right in this window over here, which is an east-facing window, so it gets some direct morning sun, more of it in summer, less of it in winter. But in general, pretty bright. So from a position perspective, it should grow. From a temperature and humidity perspective, it should also grow. It's right next to my elbow that is climbing up a moss pole, and the elbow is growing probably like 10 leaves for every 1 leaf the Thai is currently giving me. Now they're technically both deliciosa, so there shouldn't be such a huge difference in the volume of leaves. So I think it has nothing to do with the conditions, but rather me not realizing the potential for this plant. Most likely because I'm not providing it with enough room to expand. If it can't expand, it won't grow more and or larger leaves. And so why am I hovering like this? Let's sit down. And with my deliciosa, my elbow, it's not a problem because most of the root system is within the moss pole. So it's in a tiny pot as well. So my elbow is in a 20 centimeter pot, or I think I gave it 25 now. 25 centimeter pot, but because it has a moss pole, the moss pole is doubling the volume for roots, whereas this one does not have a moss pole, so I'm not doubling the volume of the pot vertically. It's just a pot, and I believe it is pretty root bound, judging based on these roots, and also judging based on even some roots coming out the top over here. I don't know if you can see this. Now I've tried my best to take aerial roots and funnel them back into the pot. But yeah, I just don't think there's enough room left within the pot. So even if I funnel them back in there, I don't think there's much that can happen. So yeah, basically, in a nutshell, if nothing changes, nothing changes. I do love this plant, and I think it actually looks really nice when you let it climb, and it climbs quite slowly with short internodal spacing. So I think it's a great candidate for a shortish moss pole. The reason why I initially had it crawling is because I already have my elbow climbing, and I suppose I wanted to grow them a little differently so that I add a little bit of interest. Now I made the decision to grow it as a crawler like 4 years ago when my collection was very different, 3 houses ago when I had completely different space availabilities, and also when I made that decision this plant was maybe in this big, you know. So when I initially started growing it as a crawler, I didn't really anticipate that much of a spread. Now the spread is probably not going to be reduced by growing it vertically instead of horizontally, but maybe a little bit, I hope. At least the pole should also give me the ability to manage the petioles a little bit better. So that's basically what we're trying to do. Now, how are we going to do this? I have no idea. That's going to be the challenge because, well, it's hard to put a plant on a moss pole in hindsight because the plant is not used to the moss pole. So I always prefer starting my plants on a moss pole when they're still really small so they can actually naturally just climb up the moss pole, find their way, and the roots can go into the moss pole. I can't put these roots into the moss pole in hindsight. You know what I mean? How am I going to fiddle them through the mesh and then fill them with moss and so on? So the idea is really that new nodes are supposed to grow into the moss pole and expand the root system. The old ones won't really attach to the moss pole, but maybe we can somehow weave it in. I'm not too sure. Honestly, I've never really done this before. Definitely not with a mature plant like that. So I thought I'll take you along because it's going to be something a little different. We're not actually going to do that today just yet. There's something I want to do in preparation. Somebody left a comment the other day and it kind of made sense to describe it that way. Somebody said that this plant is kind of growing backwards, right? If you're looking at the stem like that and the petioles, these leaves are probably supposed to point this way. But because of the window coming from, like it's like this, the window would be here, right? So because the window is here and the light's coming from there, all of the leaves are facing the window. But when I put a moss pole on, of course I put the moss pole in the back over here. So I want these leaves to turn around so that we have a nice display side. So I'm actually going to start with that. I'm going to put the plant back in its window, this window over there. And it used to be in the window like that, right? I'm now going to put it in the window like that, with the window coming from here. So that these petioles or leaves slowly start turning around and face the light. And then these leaves won't be in the way for me to add a moss pole to it, well, whenever that might be. All right, so let's do it. Less talking, more doing, huh? Obviously hard to film against the light, but I suppose you can see what I've done here, yeah? Alrighty, and now we just gotta wait, so I'll see you when there's updates to share. Bye! Welcome back. It has been 3 weeks, and as you can see, the leaves are slowly starting to change position, right? So they used to all pretty much exactly face you. Now they are kind of like this, I don't know, maybe like a 15-20 degree change, let's say. Now, they eventually have to all face this way. So we've got a little bit to go in relation to changing the position of the leaves, but we're definitely moving in the right direction. And can you see this here? New leaf unfurling now. Two options with the new leaf unfurling now. I can either wait for the new leaf to have unfurled and then do a repot and give it a moss pole so that you know, I'm not disturbing the new leaf. However, I would like to make sure that the plant is already facing the light in the way that I want it to face the light going forward, so be in the right position by the time this leaf unfurls, so that can be the first leaf that's looking good, you know what I mean? So I'm thinking we do it now. Also, I'm impatient. Yeah, let's do that. So I have prepared a grow vertical. I kept all 12 squares on the grid at the front. Sometimes I cut the front a little bit shorter. If I cut the front shorter, the back gets deeper and basically holds more volume, which technically would be a good idea for this one, but this one already has such a thick stem. I wanted to give it as much room as possible on this pole to kind of slightly move left and right without ever coming off the pole, right? I mean, ideally it would grow straight up, but we know that plants aren't always working in the way that I want them to work. So I gave it 12. Now, that means that there isn't all too much volume actually in the back. I mean, still plenty, right? But I mean, ultimately it's just one plant, but I know this plant can fill the moss pole with roots very quickly. I spoke to Tim from Grow Vertical. By the way, like Grow Vertical, that's the company that makes them, and it's always linked in the description with a discount code. I spoke to Tim, the founder, owner, the man behind Grow Vertical, and he said he's actually planning on making larger panels of plastic at the back specifically for plants like Tycon. So I figured eventually I can always just take the plastic back off and put a larger one on it if I feel like there's not enough volume over here. Now the other decision I need to make is in relation to the pot. It's currently in a 30 centimeter pot, and I suppose we'll find out how root bound it is. But I feel like giving it another 30 centimeter pot might be a little bit small. I might struggle getting all of the roots in there. I don't usually like to go too large with my Tycons because then the plant will just focus so much effort on growing roots rather than growing leaves. But the only larger pot that I have than 30 is this 41 centimeter pot. So I think I might have to give it a 41 centimeter pot, but then at least I know that I don't have to repot this for a very long time. It's gonna take forever to climb up the moss pole, so at least then I have a setup that I probably don't have to change for a good 2 years. So I think I'm gonna go with this, but ultimately I need to see what's in the pot first, and let me actually get a bucket so it's not super messy. We're gonna have to improvise today a little bit. As I mentioned, this is, look how little substrate comes out of there when I tilt it. Just makes me think that it's very root bound. This is nothing I normally do, right? I normally don't convert plants this large to a moss pole, so we'll have to improvise and be creative. Come on. Oh, well, that's looking good. Have a look at all of these roots. Look how chunky this one root is here. Oh, well, that's really good news. We'll definitely have to go for the larger pot. Now that's gonna be the challenge, right? Basically, this plant will have to fit into the pot like this, which actually works out really well. Have a look at this. This is pretty perfect in there. But I obviously need to make room for the moss pole, so that's going to be a challenge. How am I going to get this on here? I definitely want the moss pole to be at the edge of the pot, over here, not in the middle, for stability purposes. So I think what I have to do is I have to cut off some of the mesh so that the mesh doesn't interfere with all of the existing roots in here. So let me just cut it to maybe here, just here. You know what I mean? Now I have more room for the root ball to go in here. But I'm worried about potential stability issues, hence definitely wanting to put it all the way to the back. To be honest, I think this is probably the best I can do for now. Let me just show you with my phone. So I just put this in here. Now initially I actually wanted to put it on a proper 90-degree angle, but more tilted, like not fully 90 degrees. So I think kind of like this. What is this, 45 degrees maybe? It's going to be good. It just means that the new node is definitely starting to make contact with the substrate, with the pole. I have no desire in putting these existing roots into the pole, right? They're already going into the substrate. Doesn't matter. But this way I'm also interfering the least with the existing roots, and I don't want to interfere with anything. I want this to be as unintrusive as possible so that nothing is going to happen to the new leaf over here. And then even roots like this might actually root into the pole. See these little offshoots here? These little offshoots might actually find their way into the pole then. So I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's just top it up with aeroid mix and see how we go. Okay, aeroid mix. I'll top it up nice and chunky. I've been using a lot more tree fern fiber in my mixes recently, but this one for the tie, I have not put that much tree fern fiber in. It doesn't really need the water retention. I think the chunkier the better for the tie. And yes, I could have disturbed the root system a little bit, or not like freshened it up a little bit, but I know that the mix I previously used was also super chunky, so I'm not worried about the medium getting compressed at all. Oh yeah! So look, you can really see it's now going to start meeting that moss pole. Perfect. All I need to do is I need to make sure it starts climbing up the moss pole fairly straight. Two options, either moss in a moss pole or aeroid mix. I don't know, I honestly can't decide right now. I'm usually pretty decisive. Oh no, too much pressure, don't ask me. Look, I don't have that much moss. I have plenty of aeroid mix. I think I'm going with oh my god, the mess. I think I'm going with aeroid mix. Let's try something new, huh? I mean, I have tried aeroid mix in poles many times, but there are always poles that go outside, so I can just hoist them down, never inside. That's just because I think moss has a much nicer watering experience with the water upside down technique. It doesn't work as well with aeroid mix in the pole because the aeroid mix it has so many pockets that the water kind of just runs through. But I think those air pockets is exactly what this tie is gonna like. I mean, you saw how much the tie liked the aeroid mix in the pot. So it will appreciate it in the pole as well. So let me fill that with the aeroid mix. Sometimes what I like to do when I fill the pole with an aeroid mix is I like to make the aeroid mix for the pole more water retentive because it has a larger surface area compared to the pot. And because of the vertical exposure, it will drain quicker. But I'm too lazy to go down there now. Plus, I think out of all the plants, Tycons really shouldn't be too concerned about drying out a little bit. However, what I really want to do is I want to take the mesh and really push it out a little bit to really make sure that there's plenty of substrate in that pole, because the more substrate, the more room for roots. So I'm going to pack this quite tight. Yes, I want this to be like bulging out like this. Beauty. Wow, that took the entire tub of aeroid mix between the pot and the pot. Wow, I can't believe that. Hopefully that's the only repot for years to come now. I like to leave a little gap at the back over here. That's where I can pour the water in. Hui! Honestly, that was so much easier than expected. Definitely a bit messier though. One moment, let me clean up. Hey darling. Okay, let me water everything in. I'm gonna water in the pot first to make sure that that has a bit of weight to it before I start watering the pole, so it doesn't instantly just flop over. Wow, this is gonna take a lot of water. Put in the water a little bit of GT CCS, which is Clonex clone solution, which helps re-establishing roots. Not that it needs to re-establish any roots, but it also helps with shock. This took 5 liters of water already. Hello, darling. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Bradley. That was not on purpose. I'm gonna flood this whole thing now. So at least it's thoroughly watered. This is gonna drain. I'm gonna clean inside because it's a mess, and then I'll be back. Bye. Alrighty, here we are. Honestly, I don't think it's looking bad. Like not that bad. But obviously the goal is for all of these to start pointing forward. See if it happens, and if it happens, how long that's gonna take. Now, I also found this ginormous pot. I actually bought this, I bought this for outside, but now it's gonna work really well. The best thing is, this is a perfect fit, and the lip of the pot hovers over here, so any excess water is actually going to drain into the bottom of the pot. I have about this much space between the bottom of the pot and then this beginning of the nursery pot, so I can water quite liberally without having to worry about it sitting in water, which is good because I'm using the aeroid mix, right? And I've used moss for so long, I know how much water my moss pots need, so that I water the moss pot without watering the pot much. But with this one, a lot of water is going to drain through before it gets absorbed by the aeroid mix, so good drainage is essential. I wanted to show you how I'm going to ensure this plant is going to stay in the middle. Right now, it looks like it's definitely going to want to lean this way, right? So I take a chopstick and I make use of the moss pole and the grid, and I put the chopstick, let's say, here, and then that chopstick is going to stop the stem from going this way. Now this might have been a little bit too ambitious. I'll just go here. I've done that a few times with plants recently. Definitely a plastic chopstick is better than a wooden one. The wooden one is going to rot eventually, but this is everything I had. I've never done it with a plant that is that big though. We'll see how this goes. I suppose this plant grows so slowly and it climbs so slowly that I'm not concerned about it growing off the pole really quickly. I just want to stay on top of it proactively because it is such a thick stem. It's going to be really hard to manipulate once you let it go too far. Anyway, I'll pop that back in its spot, same spot as before, with the east facing window coming from the front, and we'll see each other soon. And hopefully, as part of this video, we can really observe a good change in leaf direction. We'll find out. I'll see you soon. Oh shit! Holy moly! Oh my god, this is so heavy. Oh, you can't even see it. Excuse the mess to the left and to the right. Today is a big day of filming. Alrighty, so it has been a month. I can't see any rooting activity of the shoot near the moss pole, anything like that. So no updates on the root front, because I also can't tell you what the root system in the pot is doing because I don't have it in a clear... Oh, there's some roots sticking out, no? Yes, okay. A root sticking out is a good sign. There's a little bit of water that accumulated at the bottom of this pot over here. I suppose that's the part that these roots are attracted to, but I'm not in a rush to empty it out or anything like that. It's just fine. It can sit there. The pot in itself is not sitting in the water, right? If anything, I've actually had great success with that, getting more and more roots to grow out of the pot. Roots seek moisture and oxygen. It's a perfect combination down there, moist but lots of air, right? The main reason I'm not emptying out is because it's a bit heavy. That can't be asked. But actually that addresses one of my main concerns, because I'm so used to having see-through pots to assess the watering requirements. I'm flying really blind on this at the moment. I know it's getting a lot of morning sun as well, so it's a lot of heat, especially in the morning, so I'm actually watering quite frequently, a little more frequently than I actually kind of anticipated to water it. So I'm kind of constantly worried that I may be over-watering it, but so far so good. I'm definitely desperate for some roots within the moss pole, because the moss pole is see-through, and then I can finally assess the watering requirements and the root health, and then I have this sort of insurance policy in case I overwater the pot. Anyway, gotta stay patient. So yeah, however, I think before the last update, this leaf was about to unfurl. So this is the first leaf that it has grown on this pole, but it was already in development. But that's exactly how I want this leaf to look, right? And this is how I want this leaf to display itself. Like imagine just all of these leaves, just left, right and left, right of this moss pole. Beautiful. Which is then probably a good segue into talking about these other leaves. They annoy me. But look, we knew from the beginning that they're going to be a challenge. I don't know if they're going to turn around any further by themselves. Now, where are my scissors? Why do I never have what I need? Huh? They already moved quite a bit since the initial video, right? Like they used to all point this way. Now they're definitely slowly making their way this way, but I think I can maybe help a little bit with just some twine. Twine is nice and soft on the petioles, so it shouldn't be causing any sort of harm. But hopefully I can kind of move these in position a little bit more, because right now it's taking up way too much space, right? I gotta be careful, and ideally you do that when the plant is somewhat dehydrated, but YOLO. And then I'm just kind of going back and forth between leaves to move them closer to the middle. And this one is good, it just needs to kind of rotate a bit, huh? Maybe that did it. Not too much at a time. I don't want to push it and potentially snap off all of the petioles. Just a little bit. I think it's already helping a little bit. This leaf is definitely still annoying me. But maybe we incorporate that with the next lot. Let's keep it like this for now. I think it already looks a little bit better, a little bit more compact. To be honest, eventually I think this leaf, for example, is also a bit ugly. I'll cut it off eventually. But I want to see some healthy roots first. I want to see the plant grow and thrive before I start cutting any existing leaves off. For now, they can still contribute to photosynthesis and enable the plant to thrive in the first place. Alrighty, that's the update for now. Realistically, I know that it's gonna be a long journey. Thai constellation has always been one of the plants that grow quite slowly for me, specifically with maturity. So, you know, we're in it for the long run, but you know, with plants, there is no such thing as a final result. It's always about the journey. And that's exactly what this video is about. So let's keep staying on that journey then. Beautiful, and here we are. It has been 2 months, so I actually thought I filmed another update in between, but thinking about it, I think this plant is just so big I didn't want to move it. So, well, it has been 2 months, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much time, right? Growing plants is a marathon, not a sprint. But we have seen great things in those 2 months. Most importantly, we have this beautiful new leaf that unfurled. Now, Obviously, I'm very, very happy with this amazing variegation that this particular leaf is showing. Now, that in itself is just pure luck. That has nothing to do with it now being a climber rather than a crawler. That is just random, but I think it is just karma, right? Like the plant was like, you're finally giving me what I wanted, let me reward you. So I'll take it as a positive sign, but it's not necessarily a learning, or if you know what I mean, right? I think it's just a positive surprise. But the fact that this leaf even exists, that I believe is definitely a result of me switching up not necessarily switching up the growing method, but just repotting it, giving it a little bit more room for the roots to further expand. And yeah, the more roots, the more water and nutrient absorption, the more leaves the plant can actually grow and sustain. So I do think that this is a direct result of the repot and the plant having more root media available. And of course the root media in itself is split between the pot as well as the pole. Now that's not actually the most exciting news. As much as I'm really excited about leaves, in this particular instance I really wanted to see root growth for a couple of reasons. Well, root growth is actually what shows me that my process was successful, because usually you'll see roots growing first and then there'll be leaves. Secondly, because the pot is black, I am flying blind on the root health of this plant post repot. Now, it wasn't a very harsh repot, right? I didn't even loosen up the soil and so on. So I wasn't necessarily concerned that there could have been something wrong with the plant as a result of the repot. But in general, whenever you repot a plant, specifically maybe if you go from water propagation into aeroid mix for the first time, I always want to know as soon as possible that my repot was successful, and new root growth is your indication for that. So I can't see whether or not there's new root growth in the pot because it's black. I mean, we saw some poking out, right? And I'm sure there's actually still some poking out. Let me have a look. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Oh. Well, okay, there's actually way more roots sticking out than I expected. It's so heavy, it's hard for me to show you, but in that cache pot down below, there's actually this much water that has accumulated. I did water this plant yesterday, so it's quite heavy, and I'm not surprised that there's excess water in there. That water creates a very humid environment within the cache pot over there. The roots are attracted to it and start growing into it. Is that my preference? No, I would prefer them to grow in the pot. Am I mad about it? Absolutely not. The more roots, the better, whether they're in the air, in the pot, or in the pole. Doesn't matter as long as there's roots, right? But that's not really very long story short. I'm super excited. I finally have roots in the pole. That's really why I turned the plant around and wanted to show you. So, and I'll probably have to take you closer via B-roll, but you can very distinctly see actually two chunky roots, and then these chunky roots have started splitting as well. So we're now getting secondary roots on that. So we are very much starting to establish a root system within the pole. And I love that because I have visibility of the root system in the pole, meaning that watering and root health assessment is much easier. And secondly, I always say that a moss pole is a vertical extension of the pot, but it's also an insurance policy. Root rot would be my main concern when it comes to my Monstera type constellation. I'm not worried about pests. I'm not worried about conditions. She's pretty hardy. But root rot would be probably the #1 killer for this plant. I'm trying to avoid root rot where possible. When I grow on the moss pole, I'm never worried about root rot, because even if there would be root rot within the pot, the plant has a vertically stacked root system within the pole. So for the root rot to spread from the pot all throughout the pole, all throughout the 180 centimeters of the pole, for example, is quite unlikely. But for the root rot to spread very quickly within the pot is quite likely. So if I just have a root system within the pot, my main concern is that there's root rot introduced for whatever reason, overwatering, too harsh of a repot, injuring the roots, and so on. And the whole pot just rots away, and then I have a plant that has absolutely no roots. That at this stage is already eliminated, because even if the root system within the pot would now completely rot away, I already have a little root system within the pole, and because because I have visibility of that as well, I could quickly take that plant out of the pot before the root rot spreads any further. Of course, ideally I would love to have a lot more roots rather than just 2 down here, but I suppose we are starting the process of establishing a larger and larger insurance policy for this plant. Alrighty, and here we are. This was one of my favorite projects of the year, and you guys really enjoyed it too. I suppose everybody loves a good Thai constellation. Now in the video, I think the last update was, oh my god, is this thrips? Yeah. Okay, I just discovered thrips. Changes the video update a little bit. I'll take it outside and hose it down. It's in need for a thorough clean anyway. So that last video, or that video was released 8 months ago. Obviously I started the project about a year ago to get there. And I think this was the latest leaf over here with the sectoral variegation. That sectoral variegation has not done all too well. But since then it has only grown this leaf and now this new leaf over here. So not very fast growth, but significant increase in leaf size, which is more important to me. Now the slow growth I think would also mainly be due to winter. Keep in mind over the last 8 months, 4 of them were winter months and then 4 of them were spring, and now we're in summer. So I'm not mad at the speed of growth, but I'm hoping for the next 4 months where we're in summer and then autumn, I see more rapid growth. But now with the discovery of thrips, that might also be slightly impacted. But we'll find out, right? That's the whole point of this video. This plant has done lots and lots of great developments in the root department. You can see the roots quite healthy, sticking out here, I believe. Ooh, and we have ants in the pot as well. Wow, we are really winning today. But most importantly, this plant has grown lots and lots of healthy roots into the pole over here, all the way up to here. I don't know if you can see this, it is so heavy. I don't really want to bring it closer. Even the table can't really handle this plant. Here you go. Alrighty, quite clearly, even the table wasn't able to handle this plant. It is quite large, but I'm not complaining. Now, obviously, I'm gonna take it outside and treat it for thrips, which I use contender spray for, but before I discovered the thrips, I actually wanted to tell you that I've done very little for this plant. It is located behind my dining table, right behind me, in that east-facing window, so it only relies on natural light. Less natural light during winter, because it's east-facing. But still a little bit of sunrise, and during summer quite a lot of light, actually, and a lot of morning sun as well. So in summer I water this more frequently. I water it weekly now, whereas in winter I would get away watering it every 3 weeks or so. But because it's hidden in that spot and it's quite heavy and not really easy to maneuver, I hardly ever move it out of that spot. I always water it in the spot, and then obviously it can just drain into the cache pot without any issues. But it also means I haven't done any pest treatments, which obviously led to me discovering the thrips a little late. But overall, I feel like I can keep this plant on this setup in that spot for another 2 to 3 years without really having to worry about anything. So while the transition from crawling to climbing was quite labor intense, obviously also a bit of it based on my aesthetic preferences and so on. And it took a long time. I think it took, what, 4 months or so to actually complete the conversion from crawling to climbing. I think it's worth it in the long run, because now that it's on this home, I don't really have to worry about it outgrowing that space anytime soon. Yes, there's roots sticking out the pot, but I don't care. Anyway, let me move this plant outside. It's probably time for thorough watering, hosing down and so on anyway, so I'm glad I recorded this video. And while I do that, you can look at the next project. This is my Syngonium Steyermarkii. It is on a 2-meter tall moss pole that is made out of 3 segments, and it just reached the top of the 3rd segment. Now it's getting a little bit top heavy, a little bit too tall. It's looking a little empty over here. So today we're definitely giving it an extension, but we're also going to try something different. Instead of just vertically extending the poles, I actually want to horizontally stitch a few poles together to create one really big lush display of this beautiful Syngonium. And of course, I'm going to take you along. Hey everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. By far my favorite Syngonium. This is Syngonium Steyermarkii, and it has finally grown so well. Let me bring this a bit closer to you so you can actually see these mature leaves at the top. I absolutely love these mature leaves at the top over here. It looks nothing like a Syngonium, right? And I think that's kind of exactly why I like it. Now the problem with having all of this beautiful growth at the top over there is that, well, first of all, I'll show you where it's positioned as well. It is growing out in my garden on my wall of aeroids, and it's kind of being swallowed by the tree above. So I can't even really see the growth at the top. I was actually shocked when I just took it out of there because it was kind of like inside the tree. So that's obviously not ideal. I want to see this beautiful growth. The second thing is, as soon as it's so high up, it doesn't really show how big they are. It is much nicer to have these big leaves kind of on eye height, so we can really appreciate them. Also, there's two plants on here. You can see that the second plant is only reached till about here at this stage, but it's also looking really nice and lush. Now, all of the leaves are at the bottom over here are pointing towards you, because when I back this up against the fence is covering the back over here, shading it, so it gets all of its light from the front, which creates this beautiful, nice display site, which I really, really love. At the top, it actually exceeds the fence, so it gets a lot of afternoon sun coming in from behind, hence these leaves pointing in all directions. Imagine they would all point forward. Oh, it would look so good, right? So I want to bring the top down, not just because it's just outgrown and exceeding the pole and kind of growing into the tree, but also so that I can use the fence to position the leaves quite nicely, or so that the shade that the fence provides will cause the leaves to face in one direction. The other thing I wanted to change here before I start chopping it up is the change in growth pattern. Let's have a look at this. And let's ignore the bottom plant over here. Let's look at this main shoot. See this really large internodal spacing? Yep, that's when it grew indoors. As soon as I popped it outside in spring, oh, can you see this? How am I supposed to show you this? As soon as I popped it outside in spring, did you see how tiny the internodal spacing grew? So obviously that also means way more leaves on any given pole, making the pole so much lusher. So it's a great candidate for growing outdoors, and I'm also determined to leave it outdoors year round. I can't fit this back into my house now, it's too large. But that's okay, the Botanic Gardens has one of those and they grow it outdoors year round, so I'm confident it can actually survive. And given I put it out in spring, it would have had all of spring, summer and then autumn to build resilience before winter actually hits us. In preparation for the extension today, I chopped the stem twice already. Once here, that's where the first two poles interlap, and once, I chopped it another time, didn't I? Once down here. Here. I have not chopped this second shoot. Actually, are there 3 shoots on here? Yeah, there's 3 shoots on there. There's also this one. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not too sure exactly what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do all of this. I've never done this before, but that's why I want to take you along and just see how we go, I suppose. Jan from the future over here delivering a little spoiler alert. It worked. 3.5 months after the big chop, the plant is looking nicer and lusher than ever. But of course, we want to know how we got in here in the first place, and you're about to see a pretty chaotic repot and chop and so on. I don't know what happened that day, but I was so chaotic that day. Anyway, it all worked out in the end. The reason I jumped on here real quick is because I wanted to ask you for a favor. Can you please give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, click on the bell so you get a notification every time I upload. Watching and engaging with my content is by far the best way for you guys to support me. It costs you nothing, but it absolutely means the world to me and the future of this channel. Thank you in advance, but now let's take it back to 3.5 months ago when I started this process. What I definitely know is I need to take this top cutting off because it is just getting way too top heavy and I kind of have to hold on to it for the sake of this video. So let's just take the top pole off. That one is easy, there's only one cutting on here, and I always overlap my grow verticals by 2. So I'm just going to chop off the top 2 cable ties. Now of course this could also be connected by more than just the cable ties, like roots for example. So let me show you what I do here in a sec. Now with the next step I'll try my best, but I know it's not always guaranteed. See this root that comes from here, that goes from the top pole into the bottom pole and then continues growing. I'm gonna try and free this root. Oh well, I already ripped it, oopsie. But I'd try and free as much of the root as possible to keep it with the top part, because I want the top part to have as many roots as possible so it has the least setback, if that makes sense. Same applies to this root over here. Sometimes you can't really help but just pull on it. Again, rather save this little bit of root than no root at all. This can go back into the pot and then start sending out some secondary roots. Actually, this entire node is actually on the wrong pole. I didn't see this, didn't really consider that, so I just need to rip this. See all of these roots, they're in here, but the roots belong to the wrong pole, huh? But I want to keep them. Come on. Oh well, that was stupid. I actually just snapped the entire node off anyway. Oh well, here's a propagation. The reason I didn't want to do that now is because now I have another cut here that I need to callus over before I can work with it, but that's okay. I do, however, want to give it a clean cut, and this is also a little bit too close to the node for my liking, but oh well, things go wrong, right? Okay, now over here there are definitely roots connecting these poles, so I just need to cut through them. See, there were some roots right here that I had to cut through, but that's all right. I don't know if you can see this because it's not clear, but you should see some sort of dark things pushing up against the back. Those are roots. Alrighty, now let's have a look at this top, now that we can finally see it. Look how much nicer it looks now on eye height over here. Much more, we can appreciate the plant much more. Actually, we will see the roots. I will get rid of the plastic backing in a sec, so don't worry, we'll get to see it all today. For now, I just want to turn it into 3 segments. And this one I don't need to let it dry out because this part is already dried out. I will just propagate this in water and then I have another cutting. Why not? Let's assess this bottom part over here. So the poles meet over here. I feel like I really messed up when I made the cuts in preparation for this. I don't think I thought this through at all. I made the wrong cuts, I think, again. Anyway, I had good intentions, huh? But here again you can see a really clear difference between growing indoors, super skinny, super leggy stem, and then over here much thicker stem, much shorter internodal spacing, and nice looking leaves that correspond with that. I suppose there's a few ugly ones at the bottom probably, but we can cut those off in a sec. Let's not get too distracted, Jan. One thing at a time, okay? I also don't know if I might have cable tied these together. No. Okay, I just need to cut through the entire pole in the back. Sorry, roots. I'll show that to you in a sec. Oh my god, ants! Oh my god, so many ants. See the ants? But you see all of the roots I had to cut through? Let me quickly put this outside and hose it down. That is not ideal. I really didn't want there to be ants. I also really didn't want to make this wet because that's going to make everything so messy. But yeah, look, it's an outdoor plant. I grow this plant in nature, so I can't complain about nature inviting itself. I'm not concerned, and I'm also not going to do anything about it for the sake of the plant. Like, I don't think they're going to be harmful. Or, well, I mean, the plant is thriving. If it was unhappy with that little ant colony living there, it could have told me. I just don't necessarily want to have them crawl everywhere while I repot. So if the watering didn't get rid of them, I will probably have to move everything outside and perform the rest of the stitch up, whatever we want to call it, outdoors. But it is boiling hot and humid out there. It is absolutely uncomfortable, so I was really trying to avoid it where I can. I mean, it is not uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable for the plants. It's actually quite nice. If I would go for like a little walk or go to the beach, it's beautiful weather. But not to work, and not to, especially not to work while having to wear clothes. And you guys would overheat. Anyway, I'm just removing the mesh over here of that first pole. Alrighty, let's have a look. The moment of truth. Oh, you get to see it first. Oh, nice! Given that this is the newest part of the pole, so the least time to root into it, I'm quite happy with that. Alrighty, I'm just gonna leave this here. This one I can reuse eventually. I'm just going to leave this here for now, and I'm going to do the exact same thing with the other two poles, but I'll do it outside because of the ants, and then I'll see you soon. I made it, and I think the ants all disappeared when they saw my face because they're mainly gone. Alrighty, let me show you what I've done. That's the second pole, so the one that was in the middle. Very, very nice chunky roots everywhere over here. Oh, there's one last ant. There's a few of them. And this is the bottom part with the least leaves, but the most roots. I also just took it out of the pot. Look at the amount of roots in here. They were all funneled by the pole into the pot. Lots and lots of beautiful roots though, so I think this should have no issues reshooting, but it doesn't look that super lush at the moment, but that's not a problem because the other ones do. This is the part that I've never done before. The idea is that I'm putting 3 poles next to each other and then I extend them all together. I honestly don't. The fact that they're all wet and heavy and full of ants now is making this so much harder than it has to be. Okay, the ants are coming back. Let me put the bottom part back outside for a minute. Don't need all 3 of them yet. So these are obviously the 2 pretty parts, let's say, right? So these 2 I would like to stitch next to each other, because this one's also more like top heavy, this one is a little bit more bottom heavy, so I think overall they're gonna balance each out quite nicely. Maybe I'll just have to do 2. I was first thinking maybe I could remove a little bit of the actual mesh to not make it so big, but because they're so thoroughly rooted, I don't actually think I can. I'm gonna try and overlap it by 1 just to make it a little bit smaller. Okay, I'm just gonna zip tie this. Sorry guys, I just have to concentrate for a moment, but this is also not the most thrilling part. Sweet. Alright, that worked, and this is what the back looks like, yeah? But I think I have to give up on adding the 3rd one. I could actually add the 3rd one in the back and then kind of make a round pole, but I want to plastic back this one. So I should have never removed the backing from the 3rd one. I think I'll put the backing on the 3rd one again, and then I'll grow that one separately. I want to remove 1 line of mesh on either side, just to make it a little more narrow so that the pole can be a little bit deeper. So the deeper pole can hold more substrate and hence isn't going to dry out so quickly. Okay, got 1 row on this side and a row on the other side. Honestly, I think if it wasn't for the ants, this would be fine. I've been so itchy since I discovered the ants. I want to take some moss out of this end because that's going to be the end that will be in the pot in the end. So I'm going to replace that with an aeroid mix, and at the same time I'm also just repurposing a bit of moss because there will be gaps in this pole that I want to top up. Now let's go systematic about this, and let's hopefully not ruin too much of this existing growth. So I'm going to put this on the backing over here, and I'm going to work on one side first, connecting. So the backing is just plastic with pre-drilled holes. They're from Grow Vertical. I always use those ones. They're always linked in the description, and I do have a discount code for them as well. Let me start connecting one side of the newly stitched together mesh and connect it to the backing, and then I'll check in with you. Alrighty, done. So this side is now connected to the mesh. Now before I connect the other side, I want to put moss in here, right, so that I fill up this gap as well. Just in general, like a skinny layer, because it's obviously quite root bound already, right? So just a skinny layer everywhere, and specifically a little bit extra in the middle. This is actually all moss that I reused from previous poles as well. Give it room for more roots. Is this gonna work? Perfect. Alrighty. You guys are actually overheating even though we're inside, so it's definitely a hot day today in Sydney. So let me quickly do all of these cable ties, and I'll give you a moment to cool down, and I'll see you soon. Ta-da! Here we are. Alrighty, so it's all good. Oopsie. Looks like I incorporated a little cable tie here, but you can see there's a new layer of moss at the back, so the roots can expand a little bit further. And obviously there's also much more pole to go to the top. So I also got to extend this now, but I think it's a smart idea to pot it up first, so it has stability. Let's see if a 25 centimeter pot is sufficient for this. I bloody think so. So let's get my aeroid mix. As always, and it's always linked in the description, the most recent iteration, I'm really loving the tree fern fiber. So it's quite tree fern fiber heavy. Fill up the bottom bit, you know, where I took the moss out earlier, with a bit of aeroid mix. Today is chaos. And now I'll top it up, and I still don't have a pot, so I'll just do this with my hand. Maybe I'll do it in here. Less mess. Always make sure that the pole goes all the way to the bottom of the pot, so that way it is nice and stable. These big pots take so much substrate, holy moly. Lucky I made a huge bucket. I do put a little bit in the back and compress it over here. That just gives the whole thing stability. Plus, I'm not worried about compressing root growth over there. It's just a plastic backing anyway. But at the front, I will not do that. At the front, I will just shake it a bit and level it, but not compress it. Alrighty, here we go. Easy peasy. Okay, so we're getting a new mesh. The Grow Vertical comes with the mesh and then the plastic backing, but obviously I repurposed the existing mesh. Now, the reason I earlier chopped off one line of mesh on each side is so that the old mesh now matches the new mesh, or like almost. Oh no, this is not gonna end up well, is it? First things first, let's cut this to size. Alrighty, so basically putting the two meshes together and cutting off one on either side and overlapping it is now making it pretty much in line with this mesh over here, so there isn't all too much of a difference. Now I know this is not a huge extension for now, but I also just stripped a whole lot of root system off of this plant, so I'm not expecting it to immediately shoot the lights out. Plus, you saw how short the internodal spacing was with maturity, so I'm hoping it will just continue like this, so that way it won't need all too much pole anytime soon. But going forward, I can now just do normal chop and extend, or like actually first it's just an extension, and then eventually I can move on to normal chop and extend. But I love this modular approach to the poles, right? I can chop them up. I've done this process before, chop and stitch or something, or moss pole stitch up, or I can't remember what I decided on calling it, to be honest. But you know, where I take a smaller moss pole and I chuck it into the larger moss pole and then fill in the gaps. I love that these moss poles, because they're just made out of a plastic backing and a grid, are super modular. I can just take the grid off the plastic backing. I can put two poles on top of each other, next to each other, into each other, right? We're super modular. You're not going to get that if you get one of these 3D printed poles out of like hard plastic and so on. Those poles are great for growing them vertically once, but that's it. The functionality really stops there. So I love this modular approach. I can get creative and really just use them in the way that works for my plants. So 10 out of 10 for those. And of course this all would work with a non-plastic backed pole as well, but because I'm growing it outdoors, I appreciate the extra water retention of the plastic backing and how the plastic backing funnels the roots into the pot. Also going to connect the mesh at the bottom over here a little bit in at least 2 or 3 spots. I just had a realization. It was a little silly of me to top the bottom up with a little bit of moss, because I've actually wanted to change the medium for this plant around as well. So, oh well, we're still changing the medium around. Alright, let me explain why. I don't have that much moss. These thick moss poles or these thick grow verticals take a lot of substrate, and I just don't have enough moss, and I have a bit of repotting to do. But I have lots and lots of aeroid mix. I just went ahead and bought everything in bulk again, heaps of pumice, heaps of tree fern fiber, heaps of bark, heaps of perlite and so on. So I have plenty of that. And this plant is outside. Hang on, let me actually fill it with aeroid mix while I talk to you about it, so we can multitask a little bit. Indoors, by far, my preferred medium for the vertical extent for the pole is moss. No doubt in my mind. For a few reasons. It actually has really, really good water retention, even though a lot of people complain about it drying out quickly. If you think moss dries out quickly, imagine bark in the pole, right? Secondly, it's very clean, right? Sometimes, like right at the beginning, after you first set it up, it starts shedding a little bit of moss, but within a couple of weeks it usually settles in and it doesn't even shed that much anymore, huh? At least compared to a substrate like this. I mean, you will see the mess on the floor later. I have a little bucket underneath to hopefully contain the mess as much as I can, but I've given up today. I need to renovate my house after this, I think. So yeah, it's quite clean when it comes to the shedding aspect, and watering is very clean. I can pop my water bottle upside down, the moss is neatly going to absorb the water and slowly drip through the pole via the moss. If I have a substrate like my aeroid mix that has much more aeration, much more gaps, that's the gaps that the water is going to run through, and it's just going to make a mess. So I don't like using aeroid mixes when growing on poles indoors, but outdoors it's perfectly fine, because the biggest disadvantage of moss is it becomes hydrophobic when dry, and then it takes a little while to re-moisten it, and that's when you see a lot of water pearl off. Now inside I don't ever let my moss dry out, but outside, because it is much warmer, it just happens every now and then, right? Alrighty, I'm done with this. You can see it from the back, the moss, and then the new aeroid mix over here. So it should make the re-moistening of the pole much easier when growing outside. I can just hose it down and it should just moisten it straight away instead of just pearling off when I spray a super dry moss pole, right? It takes a couple of minutes to re-moisten it. Let me get rid of the mess over here. I need to put the plastic backing back on the third pole down there. You're overheating again, so I'll turn you off and let you cool down a little bit, and then we can come back and assess everything that happened while not being surrounded by absolute chaos. So I'll see you soon. Cleaned up a little bit. I have also decided to put that third part, so the bottom part, in my garden actually, and maybe it will find the fence. Given that there's 1,000 ants in there anyway, they probably appreciate being well and truly within the jungle. Look, that's not the priority. The priority is really making this one grow nice and lush again. I think the third growth point is completely within the pot, which isn't really ideal. I clearly did not think this through today or the other day when I prepared the chops, but that's okay. There's actually a growth point here, there's a shoot here, and then there's a shoot here, and then there's the main shoot up there as well. So have a look. Main shoot, little shoot over here, little shoot over there, and then the third shoot is actually down here. But this one's also reshooting here. But what I really want to see over the next couple of days or weeks is a move of these leaves towards the front, towards the light. The fence will be right here, so they'll actually be brushing up against the fence by now. So let's hope I'm not causing too much damage, but I'm really hoping that over time they'll move, and then that subsequent leaves thereafter will also point forward like that second shoot at the bottom did earlier. So I'll take it outside, I'll water it thoroughly, and then I'll pop it back on my wall of aeroids, and we'll see each other maybe in a couple of weeks, maybe in a couple of months, whenever there's some updates to share. So see you soon. Here it is. It is definitely my favorite Syngonium. I can't actually believe this is a Syngonium. Now, in the meantime, I have actually also learned that this is a high altitude Syngonium, which gives me a little bit more confidence in assuming that this plant can survive outdoors year-round. I put it right back outside on my fence where it was at the beginning of the video already, so the position for this plant hasn't changed. The only thing that changed is that with the chop it obviously went much lower and is shaded by the fence from behind. So these leaves have naturally all moved forward to give you this beautiful display side now, which is exactly what I was after. And if we're looking at the back of the pole, you can also see that there's no algae buildup over here despite it being a clear pole. That again indicates that there's just no sun exposure coming from the back. You saw that, and I didn't even notice on the day when I did the chop. I only noticed when I was editing. You saw how the extension of the old pole started going green at the top, right? Whereas the bottom was all no algae. Algae requires light first and foremost, so you really saw where the fence ends. So this one is still a bit to go before it would ever reach the top of the fence, and yeah, that is a good thing. Now it has grown, I don't know exactly how many leaves it has grown, but most importantly it has these two big shoots, right? So this is shoot number one, which is maturing quite nicely, but obviously the top shoot over here is the main star of the show. I have one odd leaf that wants to stick up, which I'm not mad about. I think over time it will slowly move to the side, but this is the newest leaf, and overall you can't really see a reduction in leaf size as on the back of the chop. If anything, I think these leaves have gotten even bigger, but that's probably also because I chopped this plant in the middle of January, which is the middle of the growing season for us over here in Australia. Sometimes even a little bit too hot, but obviously this plant didn't seem to have minded, despite the fact that it is a high altitude plant, so it would normally prefer cooler temperatures. It dealt really well with the 30 plus degrees that we've had in summer out there. So yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a candidate to stay out there year round. At this stage I have no desire to move it in because it didn't really grow that well for me inside in the first place. So I feel like moving it in is actually more likely to introduce shock than just keeping it out there. Alrighty, and we are back. Now that video was released 7 months ago, so that was just before we went into winter. So the plant looked quite nice in that final update in that video, but I was a little bit nervous about keeping the plant out on the fence year round. I gave it a shot and I kept it outside, and initially I regretted my decision. As you can maybe see, some of these lower leaves, like these ones over here, are quite yellow. And these leaves went yellow pretty quickly. Whew. That they were already quite yellow by the time May finished, and that's technically not even officially winter yet. So I was kind of a bit concerned about the plant, but decided, you know what, the damage might have already been done. If I now move it inside and change it and so on, I might stress out the plant even more. Let's just hope for the best. And you know what? Worked out. Initially there was a little bit of yellowing, but then the plant kind of stopped and didn't decline any further. Yes, old leaves dropped and I had to cut them off, but it didn't necessarily completely die or suffer through rot. Took till about September for the plant to finally grow a new leaf again, and those are all of these leaves at the top over here that you can see. They're a little bit more green in color and I really enjoy them, and we're quickly going back to a nice large leaf size as well. There's already a new one coming, so this time of the year the plant is growing pretty rapidly, pretty quickly. So pretty happy with that. And if we're looking at the back over here, we can also see decent roots within the pole, the moss, as well as the airwood mix part. So my intuition to keep it outside was rewarded. Happy days. Wasn't always lucky with all of my plants that I made this decision with, but this one I'm pretty happy. Yeah, pretty happy that it turned out that way. All right, I'm gonna put this back and I'm gonna head back inside while you watch the next project that is very different to what I usually aim for.
Oh, hello. Now, this specimen in particular has seen much better days. But in today's video, we're getting on top of it. That's what we're gonna do. I wanna give crawling philodendron one last chance before I completely give up on them. And, well, this is the plant to try it with. I want to give it a fundamental refresh, set, like, you know, do something with it and see if I can grow it nicely again, because I was able to grow it nicely until it kind of grew a little bit too large, and then with the size of the plant I wasn't able to really put it in a spot that will suit it, and then it slowly started deteriorating. Actually, I started a video for this plant I think a year and a half ago by now, but the video never really eventuated because the plant didn't really do much. So let me repurpose that footage so I can finally use it somewhere. It's been sitting on that drive for years now. So let's just have a look at what happened back then.
In today's video, we need to get on top of this. And I might have left it for a little too long, but that's okay, nothing we can't fix today. Alrighty, this is Philodendron plowmanii, by the way. I believe it is the narrow form. And let me show you the back. It has beautiful kind of pinkish back sides and nice ruffled petioles. I really like this plant. It's probably my favorite crawling philodendron because it has quite short internodal spacing. So I suppose you could see this over here, how the plant has been growing in this pot for over a year and it still hasn't reached the end of it. If I compare that to like my Dean or a Plum or a Pasta or even a Gloriosum, they seem to have larger internodal spacing, so the space between each leaf, so it crawls faster, whereas this one hasn't even reached the edge of its pod, but it's just really root bound. Brett is roaming around somewhere as well, so please keep an eye on him for me, but I just really desperately need to give this a bigger pod or propagate it, or something needs to happen. Now let me give you a little bit of, how am I going to do this even? I can't really put it down, can I? Let me give you a little bit of background. Oh my god. Literally 5 birds just landed on my fence over there. They keep shitting on my new couch. Bradley, you can't catch them, they can fly, my baby. When I first got this plant, and it's probably like a year and a half ago, I actually wanted to try and make this climb up a moss pole, because I've been asked that question so many times. Can you make a crawling philodendron climb up a moss pole? So I wanted to try it. I mean, I always think trying to grow the plant in line with its natural growth habit is going to give you the best results for sure, but it's worth a shot, right? So I gave it a try, but I'll insert this little clip on the right for you. You can really see that the plant just wanted to grow horizontally. So that spot where it started attaching to the moss pole, that's how it came, and then in my care it really just grew horizontal along the moss pole instead of vertically up the moss pole, which kind of defeats the purpose, right? So very clear to me that this plant does not want to climb, so I gave it a horizontal pot. Oh my god, look at this. That one is from Amazon, by the way, and look at the roots, good roots, huh? If I find the link again, I'll pop it in there. It's been a while since I bought them. Anyway, these horizontal pots technically have self-watering capabilities or capacities, but I don't really use it that way. I still water from the top. The excess water is going to drain through and just accumulate in that bottom catch pot, you know, cage pot. So I'm not really risking over watering because the excess water can drain and the pot in itself doesn't sit in it. But what that does is roots are attracted to moisture, so roots start being attracted to the water that accumulates at the bottom and grow out of here, which, you know, the more roots the better, but it's going to be a problem right now because I don't think I can get these roots through the holes that they grew through in the first place. But let's just get rid of a little bit more medium. Oh my god, this is... oh shit, oh no, I just did a bit of damage to that newest leaf over here. Sorry, leaf. Okay, I might just need to stop being gentle. Oh my god, it's so brutal. I think the best way is honestly just to try and right, the ones that grew through like the side holes are fine. I think the ones that grew through the bottom will not be so fine. Okay, as you can see, not all roots made it. That's okay. I think it had plenty of roots to start off with. Now, the substrate in itself seems full of roots as well, but it still looks okay. But I wanna thoroughly repot this, give it a new substrate. Now, when it comes to my crawling philos, I usually make the substrate a little more water retentive because they're crawling. So in nature, they crawl along the forest floor, which obviously retain more moisture than a climbing aeroid that's climbing up the bark of a tree, right? Hang on, let me go in the dirty bit and shake it. Let me just quickly park it here and I'll clean up a little bit. Alrighty, so this is what we've got. Some decent roots. Whatever. I have three options for pots. I can put it up in same size pot again. Obviously I would have to chop it for that. So let's say, for example, I only keep the last 3 leaves or so and I'll repot them in here because it really liked this pot, right? Option number 2 is this pot that's slightly bigger but not as good looking. Option number 3 is this quite large pot over here. Let me have a look. Oh, did you see that?
Brettles, you're a superstar. You should go to the circus. I reckon I'll go with this one, huh? It's huge though. It's gonna take up a lot of space. I think I'll go for it for now, but if I notice eventually that it's too much, I might add a second plant in here or something like that, you know, just to fill out the pot, maximize space. Okay, sorry plant, I should really, like, I need like a designated plant holder. Alright, so I just put a layer of fresh airwood mix in here, just mixed that up earlier, and I think I underestimated how much potting mix this huge pot can take. So I've been asked quite frequently when I repot crawlers, like which side of the pot do I choose, how do I know which side the pot is gonna, like which side the plant is gonna crawl towards and so on. So I'm just gonna put it this way so that the plant can crawl this way, and I'll just need to make sure that the light source comes from here, and then that will signalize to the plant, hey, crawl this way. And now I just top it up with airwood mix. Now technically the stem wants to kind of hover on the surface, but that also makes it kind of unstable, so I don't mind potting it up a little bit. Let me top it up and then I'll show you a bit closer what I mean. Wow, this takes so much potting mix. This newest leaf is not happy. I think I bashed it around a bit too much. Alright, let me bring you closer. Alright, so you can see this is the stem. And just for now, I kind of covered it with substrate, buried it inside the pot a little deeper, just so it has stability and it doesn't rock back and forth. But eventually the new growth will just kind of crawl along the pot, not really into the pot. But this just gives it a bit more stability for now. So of course every time you repot a plant, it will now have to get used to its new thing, so you're introducing a little bit of stress, and that's okay, the plant will be fine. Now, what I like about this pot is that you can take it out of its little tray and you can water it thoroughly. And in this water I've got my regular GT foliage focus and some GT root zone, which really is gonna help the roots spread again. So thoroughly water it. Need more. I want the mix to be thoroughly moist, but also thoroughly watering it flushes oxygen through the mix, and roots love oxygen. Now while I've got it out here, let me just clean the leaves as well. You can see there was previous spider mite damage over here, the yellow bits. Alrighty, the plant is just right behind me over here. I'll let that dry in for about 30 minutes and I'll pop it back into my office. Now the plant straight away kind of started being a little limp. That's because I just introduced a whole lot of shock. So I'll give the plant a couple of days and then I'm sure it will be just fine, and I suppose I'll show you. Alrighty, and we're back. It's been about 2 weeks that I repotted my plowmanii, and it was honestly so sad for the first week. Let me show it to you. It is right here. Oh my god, you totally cannot see that, I think it's... It honestly, for the first week, all of these leaves were so droopy. Like specifically the newest leaf over here, this one was actually hanging on the floor. But I didn't do anything. Normally, you know, when the plants look droopy, it can be a sign that it needs water. But in that instance, I knew it wasn't because it needed water. It was because the roots just went through a whole lot of shock and couldn't really absorb the water. I then watered it a week after I repotted it, and it then
really slowly started recovering and, you know, perking up a little bit again. The existing leaves are definitely getting a little sad. What I might do is I might just pop a stake in here and kind of just prop them all up so they look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. But for now, I'm expecting the plant to focus on re-establishing a root system. A lot of the root system was kind of like destroyed or injured, let's say, as a result of me having to rip it out of this pot that was so root bound. If I would have wanted to reduce the shock, I should have really repotted it a little bit earlier. But I think at this stage the repot was successful. I just need to give the plant a little bit more time. I'm also expecting that these older leaves over here, for example, will deteriorate really quickly because the plant is just going to take all of that energy, and instead of trying to keep that energy, instead of using the energy to sustain these leaves or support these leaves, it's probably going to take that energy back into building a root system. So let's maybe check in again in like a month or so, or when I see new growth, because then I can guarantee that this was a success. Alrighty, and my baby wants some attention, so I'll wrap it up now. And we're back. A lot has happened since the last update. I moved house, so did my plants, but so far I can't really see all too much shock as a result of the move. But I kind of forgot to give you updates on this plant. What happened in the meantime is business as usual. The plant dropped a couple of leaves at the back, but that's okay, as long as it's always the oldest leaves that the plant drops or aborts. Or I suppose the plant didn't drop the leaf, they were just getting a little ugly and beaten, and I was like, nope, can't be asked to look at them, specifically since the plant spreads so far. I was actually also attempting to put a stake in here and tie them all together, but I don't really need to. The plant kind of recovered by itself. Now, what really helped with these leaves perking up rather than spreading so far out like you've seen in the last video was that I put it in my greenhouse. In my greenhouse, the light comes from above, so obviously these leaves will face the light, and I think that's why I'm achieving this more compact look without actually having to tie it up anymore. Now, this is the newest leaf, and I'm pretty sure it grew these two leaves since the repot, or I think this was the leaf that was damaged in the repot, so this is its first new leaf since the repot. Beautiful. Not really fast, right? But beautiful. And I'll show you close up in a sec, but also a new leaf is pushing out here right now, and it has a big inflow coming here as well. But I do not want it to waste energy on inflows, so I keep snapping these off. I just had really bad experiences with my Adansonii. It had, I think, 6 or 8 inflows, and I was kind of curious to see what they look like and if they have a smell and so on, so I actually let the plant grow all of them, and then after that the new growth was teeny tiny, not happy. So I don't want the plant to focus on flowers. Now let me show you something close up. The one thing I really love about this plant are these ruffled petioles. Can you see this? This is so cool, and a nice pink back. Yeah, I really like that this plant crawls so slowly. It's only halfway along its pot, and it grows with really small internodal spacing, so I reckon I'll get another 10 to 12 leaves out of this particular pot. It's probably going to be root bound before it runs out of space in the actual pot. So that's great. The pot in itself was from Bunnings, by the way, but I remember it being pretty expensive. And can you see these mozzies everywhere? Today I need to get on top of the mozzie situation in the garden. Alright, so what have we learned from this is that yes, sometimes a repot also results in damaging some roots. Damaging some roots as part of a repot isn't necessarily a guaranteed death sentence for the plant. You just need to be extra careful and ideally provide the plant with perfect conditions as a result of the additional stress the plant can't really cope with, many other factors that are going wrong. So if you have a greenhouse or something like that, or even if your plant is small enough and you can still fit it in a prop box, that would be ideal. Focus on re-establishing root health, so be very diligent with the watering,
By diligent, I don't mean frequent, I mean just really water it when required. These plants, specifically the crawlers, I do not want them to dry out because they crawl on the forest floor, and the forest floor in tropical climates are less likely to dry out than like a plant that grows, you know, somewhere up a tree. I've been pretty diligent with this plant and didn't let it dry out because I don't want the roots to go through any further shock. Let me actually check if there's any. Oh, I can select one root. And apart from that, just be patient. Just because the plant looks droopy right after the repot does not mean that this is an automated failure. It could just be that the plant needs a little bit of time to recover from all of that shock. If the plant aborts a couple of older leaves as part of this process, that is also perfectly normal. The plant wants to survive, and hanging on to dead wood at the back, you know, is just going to make the plant's chances of surviving worse. So the plant is just going to focus on its core part. Once the plant has re-established a healthy root system, new growth will come. That's what the plant wants to do. The plant wants to grow. The plant wants to do one thing: grow. And that's exactly what I want the plant to do as well. So our interests are aligned. Oh, looks so empty without you in there. Come on. I'll put you back. So it was growing really well in a smaller pot, and then I wanted more out of this plant and gave it a larger pot. And you know, it was actually a bit scary initially, right after the repot. Not scary in the grand scheme of things. Nothing to do with plants is that scary, right? But initially it got really droopy, and I was like, oh my god, I messed up. I was too harsh with the repot. But it actually managed to recover really well. But with the larger pot and then eventually some larger leaves, it just took up so much space that, especially when I moved into my current house over here, and I'm not very blessed with a lot of natural light indoors, it had to move into the greenhouse, where it was initially thriving. Eventually it grew way too large for the greenhouse. It almost took up one entire wall. The greenhouse is actually very tiny in the grand scheme of things, so I had to move it out of there because it was just getting tangled up with everything. It was getting too large. It had a lot of water sitting on it because of the mistus and so on. It just didn't suit it. So I moved it outside, and I think it got a little bit too much sun. Look, by the time I moved it outside, I was already kind of pretty pissed off with this plant, right? So basically, over the last year and a half, it's just gone worse and worse and worse, and I hate that. It still takes up space, but it's taking up space while deteriorating. I'd rather use that space for a plant that actually has the desire to live in my environment, and a plant that I enjoy looking after, but I also don't want to like purposely kill it, you know what I mean? So I'm giving it one last shot, but I'm doing a fundamental setback because I actually appreciate this plant being more juvenile. Let me start doing things while I talk to you. I'm gonna cut all of these existing leaves off. They are pissing me off so much. Oh, nice. This is better than therapy. Honestly, to me, cutting off ugly leaves is like the best. Now I can bring you a bit closer as well. What I have done in preparation for this video, I cut it in a few spots, which you now can't see and I can't point out because I'm holding it with both hands and it's leaking water. But as a result of that, you see this reshoot that's coming out here, going kind of against the direction of the pot, and it's even, this one I'm touching with my nose, flowering. Why? Nobody asked for that. When I was in Brisbane and I went to the Botanic Gardens Mount Coot-tha, which you probably all watched, didn't you? They had some really nice plowmanii as an understory, and I much preferred the smaller version of them than the larger ones. I'm not saying that they're different types, they're just some are juvenile, some are mature. But I'm having a hard time keeping things juvenile while still making them grow. Like usually if I give them shitty conditions, then they just don't grow. If they give them great conditions, then they kind of mature. I don't know, I've had this issue with a few plants. Anyway, for now I'm gonna cut off any of the inflows because we definitely don't need that in our life at this stage. Let's take this out of here, come on. Let's see how big the root system is, because the root system is going to determine what sort of pot I need to choose, but I would like to choose a... Oh my god, I saw a worm. I know they're good for their root health, but is it going to touch me? Ah, there's a shoot here, by the way. What am I going to do now with the worm? Okay. Step number 1, stop crying. Okay. So now you can see that a little bit better, how I cut these bits. You know, I cut a whole lot of cuttings recently in preparation for this. So basically it should, let me bring you a bit closer once I separated out all the cuttings. But it's the same principle that I use on my moss poles. Just on my moss poles, all of the stem is going vertically, and then I cut it into single bits, and then each of them turns into a little plant. You can do the same thing with crawlers, just, oh my god, is this? Oh, that's part of the stem. Just horizontally, right? You cut it, and then they can all reshoot. Very good, healthy roots. So there should be plenty of potential in regrowing this really nice and lush. And I think that's probably the goal. Instead of having one long trailing philodendron, because the leaves don't last that long, or they don't look that nice for that long, I reckon I'd rather try and have a few lush cuttings instead. Now there's nothing wrong with this medium, and I could definitely reuse it. I just don't want to reuse it for this particular plant. It's more a mix I want to reuse when potting up plants outdoors. Like a palm, for example, could easily use all of this substrate. Okay. So this is the top cutting, the main cutting that I've got. Got some really nice roots here, which I'll show you in a sec. And I actually think I will be able to cut this again. I don't think there was anything wrong with the mix or my care approach, I think, in itself. I think what really did this plant dirty was the conditions when I put it outside. Good roots, right? Lots of them. And then this is the main cutting. Now you can see that this is the reshoot from the border, the existing growth point, and this is the reshoot, and it has reshot in a couple of spots. So this is a shoot and this is a shoot, so that's actually really good. You can also see that the new part has all of these beautiful pinkish roots, so I think I want to separate that. Well, yes, the more roots the better. I don't want this to mature again, so I'm going to separate out this reshoot part. Oh no! Oopsie, cut this root in half, didn't I? I still think this is a good root system in proportion to the cutting. Plus it has all of these fresh roots over here. They're still really keen to expand and keep growing, right? And then I have this monstrous thing. You can see one reshoot here. You know what? I'll pop that in the garden, like in the garden bed. Because why not? I just need to find a spot where. But for now I'll park it on the side. And then let me show you these bits that I've got. So I've got a cutting here with a shoot. I've got a cutting here that actually already has a new leaf unfurling. This was the original stem. There's actually a shoot here as well. So I might cut this. Here we go. So I've got this one with a little shoot, and I've got this one actually with two shoots. There's one shoot here as well. And another thick cutting with two new shoots here. Happy days. Alrighty, let's focus on the main shoot first. I definitely want this to go into this smaller planter. I've had best success with crawlers in there. And I also think, you know, keeping it slightly root bound is gonna maybe stop it from maturing so fast. I will put it on this side of the planter so it can crawl this way. And top it up with airwood mix. Now this airwood mix is like my normal airwood mix. Nice and chunky, but because this is not a moss pole, and in nature they would crawl on the forest floor, so it would usually be a little more moist than an epiphyte. I added a bunch of worm castings in here so that it has good water retention and it's a bit more of a heavy organic mix rather than being super chunky. I'll just put a few other cuttings in here, just hoping they might eventuate and give me another second or third shoot. I will also put this one in here actually. Why does it already have so many roots? Does it really need all of them? I never trim roots, but I feel inclined to do that today. Kind of counterproductive. I usually like as many roots as possible, but I really want to keep this plant small, so maybe introducing a few setbacks isn't the worst thing. This one I'll actually do the other way around, so it maybe crawls the other way, but they will also crawl towards the light or away from the light if you give it too much. Anyway, we'll find out. You can tell I'm clearly not all too emotionally attached to this plant anymore. There we go. It already looks better in my opinion. Oh, hang on, there was another one that I want to pop in the garden. There's 3. Holy moly. Hang on. I can't put 3 in the garden, that's too much. Maybe I'll put the big one just in a normal pot. Just, I don't know why. I just don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't have a plan. And I feel like we don't have to have a plan. We can just do things. The way I do it, I take the crawler that I want to put up and I kind of hold it in place, and then I just shake the pot around it so that all of the substrate goes in between the root system and holds it in place. Now, technically the stem should be exposed, kind of hovering on the surface of the potting medium, but that's just going to give it no stability. So I am kind of covering it moistly. Like, it's hard to see because the stem is so brown. You can see the stem here, but it's kind of mainly covered, right? Not fully, but kind of mainly. Otherwise, it will just flop over, no? I reckon I'll do one at the corner here and one there. Oh, hello! Mwah. Hello. I do that surprisingly often and then I forget about them, and then like the year later I'm like, oh my god, look at this reshoot. Rude. Okay, I'm over this mess, but I've repotted those 2. Now we just gotta wait. I really hope this plant is gonna sort itself out, because at this stage I'm pretty mad at it, right? Nah, we'll find out. I will definitely put it in a spot that is a little bit shadier than the one was before. Actually, I think this one I'll pop in the greenhouse because it doesn't take up much space, and maybe I should pop this one inside. Yeah, I think this one I'll put back inside. Stick to what I actually know. Good old growing indoors. It will definitely give you the best chances of looking nice, because there's no wind, sun, animals, rain, hail, whatnot to kind of make it look shitty. I'll do that. Obviously water it first, but I need to get rid of this mess. Making me really uneasy. We'll see each other soon. Bye. Super quick update. 2 new leaves, and I think they are so beautiful. Especially the back as well. Look at these ruffles, huh? So I'm actually really enjoying this plant right now, and I honestly am happy with the amount of leaves that it has as well. I mean, these 2 are still a bit manky, right, like the original ones after it reshot. There's actually a 3rd little shoot coming out here, but yeah, overall I think I'm happy. If this plant just wants to give me 2 or 3 nice leaves at any given time, I'm really happy with that. Now let's have a look at the root system. I actually have not looked at it. I have not taken it out in a month. Oh, roots already poking through. Ah well, that's good news. It means it's happy. But even if this is root bound, it's not going to get a larger pot than this, right? That's what I said I'm gonna do, so I'm really gonna try and do that. Sometimes like my ambition of trying to mature takes over. This one is the little other propagation I put in the greenhouse, has given me this cute little leaf, and now pushing out the next one. So that's also really good, and nothing from the ones I put in the garden. Anyway, I think we're going places with this plant, and
the place is not maturity, which is so unusual for me, but let's keep following this plant for a little longer. And here we are. It has been almost 5 months, 4.5 or something like that, since the last update. And as you can see, kind of nothing happened. If anything, the plant is actually smaller now than it was before. It actually has nice leaves, but it's kind of unfortunate. Half of them point this way, the other half points this way. Even though I don't think I changed the position of light for this plant, unless I by accident changed it around at some stage. I'm pretty certain that the light comes from this direction, so you're the light, and it's just in a south-facing window at the moment. South is the worst exposure in the southern hemisphere, and at the same time, these were the 5 shortest months of the year. So it's really not getting a lot of light, which I assume leads to these more juvenile leaves. This is the newest one. I mean, look at this. This is the first leaf that it has. Then after that it grew this leaf with a super long petiole, which I don't like. But that next one over here seems to be quite good. So I don't know. I don't know what that means, because I haven't changed the position for this plant in those 5 months. But hopefully it can grow a few more like this. And I think with these juvenile leaves, you can actually see all of its beautiful features so much better. The ruffled petioles, the pink veining in the back, and then the front of the leaves looks so much better as well. And the silver is still more prominent. Huh? Same over here. Look at this new leaf unfurling over here. I mean, this is super, super beautiful. Look at the pink at the back over here. And I suppose this is exactly what I wanted this plant to do. So it is so weird to me, because the plant is technically getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we're progressing in this video, but it is kind of exactly what I want. So very opposite to what I normally aim for. And I think that's probably why this video was a little bit chaotic as well. The intention behind this video was never to make the plant grow smaller again. I initially started this project 2 years ago because I actually wanted to grow my plowmanii really, really big, because that's usually what I do with all of my plants. But it's also important to pivot in between. If you realize that something that you're aiming for isn't working out, and or you realize that, hang on, I was kind of aiming for the wrong thing, then there's nothing wrong with changing your approach and acting accordingly. Me aiming for a juvenile plant? Yes, you heard correctly. This is my Philodendron plowmanii 6 months later, and I think it looks good from all sides, and I really, really love the size of it. You can see that the main shoot is crawling nicely along the pot, and then I have a secondary shoot here and a third one here. Actually, I really love these teeny tiny leaves over here, so cute. But yeah, overall the approach of bonsaiing it in this pot has worked. It is definitely wanting to expand out of the pot, but I'm not allowing it. And at this stage, it has actually also not really suffered through spider mites all too frequently. Not that that's real wood. So hopefully we can keep this. Yes, darling. So yeah, really, really happy with the approach, and really happy that I pivoted throughout, right? That was never the intention behind the original project, but I'm happy that I pivoted once I realized that it's not working, because now it is one of my favorite plants at the moment, or one of my favorite displays, and it takes up so little space that I know I can take it with me wherever I go. If I now have to move house, which I probably have to soon, this is no brainer. I can definitely take this plant with me, because I don't have to commit all too much space to it. Whereas some of my other plants that I might actually like more visually, I might not be able to take, because I just might not be able to accommodate it in the first place. So really, really happy with this, and it definitely inspired me to maybe aim for juvenile leaves with a few more plants that I've historically struggled with. So 10 out of 10 for this project, really enjoying it, and it is growing in so nicely. Anyway, enough about juvenile plants. Let's have a look at a project that focuses on a plant that I have such a love-hate relationship with. I'm pissed off. You too? Yeah, I know.
This is my Philodendron Melanocrisis, and for the first time in 5 years it is finally growing nice leaves. So of course something had to go wrong. Can't be that I finally have a nice mature Melano. Well, and in today's video we're looking at what went wrong and we're gonna do something about it. Philodendron Melanocrisis, or Philodendron Melanocrisis as I like to refer to it as well, is just a plant that, you know, at any moment feel like can turn on you. I've had such a good time with it, and for almost a full year it was growing nicely and giving me better leaves until it really was giving me like these really beautiful leaves, and then I was like, oh my god, I think I found the sweet spot. I know how to take care of it now. I'm not gonna move it, I'm not gonna do anything with it, and it's just gonna continuously grow and thrive, and it's just gonna be so beautiful, right? Like, what could possibly go wrong? I came back from a holiday in Fiji and I actually discovered a significant amount of spider mites on this plant, and you can really see this specifically in this leaf over here. You can see the discolorations on the side. This is all due to spider mite damage. You can definitely see it in the back. In general, you can see all of these little dots as well. It's just not... This leaf, for example, did not have spider mite damage, the one I'm wiggling over here, and you can really see it. It doesn't have the red discoloration. It is much darker in color. I don't care about that little bit of discoloration. I think in the grand scheme of things, it's still looking nice. However, post spider mite infestation also gave me this leaf, which is significantly smaller than the one preceding it. It also had one entire lobe missing, which makes me think that spider mites probably got in there in the development stage. And yeah, I was like, you know what, it's fine, it's just one leaf. I'm sure it's gonna be back to its former glory. No, this node over here is currently just a caterpillar. That is because the leaf that was here was completely rotten, and I just took it out 2 days ago because I don't want to leave the rotten caterpillar in there, or I don't want to leave the rotten leaf in that caterpillar and then, you know, let the rot spread. So I already ripped that out. Maybe here you can see it a little bit better. I ripped it off. So this back bit is then where the leaf would have come out of. Which means that basically that latest node on the moss pole over there is empty. There is no leaf. The plant has already aborted the leaf before it even had the chance to break out of the caterpillar. Now, I'm not too sure why, to be honest. I don't think by now it's still remnants of the spider mites. I treated the spider mites with killer mite, by the way, and I actually purchased that specifically because of my Melano. I was like, you know what, the Melano has grown so nice, I don't want to risk anything. And I used to use Vitality Plus, which has been discontinued, so I've been looking for an alternative. In the meantime, I kind of just used neem oil, but the neem oil never really was super effective. It was keeping it at bay, but not super effective. But when my Melano was throwing his fit, I was like, you know what, I didn't wait 5 years for nice growth to then lose the plant to spider mites within a month. So I was like, I need something more hectic, and I found the killer mite recommendation online. Now, it is a chemical, so use with caution, use at your own discretion. Definitely not an expert at pest treatment, using chemicals or not, organic and so on. But I'm just using it and I don't want to gatekeep. It has definitely worked in getting rid of them. So basically, in a nutshell, I'm pissed off, and I don't even know why it aborted the last one over there. Nothing changed. I didn't let it dry out. You can see that it has healthy roots in here, it has healthy roots coming out there, so it's not a major root. You can't see anything, no? Maybe you can see the roots coming out there. I don't know, I just don't know what exactly went wrong, but yeah. Here is a second shoot, by the way. The second shoot has only really made it halfway up the pole. The poles meet here, so yeah, also not happy about that. But look, if the main shoot is giving me nice leaves like that, I'm not mad. I only need one then, you know, but at the moment it's not even giving me leaves either. So we're gonna have to chop it. In preparation for this, I have cut in between the stems where the two poles meet. Well, we have to cut it because it's reaching the top of the moss pole. I just wanted to actually cut it when it reaches the top of the moss pole and is looking pretty. Most likely, when something like this happens, is that it is a change in conditions, so you're inducing shock to the plant as a hissy fit. Pests, but the pests weren't that crazy, I think because I got on top of it pretty quickly. I feel like it would be a lot to have like a full-on aborted leaf. Maybe there was just a bit of water stuck in that, maybe by accident when watering the plant a bit of water got trapped in the cutter fill and then it just rotted away. Maybe it was just something really small and unfortunate. To be frank, I don't know. I also have to just cut through the pole over here, even if there's some roots in there, unfortunately. It's alright. Now I can bring you a bit closer. There weren't any roots here, to be honest, but I can see them here, and here, and here, and here. Alrighty, I'll park the bottom part on the side because we're going to do something with that as well. I actually am really keen to put this one in my greenhouse because I did the All You Need to Know to Grow series on this plant, and if you've watched that you would know that this plant really likes tropical conditions with high humidity and high temperatures, so technically the greenhouse should really get the best out of it. You've seen me do this process many times. I call it chop and extend. I'll remove as much moss as I can from the bottom over here because that part will be inside the pot, but actually going in here with my fingers I can feel more roots than were visible initially. I also don't want to push it to the extent that I'm going to rip a bunch of roots. The idea is that the moss has high water retention, so more likely to cause over-watering issues. But it's really just preventative. Realistically, nothing has ever actually happened. I'll flip it upside down. Beautiful. And I'll just top it up with airway hooks. Let me quickly do that and then I'll show you closer. But what I wanted to show you is that the second shoot is now only here, right? Just making it out of the pot. And there's about 2 nodes inside the pot. Now, obviously, that is a much smaller cutting compared to the main shoot over here. So I'm basically now perpetuating the issue of the second shoot being a little bit behind. It's now going to be even more behind, but that's okay. Today it's not about the second shoot, today is really about that main shoot, because the main shoot is what's giving me these nice leaves. The second shoot is really just filling it up a little bit. So, time for an extension. I've got a new moss pole here. Same process as always. I call it the chop and extend, and I've got in-depth tutorials on it in my moss pole playlist and in the description. So, garden stake. All the way to the bottom of the pot. Connect the existing pole to the garden stake. I still like to use my open style moss poles for all of my velvet philodendron, or for most of my plants that I grow indoors actually, because I think they look the nicest. They don't use that much moss compared to the plastic backed ones, and I don't mind giving my plants the extra aeration. So far, like, the plants have really liked them. Some of my newer plants I have been converting to the grow verticals, but I don't think there's a need to convert every single plant into a grow vertical pole and have the plastic backing. Yes, it will make your life a bit easier when it comes to watering, but I don't mind watering. Kind of like my job these days, isn't it? Also, they're in a room that has really high humidity, and I'm assuming to an extent the high humidity is facilitated by the open style moss poles, because with the open style moss poles, of course, some of the water would also evaporate and just increase the ambient room humidity. So in that room I prefer the open style moss poles, so they can also kind of boost the humidity in the room a little bit, and then at the same time, because the humidity in the room is boosted, I don't need the extra water retention because it doesn't dry out as quickly. Does that make sense? Probably not. Anyway, basically, if you'd be growing in a really dry environment, I can understand how these open style moss poles are just too much work and not worth the increased aesthetics, let's say. Alrighty, I just quickly also connected the 2 poles with cable ties, and I connected both of them to the garden stake, and that's holding it all together. One big happy family. Alrighty, sweet. I'm gonna water this in, but it is really hot outside at the moment, so I think I'm just gonna water it in the shower upstairs or something like that, because I don't want this plant to burn. It's like 35 or something like that outside today. Not happy. Now let's have a look at what we can do with the bottom part, because here we can experiment a little further. There are actually 2 more cuttings down here that just weren't getting enough light. I might actually just pin them to the moss pole Oh, there's another one here that, oh, it's reshooting there. Clearly the ones down there didn't do too well. This obviously has no leaves, and the reason why this has no leaves is because a lot of leaves were aborted and or are cut off after the spider mite infestation. So I do want to cut this in a few spots. Now I don't think we need to go single node cuttings. I think that's a bit too ambitious. I also don't know how good the root health is of these cuttings in here. So I might go with double nodes and just see if that wants to eventuate. Double, so I cut here. And I always cut like a little chunk out so these bits don't touch and don't need to... I'll leave this one as a triple node, so they don't have to rot. Thank you. Yeah, this one doesn't look promising. This one has not, this latest node hasn't really rooted. I mean, you saw that. There wasn't all too much method to my madness. Actually, kind of stupid. I don't want to water this one outside because it's too hot, but this one I'm going to put in the greenhouse. You know what? I'm going to take them both outside. I'm just going to hoist them down, keep them clean. Maybe do a killer mite again, just in case, even though I can't see anything right now, but you never know. And then I will check in with you in a couple of months' time, maybe, to see what has happened with the plant after the chop, and to see if I maybe get a little bit smarter about what actually happened in hindsight, because at this stage I'm not 100% sure. The closest I get is thinking there were spider mites, but anyway, time will tell. I'll see you soon.
And here we are 6 months later, and I'll bring you a bit closer. Let's make sure that I get everything in frame. Let me address something first. Over here you see a cut. So basically the extension is here, and in that initial video I showed you that there was an empty node, which is this node over here. There's no leaf on this node. After the chop, it sent out yet another empty node. The leaf in here was rotten again, and I have another theory. Let me address it in a second. But basically, that would have meant that there was one leaf here, and then the next leaf might only be here or so, right? So it would have caused like a significant chunk of the pole not having a leaf, making the plant look quite leggy. So I decided, actually that's not at all what I want. I want this to be lush instead. So I chopped over here, so below the first empty node over here. Well, it's not technically empty. I think an empty node is actually if it doesn't even attempt to grow a leaf, right? But you know what I mean? It's like self-induced empty node. So basically I chopped right above the last leaf, and then I had the plant reshoot. Now it reshot from this node down here, and then started growing a new stem, and have a look at how thick this stem has already gotten over those 6 months, despite the fact that we're currently in winter. No, like it is actually thicker than the original stem that I cut. So that is very good news. That reshoot actually ended up also giving me one empty node over here, but that is not unusual for reshoots, to be honest. But it then started growing this leaf and this leaf over here. I need to back up a bit, in very quick succession, and is now pushing out the next leaf over here. Now technically we also have this 2 node cutting on here, right? These 2 nodes are technically attached, but it hasn't really reshot, it hasn't done anything, but technically there is the potential for this to also reshoot. But you can see it's not very thoroughly rooted into the moss pole anyway, so to be honest I think nothing will eventuate from this. That's okay. I'm using the chopstick over here to just kind of direct this new reshoot towards the center of the pole to take over, and it's been working really, really well. Let me quickly address, there was also a second shoot in here. You can see that second shoot is also growing, but it is definitely growing much slower. So tinier leaves, which is fine. It's just hopefully filling in the bottom part of the pole a little bit, as potentially some of these older leaves are dying. Also, have a look at these really nice roots. Now, of course, ideally you would want the roots to be in the moss pole rather than also around the moss pole, but there's plenty of roots that are also going in, right? So this is kind of how they would attach to a tree in nature as well. So it's obviously not optimizing the root potential, but I think I can't complain about the result that I'm seeing. Alrighty, so that's basically what happened since the last update, and obviously that wasn't ideal because I chopped the top growth off a month after the repot, so it obviously then had to reshoot, and overall that probably set me back by like 2 or 3 months or so until I then first started seeing a leaf again, right? Whereas normally the idea behind a chop and extend is that you're keeping the active growth point at the top, the plant does not need to reshoot, and because of the root system within a moss pole, the plant can just keep growing as if nothing happened. So that was a little bit unfortunate, and that's why I've only seen 2 leaves, but I'm very happy with the rapid increase in leaf size of those 2 leaves, right? These leaves over here are almost back to the former glory over here, before spider mites, before rotting leaves, before chop and extend, and so on. So why did that second leaf rot away? I have 3 theories, and the first theory is that I just don't know. The second theory is that it might have been a direct result of the chop and extend. However, I have also done hundreds of chop and extends in my life, and that has never actually been a result of the chop and extend. The third theory, and that was something that somebody suggested in the comment section, is that there could be, if there's an issue with, let's say like over-fertilizing, too many nutrients being provided, which then alters the something in the water, pH and some other things in the water, right? And so on, where the plant might abort new leaves instead. So I have been more diligent in taking my plants outside and also flushing them through. With these moss poles, I usually use the water bottle upside down technique, right? Where I just take a water bottle, I flip it upside down, and then I just let it go through the pole in the pot wherever the pole is positioned, so I don't need to move it all too often. I always provide a weak dilution of GT Foliage Focus with my water, but you're actually supposed to have a flushing out cycle, which I was just a bit lazy with in, let's say, like recent history. So over the last few months or so, after I've had the second one rot, I've been more diligent with that, and by the looks of it, you know, obviously I can't complain. We now had 3 leaves in a row, and that issue seems to have been gone. Now I had the exact same issue with my Philodendron El Choco Red, and I've given it the exact same treatment, but it hasn't fixed the issue with my El Choco. So, you know, if I just look at this one, I would say that yes, I probably provided too many nutrients and that caused the leaf to rot, but then the same experiences with my El Choco is not necessarily backing up that theory. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's always good to come up with a theory, to hopefully have some sort of learning, but there's also an element of uncertainty involved when we're dealing with plants. You know, it's nature, it can at times be a little bit unpredictable, but, you know, it's keeping it fun and entertaining, isn't it? Now, the last few months were also over winter, and I have to say this plant is actually growing quite well over winter, despite the fact that it would probably appreciate warmer temperatures, but I'm actually really happy with that. And I think winter comes with less spider mites, so, you know, happy days. So I think I'm happy again with this plant. I think we're looking good, and we're only like here on the pole as well, right? But this level, so we have plenty of pole to go. I don't even think it fully fits in frame. Yep, we have plenty of pole to go, and if these leaves are continuously improving in size now, I think by the end of the growing season I could have a really nice specimen if I manage to stay on top of the spider mites this time around. So cross your fingers for me. Now, if you want to learn more about this plant in general, I actually have a full plant spotlight on this plant, or like a content series that I called Everything You Need to Know to Grow, which is obviously a super catchy and short title. But basically, in that Everything You Need to Know to Grow series, I look at one plant, I talk about the origin of that plant, the features, the conditions that it would like, and then any of my care tips. So I've done a full in-depth video guide on Philodendron Melanocrisis if you want to learn more about the, you know, light, temperatures, humidity, fertilizer, aeroid mix, all of this. It's a full video just on this plant. The other thing I did in that video, I chopped up the bottom part. So let's talk about that briefly as well. Quite obviously not like amazing results over here. It was actually going really well initially when I had it in the greenhouse, and it was definitely growing and sending out new. I mean, all of these leaves you see here are new, right? They weren't there, I think. Were they? I think maybe one of them was there or something like that. But you can also see that this cutting over here, for example, has actually reshot, but then also aborted it. That, however, was pests. And now the stem is kind of just shriveling up, so nothing is going to eventuate from here. Over here you can see a little bit of rot on the back of this stem, but it has reshot and is giving me a new leaf. But you can also see pest damage on this leaf over here. And this down here, for example, is also completely rotten. I should really remove this. Yeah, this is rotten. Look at that. This stem over here. And this stem is also completely shriveled up. So why was this so unsuccessful? It is definitely my fault. I feel like at the moment I have so many plants where I kind of messed up, where I did something wrong and so on, but you know, YOLO, it's actually real. That is reality, and if people tell you that nothing ever goes wrong, they're definitely lying to you. It was going fine in the greenhouse. Then, as part of my winter preparation, I knew it's not going to like the winter temperatures out there, so I put it up in my attic. My attic is quite dry because, you know, hot air rises. Light is not the issue because I'm supplementing with light. The issue is really how dry it is, and the fact that I keep forgetting about it because it's out of sight, out of mind, kind of. So, for example, I fully forgot to even ask my housemate to go up there and help me water those plants when I was in Thailand for 8 or 9 days or stuff like that. And in itself, 8 or 9 days is nothing crazy, and most moss poles can somewhat handle it. But not up in the attic where all of the hot, dry air rises when we're heating down here. So this was super crunchy and dried out, and especially if you have cuttings over here that are only relying on the root system within the moss pole, you can't have the moss pole dry out, otherwise the whole root system dries out and then it's not going to be successful, right? So when you do these cuttings on the moss pole, you need to be even more diligent with the watering, which I wasn't. On top of that, I also had thrips up in my rescue section, and because again, out of sight, out of mind, I was very late in getting on top of it. I used contender spray, by the way. And they have definitely caused a lot of damage to the newly emergent leaves. So I had to chop off a lot of growth points like this, or like not really chop off, but I just, you know, kind of abandoned. This one I had to chop off the growth point. Over here I had to chop off the growth points. They were all just so infested and already damaged. So I was like, what's the point? This leaf is never gonna unfurl and look nice. So let me just chop it, let the plant reshoot, and hopefully by then the thrips are also kind of under control. So not a success down here, but it is kind of okay as well. Like, I've done very little for it, and it would actually be nice to keep these plants somewhat juvenile and maybe just have a really lush pole full of small juvenile Melanos, almost like Mikan style. But yeah, I wanted to show you for completion purposes. Wasn't my best work here. In a nutshell, basically, I'm happy with my Melano again, but it took a good 6 months to overcome that Melanocrisis. And I know that it won't be the last Melanocrisis for the two of us. I'm sure this is going to be an ongoing theme. You know, as soon as the plant is going to look nice and happy and healthy, it's probably going to have some sort of issue again. And you know what? With a plant that is this beautiful, I am more than willing to put in the work. And you know, it makes these moments where you do have success more special. Here we are. I'm so happy. Look at her. She is looking so good. I think this was the last leaf in that last update. The video started 10 months ago. So 10 months ago is when I chopped the plant. So the plant has now had 10 months to grow up the extension again. The extension is somewhere here. The plant is now here. So we could assume that maybe within a year it will reach the top. And I'm really glad to announce that we are somewhat of like we're on the roll. Touch wood again. Oh my God, I need to find real wood. Usually once a year we experience a downward spiral. Hasn't happened so far yet. So see how we go. Anyway. It has definitely grown some of the largest leaves it has ever grown for me. This one, and then this one is very recent. It's only recently pushed out. I mean, look at the sheen, the size, the shape, the lobes, and it's already growing a new one over here. So at the moment it's growing quite fast, reliably, and large. And that's all I want to say about this plant. I don't want to say any more because I don't want to jinx anymore. Yeah, I'm just really happy that we're here at the moment. What is happening? Should I look? I almost don't even want to look at the plant in case I find pests and then... Are there pests? I can't see any pests. Anyway, it is really, really rewarding to see these beautiful leaves on this plant. I mean, the plant looked beautiful at many stages throughout the last 6 years of having this plant. It's not like the plant has never looked beautiful, but I don't think it's ever looked this beautiful, and I don't think it's ever been that mature. So it is nice that after all these ups and downs and all of the Melanocrisis in the world, that I'm having a little bit more success with her. Have I done anything differently? Not to my knowledge. I think I just gotten lucky that no pest infestation has caused significant setbacks. That I think I can partially be credited to because once a month I am taking this plant outside, thoroughly hosing it down, so pests don't really have a chance to really cause all too much damage, and at the same time I'm also flushing out the pole, so maybe a more regular flushing out cycle is also helping with that. One funky thing I wanted to show you, it's not so visible anymore, but it showed one little bit of variegation at some stage in just one leaf and it never repeated, right? So that is sport variegation. It's just a random mutation of some cells that shows variegation. There's no chance for me to select for this, but you know what, I actually have a variegated Milano and that was not a good project. I'm just so happy. I want to put her back in my office, stop touching her, and just hope we are continuing this upwards trajectory. That would be really, really lovely. Yeah. Elongated leaves are some of my favorites, so let's have a look at another plant that has really beautiful elongated leaves. 4 months ago, I took some border propagations and put them on a moss pole for the first time. And in today's video, we're looking at the repotting process, but most importantly, we're looking at the result of it. Did it work? These cuttings have been propagating in water for a couple of months, so it's time to pot them up and put them on a pole. Now what I'm going to do today is not specific to just a cutting. You could also apply the same principle to a small plant that's already potted up but does not have a moss pole just yet, and you're wanting to give that plant its first moss pole. Let's have a look at this cutting first. This one is Philodendron Atabapoense, and this one has sentimental value because I lost mine last year. I kept it outside during winter and it did not like the cold, so it completely died. Luckily, a few years ago, I already propagated this plant, gave it to Tim. Tim grew it up a moss pole, and when it reached the top of his moss pole, I took a few cuttings. So now I have my plant back. So it's always good to give a little insurance policy to your friend in case you mess up. Hang on, how many cuttings are in there? There's actually 3. The third cutting has only now activated a growth shoot over here. One cutting has a new shoot already over here with new roots coming out here, and the other one has and the other one was the top cutting, so that has quite a large internal spacing and some aerial roots here. Now, technically, I don't like this over here. I don't think this is the best cutting to put on a pole because it is already climbed a little bit. I like the other cutting a little bit better because the new growth is going to be as slow as possible on the moss pole, meaning that I will have the most time between having to do an extension or a chop and extend and so on. But overall, these are still smallish cuttings. I'm not taking a long vine and I'm now putting it on a moss pole and then the vine is already reaching the top of it. Now, while I talk to you about it a little bit more, let me just get going with this process. What we need today is we obviously need the plant, we need a pot, we need a pole. I have chosen a grow vertical pole with the plastic backing, and I have a full video on how I choose between the different types of supports and poles and when I choose which one. Over here, I'm pretty certain that at some stage this plant is going to end up in my garden or my greenhouse, at least over summer. So it's going to be backed up against a fence and or a wall, which means that I want all leaves to be on one side of the pole. So I don't need a 360-degree pole. Instead, I go for plastic backing because it has more water retention and instead. This plant, when it matures, it grows really long petioles, ginormous leaves. I cannot have that 360 degrees around the pole. It would take up my entire living room. So pushing it up against a wall into a corner is the best way. So it makes sense to then have plastic because you can push it against the wall without ruining the wall. And then I have a tub of aeroid mix over here. Now I actually want to try something new with my aeroid mix. I want to incorporate a bit of slow release fertilizer. These are worm casting pellets actually, and it's a sample that this company has sent me, so this is not out and about just yet, and they just asked me to test it. So I started using it everywhere in my garden. I sprinkled it on top of my moss poles. I started diluting some in water and then watering, and now I figured might as well put it in my aeroid mix as well. That's the logical place to put it, right? I should definitely wear a face mask while using the aeroid mix, but I want to talk to you guys, so YOLO. Really important, put the pole all the way to the bottom of your pot over here, which means that the pole is going to go to here. So I'm only going to fill from here upwards with moss. I just want to fill it now, just because that makes my life a little bit easier. I prefer that. Now you also don't have to fill the entire pole with moss. So you can also just fill the part that the plant is attached to. But there's a couple of reasons why I prefer filling it all the way, or as much as I can, before I run out of moss. First of all, specifically the Atabapoense actually is also going to send out roots up into the pole. So the pole is not just a support. It's not just a part that the plant is attached to. It's also a vertical extension of the root system. So the plant can grow roots up into the pole. So the more pole, the more roots, the better. Yes, eventually there will be a root sticking out the top. That is okay. It will eventually just touch the air and then dry out, but that root can then grow secondary roots all throughout the pole, right? So I want, hang on, I need a chopstick. So I want as much roots as possible, but instead of just providing it with a big pot, I provide the bulk of the media that the plant can root into via this vertical extension, aka the moss pole. I also want to really fill it so the mesh almost bulges out a little bit. Moss is what retains the moisture. The more moss you've got in there, the better the water retention of this pole will be, the less often it will dry out, the less frequently you have to water, right? Alrighty, we put it all the way to the bottom of the pot so that at least the pole and the pot together are stable. I personally do not cable tie anything over here, but you can cable tie it as well. I'm not going to free them at all. I want to do as little damage as possible. But what I want to do is I want to put these pretty low in the pot, to be honest, like really low kind of. And that is because I want these new shoots that I showed you earlier to be as low on this pole as possible so that they can climb up as much as possible. Think about it. If I would put this plant here, then this shoot is already kind of halfway up the pole. If I do it here, then this shoot is at the bottom of the pole. So when I choose the side that faces the moss pole, I'm choosing the side that has the roots. Over here, I'm choosing this side with the two roots to face the moss pole. Alrighty, let's do it. The bottom part of this pole is going to be filled with aeroid mix because it's going to be inside the pot. And that just has less water retention. The pot has less of a surface area, so the pot is going to dry out less often. Here you go, flip it upside down. Maybe a little layer of aeroid mix first, just a little bit. Put the cuttings in here, and now just top it up with more aeroid mix. Now, for example, today I ran out of bark on my aeroid mix, so it's more cocoa chips heavy. And shit like that happens. I don't always have all the ingredients. I also ran out of pumice, so I put a bit more perlite. My aeroid mix isn't that always the same, but it always is a mix of water and nutrient retention, aeration and drainage. And I like it chunky, especially with moss poles, because with moss poles you're watering the moss quite frequently anyway, and it drains into the pot. So you want to make sure that it has great aeration and drainage to avoid root rot. I compress the back over here. That is for stability purposes. Look how I can push it up now. I do not compress the medium at the front because that's where the roots will be. Alrighty, done. Let me clean up 1 sec. I'm going to put a few more of these worm castings on top so they slowly water in, and I'm also going to put a few at the top of the pole over here. So they're also going to water through the pole as I water. Now we're going to try and fiddle these roots in here. You go in here. Oopsie, I already broke this one. There we go. And what I do is I take a piece of U-shaped wire and I just pin the plant to this spot on the pole. So like you go here, just so it knows where the pole is and it finds it a bit easier. I'll do the same with this shoot over here. Be like, hey, and this way I can also tell it, why don't you grow in the middle of the pole? And you know, I don't want you to go to the edge of the pole, I want you to be in the middle so that you look good. Alrighty, here we go. I'm just going to water this in now, and keep in mind there's a third shoot that's eventually coming from the pot, and yeah, I can just pick it up like that. Because the air mix is really nice and chunky, it's so light, it literally weighs nothing. After I water it in, I'm not going to pick it up exactly like that. But in a few weeks time or a few months time, once there's lots and lots of roots, then the roots will keep it all together, right? So do it at your own risk, but I personally haven't really had any issues with that. And welcome back. It has only been 2 weeks, but I'm already seeing amazing signs of growth that show me that my process was successful. So let me bring you closer. First things first, let's peel this off. Sorry, AJ. Oh, AJ hates when I keep them on. I see lots and lots of root growth, and that's obviously the most important aspect for me at the moment. There's some teeny tiny roots here, but much more obvious, there's a big root over here. Couple of big roots over here. Yep, so I think you can see all of that. Another big one here. And anything in the back? No, well that's not unexpected, that's where the pole is, right? Root growth is the first thing I look out for. That's why I love using the see-through pots. Obviously the see-through pots also come in handy when assessing watering requirements and so on. But first and foremost, I love them to assess root health. That shows me that the actual repot from water, which I kept it in for way too long, was successful. It's taking to my new aeroid mix. So that means it's just a matter of time until I see growth. That in itself has absolutely nothing to do with the moss pole. That is just a normal repot. I just happen to also put a moss pole into the pot at the same time as repotting the plant. So this is something you can apply to every other plant as well, an alocasia, anything, right? Doesn't need to be a moss pole. But I happen to also put a moss pole in here, so let's have a look what happened there. So you can see, no you probably can't because these leaves are in there. You can see that over here, this root, you can see that this root over here has definitely taken to the moss pole, and where I fiddled it into the moss pole, there is a little bit of root like growing in there. So would be good to have a see-through pole as well, but at the same time I don't like them. I do think I can see something coming up here. I'm very confident that this plant has rooted into the moss pole. And probably within a couple of weeks, I'll actually see roots coming out the top. Sorry. I just wanted to show you something and I ripped the root out. But I suppose for demonstration purposes, this is a good example. This root over here, I just ripped out of the moss pole. Sorry, I'll just really gently put it back in. But that found its way there by itself. Oh well, by itself. I told it where to go with this earlier, right? But that was definitely new growth. Hope I didn't disturb any of your beautiful progress, but YOLO. I can take this and I can now maybe pin this new shoot on here instead. There you go. Get closer there. Yeah. And from here on, it's just staying patient and letting the plant climb up. I can use the U-shaped wires to continuously help the plant stay on the pole. But if you have a consistent light exposure from the front, the plant should technically do all of that by itself. The plant will find its own way because the roots are attracted to moisture. And we are back. Let's have a look. Let's start at the bottom first. You can definitely see some root growth in the pot over here, over here, like lots, but kind of quite small leash roots. I hope you can see that with the glare. You can even see roots sticking out the top of the pot over here. Can you see these? Like here and here and here. But most importantly, look at the root growth sticking out the top over here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 26 roots sticking out the top. And a 27th found the little hole over here. Now, of course, these roots, as they are making contact with the air, they will eventually dry out. But that doesn't mean that they can't split within the pole, right? So in here, these roots could then split off and grow secondary roots. So it's not a problem. Now let's also look at the plant's growth. Shoot number 1 has grown up quite nicely. I am helping it out to stay in the middle of the pole with a little U-shaped wire. Plant number 2 has also grown quite nicely, has also rooted into the pole, also helping out with the wire. And then there was a third cutting, and remember it was kind of a little bit lower down in the pot. I haven't seen anything pop out from the pot just yet, but look, I'm not mad at this stage. As long as the 2 plants at the top over here are thriving, I'm quite happy. Now these 2 leaves are new, they're still inflating, so I think they might be a little bit bigger than the ones before, but time will tell. Now we can also see that a lot of the older leaves over here are suffering a little bit. They're obviously not looking that good anymore. I kind of like to see these leaves as like starters. Those are leaves that it was propagated with. They are the ones that helped establish that plant. They're the ones that helped establish a root system. They're the ones that help the plant now climb up the support and so on, right? So they've done their work. They can say goodbye soon, and I will probably also chop them soon as they're getting uglier and uglier. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with that, because we also need to keep in mind that this entire 4-month journey was over the 4 worst months of the year over here in Sydney. So we pretty much have growing season for 8 months and then winter for 4. And well, those 4 months that we've just talked about were winter months. So despite that, the plant has grown well. Now I know this plant can't handle cold temperatures because I had a big one in my garden that died. So this time around I had it in my rescue section upstairs, and it's quite hot and dry over there because hot air rises and we're heating the room down here. So this plant actually frequently dried out, especially the moss pole, which is obviously not that great considering how many roots there would be in the moss pole, but the plant doesn't really seem to mind. So it's definitely one of those plants that can go through a little drying out cycle. Not saying that I recommend it. I think it would prefer staying consistently moist, but it's one of those plants that doesn't necessarily mind it. It obviously has a very robust, thick root system. So, you know, not like a Philodendron verrucosum, for example, that would be much more impacted by a drying out cycle. Now, it obviously also has the beautiful red backs, so it is a beautiful, stunning plant, and I'm really happy that I double planted it, technically triple planted, but for now double planted it as well, because I think it's just going to make a really, really nice display. But I think I will put this plant in my garden over the next 8 months, the growing season, because I've had great success with it over there, and it can easily become a space commitment as well. It can grow really long petioles with really long leaves, so it might as well just put it out into the garden now while it's still spring, so the plant can slowly get used to the temperatures getting warmer, the light being more intense and so on, rather than putting it out in the middle of summer and then potentially causing a bit of shock because the changes in conditions are too strong. Everything was kind of stock standard process over here, but I think the main learning, or the main thing that I want to highlight over here, are the roots sticking out the top. Actually also weird that they're sticking out the pot like this. So quite clearly this plant likes to grow roots upwards. Right? We're used to seeing roots growing downwards because usually roots would grow into the ground and they seek darkness and moisture which is found on the ground. Now in this instance, the reason why these roots would grow up, I mean there's also roots growing down, right? Otherwise there wouldn't be any in the pot, but a lot of them are growing up because they're anchoring roots. In nature, these plants will grow up a tree and they obviously need to anchor themselves to the tree, especially if they have long petioles, long leaves, and they're getting bashed around by wind. They need to hold on to their host, aka the tree. Now if you think about it from a physics perspective, if this is the plant and you want to attach the plant, you wouldn't want to attach the plant by attaching it downwards. You would want to attach it upwards, right? Let's say, for example, you hang a Christmas ornament, right? Well, you take the Christmas ornament and you put a string at the top and then you hang it from the top. You don't put a string at the bottom expecting the Christmas ornament to hang on your tree that way, right? It will flop over. So if this would only grow roots down, it would actually just flop off the tree. So it needs to grow roots around and up the tree to really anchor itself. And I suppose given this plant a moss pole indicates to the plant we're growing, we need to anchor ourselves to our host. I often get asked, what do I do with these roots? I clearly do nothing. The plant naturally aborts these roots eventually, or the roots naturally dry out, and then the plant is going to focus on more, right? Initially it was like 2 roots, now it's, what did I say, 27 or something like that? Well, it's because these roots have stopped growing, so the plant is going to start growing new roots. With every node, there's new roots that can make their journey up or down the pole. It doesn't really matter. And yes, of course, we're not optimizing the root health. I could put an extension on here and then these roots could grow further up and grow into more moss and, you know, build a larger root system. But if I put an extension on here, I reckon these roots would probably reach the top of that extension within about 2 weeks. And then what, you know? So eventually I'll end up with a 4-meter long pole with a 50-centimeter plant on it just because I'm extending the pole for the root system. Don't worry about it. At some stage we don't need to continuously optimize the root system, because I think by now the plant has enough of a root system to support itself and grow more leaves. So right now I'm happy for the plant to focus on leaf growth, so I don't need to give the roots more room. You could also chop them off if they really bother you aesthetically, but I find it kind of funky. I find it funky, so I like to keep it. Now there's a few plants that I've noticed do that. This one in particular, the Billy, the Spiritus Sancti, and I feel like all of them are long strappy philodendron. I'm not too sure why they love that. Maybe it is because of the shape of the leaf and them needing to kind of counteract that and anchor themselves a little bit harder. I'm not too sure. Actually, I've got the Spiritus Sancti right here, which, by the way, look at these leaves post thrips damage. Hello, finally. Over here as well. Look at these roots. What I've done here, actually, I've taken the top of the root and I've pushed it back in, so it's kind of a little loop here. Look at the Jose Buono over here as well. It's maybe not so much growing the roots up, but kind of at least sideways and slightly up. Huh? So yeah, I'm not too sure what it is about the strappy philodendron, but they seem to really enjoy growing roots up the pole. Anyway, that's really it for today. I just wanted to show you how easy it actually can be to put a plant on a moss pole. Doesn't matter if it came from a water propagation or if it's just a small potted plant. The repotting process is basically stock standard. You just add a pole into the pot as well. But my main tip is really start it small on the pole so that the plant can really root into the pole and take full advantage of it, rather than putting an already established plant on a moss pole in hindsight. And of course, keep the moss pole moist. There's no point in putting a plant on a moss pole if you then don't treat the moss pole like a vertical extension of your pot. You wouldn't pot up a plant just to then never water the pot, right? So don't put it on a moss pole to then just forget about watering the moss pole. And here we are. I think the plant is looking better than in the initial update, but definitely nothing amazing or nothing shooting the lights out. And that is precisely the point why I wanted to include this. I think sometimes with projects, you know, I turn them into videos, so obviously there needs to be a point of the video, right? Like, what's the point of me making this video? So, of course, if something goes really fundamentally wrong, there's usually learning in it. If something goes right and the plant looks amazing, then it's a nice motivation to show you and inspire you to hopefully pick up that plant as well. But sometimes just a little bit of nothing happens, and I think that is also okay. Not much has happened with the plant in the last 3 months since I finished this update. I put her outside in my garden and she's growing nicely on my wall of aeroids. I do very little for her, but she also doesn't do anything crazy for me. And I'm okay with that. I still really appreciate the plant. You know, I think it has really nice elongated leaves, really nice red backs. It is starting to find the end of its pole. I should probably help it out, getting a bit closer to the pole again. But overall, I'm just really happy with this plant. It doesn't take up too much space. So when it comes to winter, and I already know that the plant can't handle winter, I know I can fit this into my collection indoors without, you know, now having to potentially sell my couch. So I'm kind of happy that it is staying somewhat compact while still displaying this really nice elongation in the leaves. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, it has definitely grown, but it's not really like shooting the lights out if you consider that the last 3 months outside would have been perfect conditions for this plant. Anyway, time for the last project, and a little bit different to all the other projects, we're talking about an Alocasia. In today's video, we're giving my Alocasia Regal Shields a big reset, and I'm going to show you how I propagate Alocasias successfully. You guys know I love a good chop. Now I just need to consider where. I feel like I'm going to chop it quite low, so I can make multiple cuttings. Let's do that. Let me just park this over here. Closer again. Have a look at this stem, so thick, right? I actually by accident got this node over here. I think it would be impossible to avoid all of them. If I would cut a bit lower, I would have then cut this one over here, or if I cut lower than that, then this one or this one, right? So, oh my god, this is so juicy. I want to do at least one more chop. Let's do one more. Look at that, it kind of looks yummy. So again, I might have nicked a node over here, but that's okay. If I would have gone up, then I would have cut this growth point and so on. So we've got this one over here. I'm not too sure what all of this mess is. I think I'm gonna get rid of this leaf. I actually didn't notice how many scratches it has and holes. And specifically, I have decided I'm going to put this in my lacquer moss setup. Already get a layer of lacquer here. Now I don't want all of this to be stuck in the moss and then potentially rot away. So I'm going to get rid of this leaf. Oh, so juicy. And then I'm also going to get rid of all of these bits over here that can kind of just rot away, like these sort of skin, you know. Here you can really see where this was, where it was pushing on lots of inflows, for example. You know, you can see a few more shoots over here. Like this sort of skin, I try and peel off because that's just gonna rot away. Get much better access to all of this now. I should probably just get rid of all of them, huh? Oh, might as well. Yeah, see, in here, for example, this is just rotten. By the way, guys, by no means am I saying do it exactly like that. As I mentioned, I've never done this like that before, actually. I'm just trying to use kind of common sense. I just feel like the less stuff goes into the moss, the less can rot away. And I mean, this one is not ever gonna grow, so it's just a matter of time until it rots away. So I'd rather just cut it off now. I'm still not too sure if this is maybe just an inflow. Am I maybe just rescuing this inflow? Even if this is a new shoot, I feel like it would be aborted. Let me look into it. It's an inflow! Yay! Okay, I won. I suppose I'm letting this part also reshoot. So, okay, interesting. Now, the cut over here had a little bit of time to callus over. I would love to give it a little bit more time, but I also have no time today. So, we're doing it regardless. Might as well, right? Now that I trimmed it all off, I don't need a vase this big. Let me get a smaller one. Meanwhile, I feel like this one is a little bit small. It's fine for now, but once it has roots, it will just outgrow it super quickly. Let's do the right thing. Let's give it a smaller vase. The good thing about the smaller vase is that I also have a pot that I can put it in, because I really don't want it to be exposed to too much light, because the moss can get a little bit yucky. So I suppose we do that. Is that what we're gonna do? I think so. Now, one thing that I think done wrong before is I think I compressed the moss a little bit too much. I want it to be really nice and aerated, especially around the rhizome over here. So I'm not gonna compress this too much. And I have these fresh bits that I just cut off, stick out at the top over here. Done. Alrighty, and these ones, to be honest, I don't know if they have a top or bottom, but I suppose the stem gets thicker with time, so you kind of know where top and bottom is. The top is thicker than the bottom. I'll just place them in here, and I'll just put a layer of water that's around about half of where the thing comes up to. Could I have let it dry out for a little bit longer? Probably. Am I gonna go ahead with this anyway? Yes. So over here, this glass, I'm just flooding with water so the moss can absorb it. And I'm gonna go ahead and empty the excess water so that the water level does not exceed the level of lacquer. I will put them both in my attic. I actually just started moving a bunch of plants from the attic back outside. So I've got room up there, hot air rises, and I've got grow lights set up over there, as well as we're getting a little bit more natural light coming through the skylight as well. So upstairs it is warm and bright. So hopefully that gives these plants the best opportunity to reshoot. Wish us luck, and I suppose you'll find out in a second or so how we're going. Hello, my friends. Really? Yes. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Hello, my friends. Really quick update. It has been 3 weeks, and for the first 2 weeks, nothing happened, but over the last week I finally noticed some improvements. Let me show you. I think this one is the most impressive one. Last week I checked, there was no roots. Ooh, glare. Okay, that should be good. Have a look. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I might have counted some of them twice. Let's say 10 at least. Nothing happening at the top just yet, but that is crazy. And all of them just grew over the last week or so. Really happy about that one. Then I also have the 2 stem pieces, so I didn't take them down. They're still upstairs in my attic, and they're also shooting out roots. Now one of them looks like it might be a little bit moldy, but I'm just gonna do nothing with it. I do best, by the way, have like a little lid on top of the box, but it's not fully closed. So water can evaporate and there's airflow, but I'm trying to create a somewhat highish humidity environment. Now the bottom part, that I suppose will be the one that I would expect to see the first shoots. Now this little plant over there is not impacted by whatever we've done, but here's the big stump, and I can't really see any of these shoots. Sorry, it's super heavy. You can't see anything, I think. Here. I can't see anything happening with this big stump. Oh my, why are you so heavy? Oh, Sorry, I just watered it out there and it's super, super heavy. So I'm a bit surprised by that. I would have expected within 3 weeks to at least have the shoots be a little bit more activated, right? I mean, they are protruding, but they're not like, I can't really see any active growth on it. And I mean, this one has a huge root system, right? It's actually hanging out the pot. So I'm not too sure what this plant's excuse is, but you know, nature can be a bit unpredictable. See how we go. That's the beauty of these sort of videos. We don't always know the result. We don't know what we're gonna get. So it's hopefully more exciting to come along. On that note, let's wrap this one up and I'll see you soon. Is that good? Yeah? More? Hello friends, it has been a couple of weeks since the last update and I just wanted to share with you what happened since. Yes, this is the big top cutting in the glass vase, and you can see it is continuously building a nice root system. So very, very happy about that. Probably soon in a position to already repot it. And we can distinctly see a first reshoot coming out over here and a second one over here. So far, so good. I might just top it up with a little bit more water. Sweet. So I just poured a little bit more over the moss. The water level is here now. So you don't want the water level to exceed the reservoir of leca, basically. But it's in a really hot environment upstairs. So some water is evaporating. You're super cute today. Did you miss Daddy when he was in Perth? Okay, now the main reason why we have gathered today is because we need to do something with these. I don't know if you can see this. Hang on, let me just empty the water. Darling. I mean, these have just rooted incredibly well. But there's a lot of algae. I actually had to change the water in between. The water was so green. Look at that in front of my black shirt. Crazy, crazy roots, and a lot of them. And you can see all of these new shoots activating as well. The other one doesn't have as many roots, and the other one has a little bit of black over here. That is a little bit of rot. So I might need to see if I want to cut this off or what I'm going to do with that. But I think it's time to maybe get it out of water so that this rot doesn't spread. So I have a few options. I suppose I already have one in moss, so I don't want to pot any of these two in moss again. I suppose it would defeat the purpose because we're already doing that. We already have one in aeroid mix outside, but that aeroid mix is quite old, so I'm somewhat tempted at maybe repotting that eventually, but then I also figured what's the point? I'm not too sure. But I would love to actually put one of those in aeroid mix, I feel like. Maybe the one that's rotten, because I feel like the aeroid mix would be the least water retentive one compared to like leca, moss or pon. So maybe we can get a little bit of water away from that stem piece and stop the rot. Should we do that? Let's just do that. Bradley, now I really need a little bit of room, please. 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 Hey, why don't you go here? Look. Darling, look here. Look there. You can go here. Go here. Yeah, you go there. Look. Amazing. Thank you. Even got a repotting mat out today. I need a bigger one. This one is not big enough. But considering I also have the worst... No. Oh my god, you look so gorgeous in there. Why don't we just repot over this box then? So I've got a relatively water retentive aeroid mix here with quite a lot of cocoa peat because I was making a batch of aeroid mix for some plants outside in my greenhouse and they dry out much faster because it's really hot in there. So I'm tempted to just use that because I think these plants don't like, because Alocasias usually really don't mind being a little bit more on the moist side. So I fill that with aeroid mix. I honestly am just going to put this in there and then just top it up with more aeroid mix. I'm trying to make the stem piece itself kind of hover on top of the surface so it gets a bit of chance to dry out while having the roots covered by aeroid mix, if that makes sense. That should be somewhat fine, no? I mean, we have nothing to lose. We have 3 other backups. So you know what I mean? Here's the bit that's rotten, that's now a little bit dirty as well. But I have this on the surface of the pot and then the aeroid mix covers the roots though. So this gets a chance to dry out. Gonna water this in. You're so gorgeous, look at him. Now we've got this one left and that's the one with the better roots. Option would be pon or leca because I want to try something different, right? So I found this self-watering pot over here at IKEA. I also never use self-watering and I never use pon, so I figured let's try all of the things for the first time. And no, I did not do research. I'm gonna use common sense to solve this one. I feel like I've seen enough videos in Reels on Instagram, like subconsciously, to kind of know what's going on. I tried to Google it before, and I feel like everybody still comes up with a different way of doing it. So there must surely not be like just one specific way. I actually hate when people are too specific, because if I'm true to my care versus conditions conversation, then I should have flexibility with my care. Actually, there's a bit of a funny story on that one that I wanted to talk to you about as well. But what's happening here? I'm thoroughly confused by these instructions, actually. Okay, so this is the little wick thing. Wiki. Well, if this works, that would be cool, because they're just from IKEA, and I don't think they were that expensive either, so... Okay, wick goes in here. Water reservoir. Okay, sweet. Now pond. I should probably rinse it, but you know me, guys. Come on, as if. I will rinse it. I will change my ways. Okay, I'll put this on here. Okay, so put some in here already. There's definitely a lot of dust coming out, so probably a good idea to rinse it. And by the way, I bought this from, I think it was called the Plant Bros or the Grow Bros. I'll link it down below, but it was quite expensive. And it was still much cheaper than the Lechuza pond. But way more expensive than my Aeroid Mix or Leca. Probably on par with Moss. Just Moss has so much more volume, right? And this is quite heavy. So if I would have to convert my whole collection to pond, it would get really expensive and really fucking heavy. And I'm already annoyed. There's little pebbles everywhere. When it came in the post and I opened the bag inside the bag broke. So there was little pond pebbles going everywhere already. That's the number one thing I always hated about pond, I think, was the amount of pebbles. Probably need to put a bit more pond in first. I want this to hover kind of here. Okay, I need to rinse a little more. I already almost used all my pond. By the way, I probably don't do it over the kitchen if you don't have to. I think probably outside over the stormwater drain would be better. But I was very careful to make sure that none of the little pebbles actually go down the drain. You can block your pipes, which is not very good. Which, by the way, can happen with Aeroid Mix as well. It honestly just feels weird using pebbles to pot things up. But we're trusting the process, okay. Again, so I kind of just made the stem hover over here. It is obviously touching the pond, otherwise the roots would dry out, right? But it's not fully submerged in there. Now with pond, the important thing is that, it has no nutrients itself, right? So you gotta provide the nutrients, liquid nutrient. As always, I use my GT Foliage Focus. And I believe I should be top watering initially while the root system is establishing, and then eventually once the root system is established, which I will have no visibility of, I think then the idea is just to bottom water. So you just top up the water reservoir down here, and then the wick can just wick up the moisture from the little reservoir down below. Alrighty, you can still see, despite me rinsing the pond, the water down there is pretty dirty. I can't tilt it. It's dirty, trust me. So I'll empty that out. I will take this outside and spray this with a little fungicide, just in case. And we are back. It has been 3 weeks, and these 3 plants over here in Moss, Pond and Aeroid Mix are all exposed to the exact same condition upstairs in my attic. While this one down here has been in my garden. So let's look at this one first, because it's the odd one out. Over here, what I can see is that this little shoot is actually not coming from the main stem. Oh, should probably not put this on my white pants. And there's another shoot coming out here. So this plant is reshooting, just not reshooting from the huge stem. For look, there are some growth points that have somewhat activated, but considering that this plant has all of this root system available, quite a large pot. I mean, I haven't taken it out, but I'm pretty sure that if I would take it out, it would be very root bound. So it has a large root system available for no leaves basically. And it's exposed to, I suppose, better conditions out there than these are up in my attic. Because up in my attic, it's probably almost too hot. A little bit more on the dry side. Whereas out there, I have similar conditions to offer than Tim. And I gave a lot of my Regal Shields seedlings to Tim 2 years ago, and they are absolutely shooting the lights out in his garden. Now they're planted in the ground, and I think that is the main difference that makes them thrive, so much at his compared to mine. But I would expect something, right? It is actually from, if we ignore this little offshoot, if we're just talking about the stump of the mother plant, it is actually the one that is performing the worst, despite not having to re-establish a root system. So look, realistically, I should probably repot this, get in there, assess the root system, but that's a large pot. It's going to take a lot of medium. I'll just keep it like that for now, because I'm working on 3 more of that plant already as it is, and I suppose I don't need 4. So we'll just ignore this one for today, and maybe even the rest of the video, see how we go. The main thing I really wanted to talk about in this video is really the process of stem propagating alocasias, and then comparing the 3 media. This one has probably had the most advantage because it wasn't just a small slice of stem, it was kind of the whole top, but I also significantly, you know, chopped that back, didn't I? Now it has established a very, very healthy root system where I think I need to repot this quite soon. But I would love for like a leaf first, see how we go. But very, very happy with this so far. Then this is the stem piece that was kind of a bit rotten, and you can see still where it was starting to rot. I'm very glad I took it out of the water when I did, because in this aeroid mix I can keep it drier, and the rot has dried out. I sprayed an antifungal spray on it, so maybe that also helped. But yeah, it definitely stopped, and it's now firm again, and I can still see healthy roots going from that piece into the aeroid mix. We can also see that there's the first reshoot that's now poking out, and also very healthy root growth pushing up against the edge of the pot. You can see I've been keeping this quite moist. And then lastly, we've got the pond over here. It's a bit harder to tilt because I don't want to make a mess, but there's also a shoot here and a little reshoot poking out over here as well. This is also very firm, so no concern about rot. Unfortunately, I don't have visibility of the root system over here, but if I wiggle this, it feels like there's a little bit of resistance. I don't want to overdo it because then I'll undo all of my work. I don't know if you can see this. I just spilled the water. One moment. Suppose I would have been better off tilting the camera instead of tilting the pot, right? Anyway, I can't really tilt it because obviously I'm making a mess either by spilling the rocks or by spilling the water. That was obviously my fault. But when I dig into it a little bit, I can see some healthy roots. I suppose the same healthy roots that grew in water, but I can see that they're still healthy. They haven't shriveled up or died. So yeah, I suppose if the process wouldn't have been successful, by now I would have seen something happening. So I suppose the repot, or like the propagation and then repot, was successful in all 3 of them. I suppose this one we kind of skipped a step, right? We didn't have to water propagate it first. Unsure if that was necessary with these 2. Maybe I could have just chucked the stem piece in here straight away and it would have also worked. I'm not too sure. I suppose for now this is probably my preferred one. It's been the easiest in my opinion. I think aeroid mix would be my second favorite for now because it's just the one that I'm most used to, so I feel very comfortable with it. Pon, I think at this stage is my least favorite because first of all I hate the pon bits. Like even just after that repot I found these little rocks everywhere, and it's not like a cute little piece of moss on the floor. These are sharp, When you step on them, they hurt, they scratch your floor, and so on, right? They're not that easy to vacuum up as well, and so on. So and yes, it's also my fault. I should just be cleaner when operating. But plants is messy, and I don't mind making a mess and then cleaning up my mess. But it just makes it. But it's just much harder with pon. But I suppose that's also something to get used to, right? If you're always operating with pon, I suppose you get a little bit more diligent in working with it and so on. The other thing is, like, I don't like the water reservoir, quite clearly. I move my plants around a lot, I spin them around and so on, you know, I move them up, down, I film a lot with them, and with that water reservoir, I just keep spilling it. But again, it's more learning curve for me than the actual setup in itself. And lastly, I don't enjoy not having visibility, but I suppose that is due to the pot that I've chosen. I could have chosen a different pot setup where you might still end up having visibility of the root system or not. So anyway, at the end of the day, proof is in the pudding. If the plant is happy and thriving, then I'm also going to be happy and thriving. And quite clearly, so far, all of them work. So let's keep going with this experiment for a little bit longer before I come to conclusions. Wish me luck. Oh shit, you're still here. Oh well. Thank you, Jan and Brettles from the here. Let's start off with the odd one out first. This is the plant that is growing in my garden, the bottom part. Now, really happy with this new leaf growth, right? So that's good, but I suppose that is just a result of it being spring right now, or summer actually. But I have also noticed that apart from this initial shoot that was already there, there's now a second and a third shoot coming out of the pot. The actual stem, however, I can't see any movement on any of these pieces, on any of these growth points. Now that is a little bit weird to me. I would have expected the growth points from the thick stem to reshoot, rather than the plant deciding to reshoot from below the pot. I mean, all of the rhizomes and the corms are still all connected, I suppose, but it is weird to me that the plant rather reshoots brand new than just reshooting from the stem. A little bit unexpected, but I like how unpredictable nature can be. Again, I have also done nothing. I haven't repotted it. I haven't looked into the root system. Anyway, I'll just maybe it's actually a good thing, you know, so the plant starts from lower down in the pot rather than becoming so leggy straight away already. Anyway, see how we go. I suppose this one is just extra. It's just going to live in my garden. It lived in my garden year round as well, so it is what it is. That is not necessarily the main point of the video, right? Because that's the only part that I didn't actually propagate, right? It's kind of the backup, let's put it that way. So I'm glad the backup is doing well, but this is really what I wanted to show you today. So the last update was 3 weeks ago, and we have now had one leaf each. Now this leaf over here unfurled last, this leaf unfurled first and second. I don't really want to make a size comparison over here because this would have been the smallest stem piece, so the most juvenile stem piece. This would have been the most mature stem piece, and I would expect that the more mature the stem piece, the thicker the reshoot. So I don't think the speed in which the stem has reshot or the size of the first leaf is necessarily an indication of the growing media or how successful all of that was. I think that is just purely based on the stem thickness. I suppose. And then of course the one in moss had the advantage of being a little bit bigger and not necessarily, it was kind of just reshooting from the top rather than from the side, if you know what I mean. So I think this would have had the least disruption, even though they were all still unrooted. Anyway, so I think that's why this one is just growing the largest one, and it's already pushing out a new one. So let's look at this one first. I really love these leaves. I love how dark they are. I love the sheen. I love the burgundy undersides and the nice veining. Yeah, I think it's just a stunning plant. Already growing a new one over here, and the pot has definitely very much filled in with roots. Now, I think I'm going to use this as an sorry, darling. I think I'm going to use this as an experiment to kind of see how root bound I can keep an alocasia in this sort of setup while still getting leaves out of it. So initially I was expecting that I need to repot this quite quickly, and I think I could definitely repot it now if I wanted to, but let's try and keep it bonsaied for a little bit and see if the plant still wants to grow. That way I can keep going with somewhat of an experiment and learn a little bit more about this growing method. But this growing method, nothing new to us. I've done plenty of videos about this growing method now, growing in leca and moss. Most of you would have probably seen the Alocasia Friedek videos where I first introduced this method. So not a surprise that it worked, but I am still quite happy that it worked, because quite clearly when you saw me chop up that top bit and kind of peeling it like an onion, quite clearly I didn't know what I was doing, right? First time doing something like that, first time dealing with so much organic matter, you know what I mean? When I've done something like this before, I would have had like a really skinny rhizome that I just pop in water. I've never had like a large, thick piece like that with such a big surface area that I just cut, and so much, you know, like leftover petioles and flowers and protective sheets and whatnot, you know. So there's definitely still an element of uncertainty, but the uncertainty wasn't necessarily so much about the method. It was more about, is this chunky bit going to rot away or not? Happy to say that there was no rot involved. Anyway, moving on, I do need to top this up with a little bit of water though. Let's talk about the aeroid mix. Probably not unexpected that this worked as well, because I suppose aeroid mix is something I've been using for a very long time. You can see I'm keeping this quite moist, and it's also in a pot that has a little hole at the bottom actually, or has like a little reservoir at the bottom, for aesthetic purposes, to be honest. Anyway, that's why there's some roots coming out, because they were attracted to some water accumulating at the bottom of the pot. So I'm keeping this quite moist to give it the best comparison to the moss and the pond, because the moss and the pond are also consistently kept moist. They're not going through a drying out cycle. So I'm not letting this dry out in the aeroid mix either, which I believe is what most alocasias prefer. Specifically, this one seems to prefer it, even though I do think Regal Shields can tolerate a little bit of drying out. But it's not about what the plant can tolerate, it's about trying to optimize the growth, and I think the root system is responding very, very well to that. You can definitely see that the roots are much finer. I don't think that is because of the aeroid mix. I think that is just because it is a skinnier part of the stem that was used. So quite happy with this, but also maybe not super unexpected, let's say. And then lastly, pon. Now, with this one, the problem I have is that I do not have visibility of the root system. I would have loved to have used a see-through pot instead. I'm just smarter this time around, and I'm going to not bring the water reservoir over so that I can't spill it. You can see it has reshot really nicely over here. The second, there's also cat hair, the second shoot never eventuated. The plant started putting all of its energy into that. And if I now maybe dig a little bit, I can see some roots there. Now you can't see that. Yeah, I can dig in there and I can see healthy roots when I dig, but obviously at the same time, the more digging I do, the more likely I'm going to destroy the healthy roots. I don't remember how long it's been that I potted this up, but I reckon a month and a half or so at least. So obviously we know the roots were healthy when they were still in water. We then lost visibility once I put them in pond, but I think they've been in pond for 6 weeks now, and in those 6 weeks the stem piece would have definitely not pushed out a new leaf if there was absolutely no root system to support it. So I'm just trusting the process, and I'm assuming that based on the results there are healthy roots in there, but unfortunately I can't prove it to you like I can with the aeroid mix and the moss. But given that they're all developing in the same speed, I'm assuming there's a similar amount of roots available in there. I don't really want to undo all of my work, so we're just trusting the process. Now from a watering perspective, I have still top watered the pond. That's just because that's how I roll. I don't know if I have to top water the pond or if I can continue just using the water reservoir going forward, but I don't mind top watering it and then the water draining into the water reservoir. Makes no difference to me. I don't know, I just feel like top watering is, I don't know, that's just how I roll. I don't know if that's the right thing or the wrong thing, but obviously because I haven't used pond before, there's still a bit of a learning curve involved over here for me. But I think as long as the water reservoir never dries out, I should be just fine, right? The wicking action should do its thing. So what I really did is I kind of, when I watered one of them, I watered all three of them. Most likely the one in moss needs water first because it's the largest plant in the smallest vessel. So whenever I had to top up the water reservoir over here, I also watered the other two to kind of also make sure that I put the same amount of effort into. Now, is that the best way of going about it? I'm not too sure. Suppose you use a medium like pond so you don't have to water as frequently because you have the reservoir, but just for the sake of this little experiment as part of the video, I thought let's just treat them the same way to truly make the media itself be the difference and not my care or the conditions and so on. And I'm pleased to announce that all of them work. And we're back. Now that video was released only a month ago, so you would think not that much can happen in a month, but we are in summer, so a lot can happen in a month. And thinking back at it, I might have just recorded that update a little bit premature, but the thing is you never know, right? Like I wasn't anticipating the plants to grow significantly more in that last month. So maybe I should have waited another month to make the update more impactful, but here we are. I believe this is now showing significantly larger growth. I mean, these leaves are really, really beautiful. They are all still coming out of the pot, but somebody left a comment saying that that's actually to be expected. I expected it to reshoot from the little stem, but they said, nah, a thick stem like that is more likely going to activate some rhizomes or corms from the pot. So that makes sense why that happened. See, we learned something. Now this is in my garden and it's on my wall of aeroids backed up against a fence. That's where all of the leaves kind of point forward, not really having kind of like a nice display site, but not really having this normal alocasia growth pattern. But I'll take it, I like it. That one is the boring one. We're not really into this one. I wanted to show you the other three. They were all put back into my attic and I mean obviously I watered them but I haven't done anything else with them. This one is the one in aeroid mix, now also spotting a second leaf. Happy days. Somebody left a comment saying that the aeroid mix would be too chunky, not retaining enough water, and that's why the plant is growing roots out of the pot. I don't think that's the case. Sometimes when a plant grows roots out of the drainage holes, it's not because they're looking for water. Sometimes they might actually be looking for oxygen. But in this instance, it is 100% because I have it in this pot over here. When I water it, a little bit of water accumulates in this little notch down here. And that's what the roots are attracted to. You can actually see the roots being grown in the size of that hole or like that little notch down below. There was obviously a bit of dirt in it as well that's now stuck on the roots. Happy days. So there's a little bit of water. That's why the roots are growing out of there. Not my preference, probably not the smartest choice of pot, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. You guys know how I feel about roots. The more the merrier. I don't care if it's in the air, the pot, or the water reservoir, whatever it might be. I'm never going to complain about roots. Unless I have no visibility of them, then I'm gonna complain. The pond setup is growing a third leaf, so it's technically doing better than the aeroid mix setup. That's good, but of course I still don't have visibility of the roots. It feels a little bit soft in here, but there's just no way that it would grow a third leaf if it wouldn't have any roots. So I'm just trusting the process over here. I do like how low fuss it is, and look, once it's set up, and I have to do nothing for it, I don't mind the messiness. I just really try and avoid moving it. But I can already see how there's algae buildup inside the little reservoir down here as well. So I think I should probably eventually clean this. My favorite one, the one in moss, also working on its third leaf over here, just unfurled, so it has a significant amount of expanding to do. But on this one specifically, I just can't get over the insane root growth. insane. I've never seen root growth like this. That is crazy. So it's definitely in need for a repot, because this water reservoir is drying out quite quickly now, because there's obviously a lot of roots and a lot of plant for not so much water reservoir. And obviously there's probably hardly any moss left by now, right? The plant ate it all up. Massive success in my books. And with the next repot, I can actually pot it up a little bit deeper, so that any sort of little roots that might want to grow out of here, like you can see them over here, little roots that might want to grow out of here will also be in contact with substrate. Yeah, I mean, somebody in the comments was kind of saying that I chose the wrong alocasia to do this experiment with, because Alocasia Regal Shields is a really easygoing alocasia, so it should be easygoing in all mediums, but it wasn't an easygoing alocasia for me. You saw the initial plant that I had, and I wasn't successful in growing it. I didn't have a nice specimen to show for. I now do. Is that a result of the actual media? No, it's a result of the conditions, and that was the whole point I was trying to make, right? It's not about the growing medium. The growing medium is not what makes or breaks your success. If we would have chosen a more finicky alocasia, maybe I would have preferred the pon over something else, or I would have preferred the moss over aeroid mix and so on. But then what alocasia is finicky is also very subjective. What plant is finicky is very subjective, full stop. I know a lot of people, for example, really struggle with Philodendron verrucosum, saying that that is one of the finickiest plants to grow. I grow 3 of them quite successfully, and I have been growing them successfully ever since my first year of growing. It was one of my first plants, and I've had mainly success with this plant, whereas I'm currently struggling to even get my Cebu Blue back to health, for example, right? So what plant is finicky and what plant we're struggling with is very subjective, because ultimately it is subject to the conditions and your plant parenthood approach, right? For somebody who likes to have a plant thrive on neglect, verrucosum would be very finicky, right? For somebody who likes to water a lot, they could perceive a bloody succulent as very finicky, because it doesn't necessarily suit their approach. So look, I chose Alocasia Regal Shields because that's the one that I had available and I wanted to do something with, because I wasn't happy with the success I've ever had with this plant. So I felt the need to change something, and that's what these projects are all about. It is not about achieving an end result, and hopefully that came really clear in this video. It is about the project. It's about the journey. I love the journey of growing, whether it's on camera or whether it's off camera. I have lots and lots of projects that I'm currently enjoying that you're not even aware of yet, because I haven't finished my project video for those yet, and I'm really excited to show those to you. I'm really proud of being able to record projects over a long period of time, rather than just doing plant hauls every second day or something like that to create content. And I think it's something that hopefully stands out across the abyss of plant advice and plant videos on the internet these days. I really try and focus on the growth journey. I try to focus on the skill of growing. I try and focus on the ups and downs of growing, rather than the accumulation of desirable rare plants, rather than just purely the aesthetics of a plant at one point in time. And I know that that approach of videos doesn't appeal to the largest audience, because it obviously requires a little bit of skill for you guys to then also replicate my journey, and it doesn't necessarily promote this instant gratification that everybody's seeking from the internet. So I know my videos don't appeal to a lot of people, because everybody just wants quick, fast, instant results. But hopefully, if you're serious about this hobby, it's not serious, it's supposed to be fun. But hopefully, if you're genuinely interested in this hobby, if you genuinely want to be part of this hobby, if you genuinely want to grow plants, not just own plants, hopefully then these videos are really valuable to you. And I suppose those are the people that I make these videos for, but unfortunately there's just not that many of you. So if you made it all the way and you are the desired audience for this sort of content, please give the video a thumbs up and leave a nice comment down below. Maybe leave a little celebration emoji if you watched all the way to celebrate the new year, and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Engaging with my content is by far the best way for you guys to support me. Comes at no cost for you, but honestly means the world to me. Follow my channel and you watch all my videos, you know that there's a few challenges and changes coming in the new year. I'm excited, nervous, and uncertain about all of it, but I certainly try and take you along on as much of my year as I can, and maybe we need to pivot the content a little bit depending on my living situation and so on. Honestly, I'm not too sure, but I'm just going to take you along in real time, and I really hope that you're here for it, and I hope that you're willing to support me in 2026 as well. On that note, I gotta thank you for your support in 2025, and I'm looking forward to many more years. Thank you and Happy New Year.